Good morning, race fans, and welcome once again to San Diego's Mission Bay. I am Brad Luce. That is Tanner Faust. It is day 3 of 3. That means it's the final day, Mr. Faust.
I'm ready for it. It's been an amazing weekend. It's an amazing location. My first time at this event. And it's unfortunate we're on the other side of the bay from the fans and from the pits, but what a vantage point out here. I mean, we're right out by the island, right at the start-finish line, ocean in the background, beautiful marine layer keeping us cool for now. Obviously, it's going to burn off here in a couple hours, but looking forward to an amazing day of racing.
And you talk about the fans over on the other side. We got a few over here from that end of the row of RVs to that end is exactly a mile and a half, and this is the first time they have sold out every one of the spots for the RVs. So organizers here of the 2025 San Diego Bayfair presented by Samson Rope, they're pretty happy.
Yeah, they got to be. I mean, it's a great showing. It's going to be an awesome day. Everybody I run into, I just hear stories of how this event has progressed, since the 60s to now. Seems like it went through pretty rowdy times in the 80s and 90s. I guess everything did, but it's awesome that, that this bay actually was built and dredged specifically for this event back in the 60s, and it's just so cool that it's still going.
And we're going to talk a little bit about that later on in the day, because I actually met some family members this morning of some of the people that were very instrumental in making that happen back in 1964, the Muncey family and the Fagel family, but we will get to that. It's also the final day of the 2025 H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing season, and it's kind of been like a heavyweight fight, I guess. We started out with all these boats and teams, and we had teams added during the season, but at the end of the day here, and today being that day, right now we've got 4 boats still standing. Came in with 5, we're down 1.
Yeah, if the teams were hoping to get some testing done this morning, that's out of the window, because we're going to rerun a heat from yesterday with 4 boats running at the 9 o'clock session. So it's straight to racing, which in a race weekend, I'm more familiar with car racing. It's always nice to have a little test, a little warm-up first thing in the morning to do a shakedown or an installation lap, they call it. But not going to happen today for the guys. The pressure's on.
It is on, and looking at the clock, we are 3 seconds to 1. Mark. 5 minutes. Our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes can come out on the water, and as we saw yesterday, every time Dave Villwock in the U-27 Miss Apollo, he seems to want to be the first boat away from the dock. He is again. So Dave Villwock is away. You see the U-11. That is the Miss FLAV-R-PAC with Jamie Nilsen. He too is away from the dock, and we will expect also the red and yellow U-8, the Beacon Electric and J. Michael Kelly. This could be a very interesting heat. Kelly ran really, really well yesterday. He knocked off Andrew Tate, got the jump on him at the start, and was able to hold off a very fast U-91 Goodman Real Estate. There's still boats here, and this thing is still way up in the air.
He sure did, but what a different course than it was yesterday, especially where we're sitting. We're right in the channel of wind, where by the afternoon will be almost white caps, and right now the entire course is absolutely pristine and glass. Are there some boats that perform better on the flat water versus maybe hull design or something that performs better on the rough water?
Absolutely, absolutely. Some boats are really well for, or just handle rough water better, some don't, and then it's all a part of boat setup too on some level. But they know what they're going to be running on right now. They know it's going to be almost glass. They've done what they can, to your point, not being able to test this morning. So they're taking their best guess based on what they've done in years past, and we'll see how it plays out. So as a reminder, and coming on quickly this morning, this is H1 Unlimited Heat 1. This is the heat we started with yesterday afternoon and had a great race going between Dave Villwock and Corey Peabody, when Corey Peabody unfortunately got into the skid fin wall of the U-27 Miss Apollo, and the boat went up and over. They have withdrawn from the event. They would not have been able to run in this heat anyway, Tanner. The rule clearly states if you are responsible for the stoppage of the heat, you cannot run in the rerun of said heat. And this is that heat. We finally got to it. So we're looking now at 2 minutes and 50 seconds to the start. Jamie Nielsen's put his foot in it a couple of times and cut the course a couple of times.
Yeah, he has, and you're not sure what's testing and what is just positioning, but with 3 boats, as we saw yesterday, being in the middle, and trailing is not the place to be. Puts yourself in a hallway of water, and apparently, especially with the salt water, it's really dangerous to ingest the salt water into the hot turbine. So if you're on the outside, it's all about, it even makes that start, being right on the start line, right at the exact second, that much more critical this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting right now to see where Jamie Nilsen is going to go, because we know he loves to get on that inside line, but right now he's got two boats up in front of him. That would be J. Michael Kelly on the inside. You see him there on the screen. He is on the inside, and Dave Villwock is right with him. Jamie Nilsen is going to come up behind him. Jamie cannot cut the race course here because we're going to come down to the score up, and you've got to go all the way around the top end of the race course to legally score up, and they're coming up on that 1 minute 15-second mark, at which time they have to be behind the start-finish line. So this could conceivably put Jamie Nilsen in an outside lane. Now he's sitting way behind those two boats. Could he possibly think I might be able to leapfrog here if he were to bring a bunch of boat speed to him? Now here comes Jamie on the outside. Is he still got sights on an inside lane? He drifted way wide off the top. Still got about 9 seconds until the score up. Inside 5 seconds now, and they're all going to come to the line together. Mark, there is the 1 minute 15-second mark, and there was a perfect example, Tanner, of radio guys and spotters on the race course letting Dave Villwock and J. Michael Kelly know exactly what Jamie Nilsen was doing. Sure
enough, you can see Jamie Nilsen go a little wide on that last corner because he was a little early to be top speed. It's from that yellow buoy coming onto the start-finish. They need about 12 seconds to get to the start-finish line. He was a little bit early. The other guy spooled up in the nick of time and made sure that he couldn't leapfrog them enough to legally cut over to the inside. So our lanes are established.
Yeah, the lanes are not yet officially established, but to Tanner's point, they are. Nothing is going to change at this point. J. Michael Kelly is going to be in lane number 1. Dave Villwock is going to be in between boats again. He got in there yesterday and didn't like it. He was back a bit, and I think he took the best decision and just said, I'm out of here, fell back, and took a third-place finish. Look for Dave to be on the line when the clock strikes 0, and that's going to happen in about 14 seconds from right now. Kelly in 1, Villwock in 2, Nilsen on the outside in 3. Dave's back a bit, but is his timing good? Dave may be back. We are 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Start looks good from here, and Villwock is in between boats, but he was the second boat across the line. Nilsen broke the clock, but Kelly's got lane position in the inside lane. Tanner, it's a clean start, and Kelly's down there first.
Boy, somehow Kelly and Villwock have been able to pass Jamie Nilsen just come into that first corner. It's literally 3 abreast, though. Dave Villwock doing a great job of staying in the clean air up the middle there, but man, the boat speed that JMK has on the inside.
Yeah, we saw Dave Villwock stick the white nose of the U-27 Apollo out in front of J. Michael Kelly as they came off the corner, but then Kelly quickly pulled it back up on him and has now got a lead up at the top end of the race course. Where is Dave? He's right on the outside of Kelly. There's Dave as he swings out to about lane number 3. It is Kelly on the inside with a bit of a lead on Dave Villwock as they come down to put the first of 3 in the books. It is H1 Unlimited Heat 1, and it's a dandy right now. Kelly again, Tanner, with that inside lane is showing an awful lot of boat speed.
Sure enough. I mean, Dave Villwock did qualify second, has been shown boat speed all weekend, but these guys with the glassy water, not much to risk, really flying the boats high on the straightaway. And look for Dave Villwock to use that additional boat speed that he's shown earlier in the weekend to make a run here in the last 2 laps.
Yeah, Kelly had a good corner down there, and he was able to open up a little bit of water on Dave, and he is really flying the 8 like he likes to do. Jamie Nilsen is running a solid 3rd place right now in the U11 MS FLAV-R-PAC, but the race is out front, and it's only about a 4, maybe 5 boat length lead for J. Michael Kelly over Dave Villwock in the 27 MS Apollo. Kelly with a nice corner at the top end. Dave swings out a little wide, trying to keep the RPM up. Going to try this way of running down Kelly, but he's flying the boat. The U8, J. Michael Kelly. He's got almost a rooster tail now, Tanner. He's flying that U8.
That's as high as I've seen J. Michael Kelly fly the boat out of a corner all season. I mean, maybe it's the calm conditions or he's just got a lot of confidence in the boat, but by getting it out of the water on the exit, which he gets it really high in that corner, it just allows the boat to accelerate up to speed sooner.
It looks like Dave tightens it up there a little bit, but I don't think he really did. I think it's the angle from where we are. It's almost a full little rooster tail. In fact, it is, and I think Dave just said, all right, the shouting's over in this one, and Dave is going to drop back, let Mike walk off with a victory here if he can complete one more time around. He's just got to do about a quarter of a lap. He is in the final turn off the top end of the race course. It's the final lap. The checkered flag is now hanging here at start-finish line. His spotters have said he is all by himself. J. Michael Kelly, the U8 Beacon Electric, flying the boat down the front straightaway, and it's another victory for Strong Racing. And the U8 JMK, boy, he just wanted to show you the bottom of the boat one more time, didn't he, Tanner?
Sure did. I mean, it's amazing with I haven't seen them run with such calm water. They really are able to precisely get that boat all the way out of the water on the exit and not necessarily worry about it walking back and forth on the tip tops of the white tops or white caps.
So Dave Villwock in the U27 Miss Apollo comes home in second place. Gave it a good run for almost 2.5 laps and then pulled his foot and said, all right, Mike, you got me. And Jamie Nilsen comes home in third place. Interesting point here, Tanner, with what we saw yesterday and what we just saw in that heat. Our top two qualifiers, the U91, the Goodman Real Estate with Andrew Tate, and the U27 of Miss Apollo and Dave Villwock were the top two qualifiers. Kelly's beat them both. He got the inside lane, and he was actually back a little bit when they crossed the line. I was surprised to see him hit the corner first.
Now, we'll tail as they turn in is always indicative for me of how much speed they're carrying when they first hook it into the corner. And JMK was incredibly committed turning in, especially in those first 2 laps, and absolutely right on the inside buoys. He didn't make a mistake at all and just didn't give up an inch. And even with lower boat speed that he showed in qualifying, was able to pull away from Dave Villwock.
Now they will get the boats back into the pit area. They will get them on the trailer. The drivers, the crew chiefs, they will get the data from the boats on that heat, and they will review everything as they move forward through the day. But as you and I know, Tanner, the conditions they just ran on, I think it's 99%. They're not going to have those when we pull out the big trophy in the final heat. It's going to be a much rougher race course.
It's an interesting part of this racing. It makes it a lot like off-road racing, where you never know what course you're going to be on. Even if you know where it is and you've been on it 100 times, you never know what it's really going to be like, how fast you can go. And that affects what gearing they use, what prop they use, what angle they use on the skid fin. So it's a lot of local knowledge, but it's an interesting track because even back at the pits where it's nice and warm and no wind, there's this channel of wind that just blasts through the middle of the course that they have to set the boat up for. That is almost a guarantee once we get up close to lunchtime.
And that's because we've got shoreline all up the backstretch of this particular race course, with the exception of that channel that you're talking about. And we're looking right underneath that bridge. I don't know what they call that. I think that's Ingram Street over there, but it doesn't make any difference. The wind blows right through it, and you and I will be feeling it later on today. Here's a look at the racing here. J. Michael Kelly on that inside lane, and you see how he just made it work and was able to keep Dave on his hip. Like Dave would say, if the positions were reversed, Dave would say I was able to get a fender on him and just keep him pushed out there.
Now, we're seeing on the replay that it wasn't an easy job. In lap 2, he was already going through his own rollers. One thing without the wind, those rollers are a lot more apparent. And, man, he's flying the boat for nearly half the straightaway to the start-finish, even on the last lap when he had it won. So he's getting a great feel for that boat. And that confidence is something that makes a driver faster.
It still just scares the daylights out of me when he just hangs it up there. I've always said this comment, to me it looks like if you were to get in front of that boat and just blow a little air on it, you could push it over. He just hangs it there. It's amazing. Now, watch J. Michael Kelly here. If they keep the camera there, or we keep seeing, he is going to get out of that boat, walk right straight across the dock, and walk into the Y41 shenanigans, and he will be out here in our 1-liter heat after the obligatory drink of water.
Yes, he's doing double duty out here. And I don't know if that's an advantage to, I already did relation to off-road racing. You know, in off-road, short course off-road racing, a lot of times if you run multiple classes, you get a feel for the changing track conditions a little bit better than the guys that aren't running multiple classes. I wonder, is that something that historically that some drivers do, is they enter multiple classes to be able to learn more about changing course conditions out here?
They do it. They definitely do it. Jeff Bernard's another one who's done it many times. Greg Hopp has done it many times. I don't know if it's so much to learn about course conditions. I think it's more, they just love to race. Oh, you mean there's a boat I can go? Let's go. Let's do it. I actually interviewed Greg Hopp one time in the Tri-Cities. He was in the Grand Prix final in the Tri-Cities, and his boat was pitted quite a ways away from his boat in the final heat of the unlimited class, and the heats were back to back. He got out of the Grand Prix boat after winning the final heat. I ran with him and interviewed him as we both ran along the road to get down to the unlimited. These guys just love to race. That's what it is. And you saw Mike, he went over and had a couple drinks of water, and he's climbed into the Y41. Going to take a look at some of yesterday's highlights, I believe, and talk about maybe what happened a little bit. There's Corey Peabody. Boy, it was all smiles and fist bumps. And then heat 1 came, and lap 2, turn 1 was where everything went south. We may be looking at some qualifying here. Yeah, that was different stuff. There's the Grand Prix. Jeff Bernard driving the GP79. Had a great day yesterday. Greg Hopp had a good day driving the old Trapper beef jerky. Then Dave Villwock coming out. There is the 2 strong boats. And here is where Corey had his issue yesterday. That is, like I say, turn 1, lap 2 of our H1 Unlimited Heat 1. And you saw the frustration there in Corey Peabody. And he wanted that National High Points Championship. It went right out the window down there in turn 1.
Yeah, it seemed to be, the issue seemed to be what it looked like on camera. He just got a bump, and by the time he got the skid fin hooked back in the water again, he got another bump that popped him out, and by that point he'd lost too much of the radius and ended up in the rooster tail of Dave Villwock and went for a big ride.
Our Grand Prix boats put on a good show. That one right there, the GP79, a bad influence with Jeff Bernard. Man, were they strong yesterday. However, that boat right there, the GP135, John Shaw, Cool Cat Motorsports, wow, were they fast. Right there, you see the speed coming off the corner that he showed. He just blew by the field in his second heat yesterday. And coming up in our first heat of Grand Prix racing today, Cool Cat Motorsports, that GP135, as you look at John Shaw there, they're going to be on an inside lane, and Jeff Bernard is going to be on the far outside lane. So that could be a lot of fun. Then it was time to go back racing again with our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. Andrew Tate showing everybody that top qualifying speed was not a fluke. That boat is a quick one. It has been since the day they dropped it in the Columbia River in 2018. So that was the story from yesterday, kind of in some quick pictures. We had some good racing both at the GP level and H1 Unlimited. And what we didn't see on the screen there, or didn't see much of it, was our 1 leaders, which is a showdown between Jeff Bernard and J. Michael Kelly. They ran 3 times yesterday. Jeff got the best of Mike twice. He got the inside on Mike all 3 times, and Mike wasn't able to get around him until the 3rd heat that they ran. And they're going to be at it again, and these 2 guys are always going at it every Saturday and Sunday somewhere in what we call Region 10 of the American Powerboat Association. You're going to find those guys racing something.
Okay.
So we're getting ready now for So 1 leaders are up, and here comes Jeff Bernard. He is away from the dock, and his 1 leader. Here comes the man fresh off a victory in H1 Unlimited, Heat 1. Not only one for the day, but one for the weekend. So, Tanner, I'm going to cut you loose.
Okay.
I'm going to let you get out of here. I'm going to stand up and get a good look at our 1 leaders here, but don't go too far. Keep an eye on this one. Kelly drives the black one. Bernard drives the blue and white one, and I guarantee you they are racing right now to see who can get it inside lane. So I'm going to watch it. Keep an eye on this one. It's pretty good stuff.
I'm going to head down to the pits, and if you're on the beach here and you're watching this live, you know, you can go to the YouTube H1_Unlimited, and you can watch all the replays that you hear Brad talking about. But I'm going to see you down. I'm going to head down to the pits now and watch this race.
Have fun.
Okay.
He is Tanner Faust. I'm going to step up. Let's show the boats. And it is Bernard right now on the inside, and he's got Kelly on his hip again. Let's see how it plays out. It is our first heat of racing today for 1 liter hydroplanes. Then we've got Sean Bauscher on the outside of young Katie Brown. And we are looking for Marissa Bartels. Have not seen her yet come down. Oh, I see a boat coming away from the dock way up at the top end of the race course. I'm going to assume that is Marissa. She will be the 5th boat in our 5-boat field. All right, coming up on 3 minutes to the start, and right there on the camera, this race is about a 10-minute race because it starts right on the dock as Marissa Bartels comes across start-finish line. In her boat, she is on the course, but these 2 boats coming down the front straightaway here, you don't quite see them there, the 2 rooster tails out front. There, those 2 boats right there, that's Bernard on the left and J. Michael Kelly on the right. And these guys basically are racing because if Kelly could get to the left and get inside of Bernard, it would give him a whale of an advantage in this heat. But Jeff Bernard's job right now, and for the next 2.5 minutes, is to just stay right alongside JMK and not let him get to the left and get to an inside lane, meaning Mike is going to have to beat him on the outside. Now, he was able to do that once yesterday, but Bernard's had the best of him the other 2 times. And as I say that now, Kelly has pulled out in front of Jeff, but Jeff's idea was to cut the race course. So this time Mike is all the way up at the top end of the race course. You can see way up there at the top of the screen a couple of boats cutting across the race course. The first one there is Jeff Bernard. So he's got himself now right where he wants to be with 1:40 until the start. He will come down here on an inside lane. That boat that's right with him, the orange one, is young Katie Brown. Katie Brown has got her orange boat sitting here. Now she could get right in the middle as Kelly comes flying down here now to the lower end of the race course, and Mike's going, all right, do I try and squeeze in between those 2 boats? Looking at the screen there, Kelly is the 3rd boat in that picture, and he's running in the wake right there, and he's looking now. Katie just moved to the outside, opened the door, and Kelly's going to stick his nose in lane 2. Great shot on the drone right there of J. Michael Kelly being able to squeeze in between those 2 boats. So now Katie Brown is going to be in lane 3, Kelly's going to be in 1, and Bernard is going to sit on the buoy row. And we had the perfect camera angle for everybody to see that. And as those 3 boats go up the backstretch with 42 seconds until the start, Bernard's in 1, Kelly's in 2, Katie is in 3. I think Sean Bauscher. Now, Katie is moving maybe further to the outside. I'm not sure she wants to find herself in the middle of this little argument that J. Michael Kelly and Jeff Bernard are about to have. Her radio man is her father, Kip Brown, Gold Cup champion Kip Brown, I might mention. He is telling her exactly what to do, but right now it is going to be Sean Bauscher is going to come into lane 3. Katie's going to go into 4 as we're inside 10 seconds. We are coming up on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, I think it's legal. It looked good from here. Marissa Bartels is going to be on the far outside Sean Bauscher got in lane 3, but the race is going to be out front. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go again. Jeff Bernard in 1. You cannot see J. Michael Kelly, but he's right on the outside of Bernard. We're going to go 3 times around, and up the backstretch there, it looks like 1 boat. There are 2. Then in 3rd place, it is Sean Bauscher up the backstretch. It is Marissa Bartels running in 4th, and Katie Brown is back in 5th, but still close to the 2 young ladies are going to have a pretty good boat race before this one's done. But the race is out front at the top end of the race course. Jeff Bernard on the inside. Where's Kelly? Where's Mike? There he is. He is right on his hip. They could have swapped a little paint up there at the corner. Kelly on the outside, Bernard on the inside. This is 1-liter racing as good as it gets. And these 2 do it every single time they get on the water. Bernard's got him by about, that's almost exactly 1 boat length. And look how close Kelly hangs to him going through the corner. Kelly, fresh off that victory in H1 Unlimited Heat 1, is right back in the thick of the action as he comes off the bottom end of the race course here on lap number 2. And up the backstretch, still Jeff Bernard out in front, but it is no more than a boat length, maybe 2. Great look there on the screen. Kelly, as Bernard flies it. Now Kelly is less than a boat length. These 2 are really going at it. Top end of the race course. This is the 2nd of 3 times around. Looks like 1 boat up at the top end of the race course. There are 2. That's from our angle, but on the screen here, you can see Kelly on the outside, back about a boat length and a half. Look how close Kelly stays there to him. They could reach out and touch one another. So here we come down to put 2 in the book. The white flag flies. There's 1 more to go. Bernard inside, Kelly outside. Bernard's opened up a little bit on him. This time it was 1 boat length a lap ago. Now it's 3. Kelly knows if he's going to get him, he's going to have to get him now. This is the final lap. If Bernard makes so much as a tiny mistake, he knows Kelly's right there to grab it from him. 3rd place coming across is Sean Bauscher. He will come down in 3rd. And then it's Marissa Bartels. We've lost Katie at the top end of the race course, and she is in that corner up there. Radio people are going to have to let our 2 leaders know you got a boat down. Katie's trying to get hers to the infield and get out of the way of Kelly and Bernard, who are coming up behind her. And I think she has done that. I think she's clean. So it's just our 2 leaders now, still Bernard, by a couple of boat lengths, and this run down the front straightaway is going to determine it. And I think Bernard has shown that he's had the speed unless he makes a mistake or the boat gets away from him, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be Jeff Bernard going to take another victory here in our 1-liter class. Kelly still flying the shenanigans, trying to get him. He's closing, but he just didn't have enough. That was probably 2.5 boat lengths. Oh my goodness, that was kind of fun. Sean Bauscher, as I said, is running in 3rd place. He's coming off the top end of the race course right now. He will come down and pick up 3rd place as our leaders are cooling off, going up the backstretch. There's Sean Bauscher. Got the Ready-To sponsor, Reliable Diamond Tool, on the side of that particular boat. Sean will come down, and our 4th place finisher will be Marissa Bartels in the Y45. She will come down and pick up a 4th place finish. A number of years ago, I used to call and be the announcer for a number of Region 10 races up in the Pacific Northwest, where we'd call all kinds of inboard categories and inboard classes, if you will, up in Region 10 of the APBA. And I fell in love with the 1-liter class, and I had a statement that I always said, and I'll say it here because it seems fairly apropos, and that was 1-liters never disappoint. And there were some events I went to where we had 12, 15 1-liters, and many of them were extremely competitive, and it was really a lot of fun. Always good racing in the 1-liter class, and this weekend so far it has been exactly that way, and it's been Jeff Bernard and J. Michael Kelly at the forefront of it. So good action here early in the morning. Good morning, San Diego, to our fans here along the shoreline and those of you watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube network. It's the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, powered by Samson Rope. We are glad you are with us here this morning. We've got the marine layer over us right now. It's going to burn off as it has each of the other days and probably get pretty warm this afternoon. So we're not complaining about it right now. It's beautiful water conditions in an absolutely beautiful setting here in San Diego on Mission Bay. So I take a look at my clock. It's not even yet 9:30. We've got 2 heats of racing already in the book. I doubt everybody's done with their morning coffee. I know I threw mine down to get over here because we didn't want to miss it, and I was glad we were here on time, A, to bring it to you, but also because it was some good racing, and we've got plenty more of that still to come on the H1 Unlimited Network and here for our fans along the shoreline. 2025 San Diego Bayfair, powered by Samson Rope. And I see we've got some official patrol boats on the move here, as we've got a couple of boats down in the water. Looking at the pit area there, I see John Shaw in the GP 135. That is the boat on the far right of the screen. Hopefully somebody gets J. Michael Kelly out of that Y41 and lets him go up and sit down for a minute. We've had 2 heats. He's running them both. He hasn't been off the dock yet between those 2 heats of competition. So good stuff right there. Jeff Bernard walking up the ramp, and at some point, J. Michael Kelly will follow him up there. Just getting started here on day 3 of 3 of the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, presented by Samson Rope. I'm Brad Luce. I'm going to be joined later on in the day by Tanner Faust. He was here earlier this morning. He will be here again. He's on his way over to the pit area. And in the pit area, we will have our Brent Hall and Erica Allreed. We've got camera people over there with them as well, and they will be grabbing photos and interviews and talking with people along the way as soon as we get them all wired up and ready to go. And I was going to say the lid was down on the GP 135 and John Shaw, and then they just popped it right back open. Now we got patrol boats moving on the race course, so clearly we're not going to bring anybody out here just yet. And the understanding was this morning, if we got our first 2 heats of competition in and got them in quickly and clean, which we did. We actually started the H1 Unlimited heat a little bit early, and this was being done during the test session this morning. But now that those 2 heats are in the books, we are going to open the course for open testing, and that's why I believe you're seeing the 135 in the GP class in the water. They will come out and have the course to test. It appears from one of the screens I'm looking at here that the GP17, the Miss Renee, is also in the water right now. And I believe this is just an opportunity for these guys to come out and test. Well, apparently they can tell that they see the drone there, because you see the crew members there on the dock waving up to our drone. You can wave back. I don't know that they could see you, but you see what's going on in the pit area, just waiting, I think, for an open course. And then you're going to get a couple of our Grand Prix hydroplanes. When we go Grand Prix racing, it's going to be Grand Prix America heat number 3. Yesterday we ran heats 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, and today we are going to combine those boats in those A and B sections. We had 3 in each. We've got 6 boats. We still do have 6 boats, and we're going to combine them all into our heat 3. So that's going to be a 6-boat heat when we run heat 3 for our Grand Prix America coming up later on today. I'm watching the officials down here. We have a black flag still hanging on the race course. I'm assuming that's because we had patrol boats moving around, and as soon as they are in position, I think they'll cut this course loose. And we will be able to have some action here on the water for you. They got the sling there on the Y41, the black and gold boat there, the Shenanigans, the boat that J. Michael Kelly just drove to a second place finish. Second place to his nemesis, Jeff Bernard, in the 1 liter class this weekend. And what you're looking at there is Fiesta Island and the long shot of all of the RVs here on San Diego's Mission Bay, and it is 1.5 miles the length of the parking area here for the RVs, and almost dead center in the middle of the screen there, you were looking at a truck trailer combination with windows in it. That's the start finish line. That's where we are located here. I am up on top of that particular trailer. There's our view looking across, and there you see the line of, well, there's our boats in the water. You're looking down there on the left. You see the GP17. That's the blue and white boat with the lid open, and the dark blue boat more in the foreground is the GP135. So I think we're going to take a look as John Shaw fires up the GP135. He's away from the dock. I think we're going to take a look at that 1 liter heat here, and we got some highlights maybe. And I guess we're going to hold on to that replay for a moment. That's fine, because we want to show you John Shaw. Now, what this guy has, John Shaw, he had a tough day on Friday trying to get qualified. In fact, he didn't get qualified. And so they just were chasing their tails on Friday, something fierce. But they came out yesterday, and the boat ran extremely well, claimed a heat victory yesterday, and when he came out on the water, he was not shy about putting his foot in it and putting on a good show for the fans. Look for this one to be really, really fast today. And when we get to that Heat 3 with all 6 boats, the GP135 that you're looking at right there, the Cool Cat Motorsports and John Shaw, he's going to be in lane number 2. So he's got an awfully good lane position when we get those boats out on the water. He's going to be in lane 2. Lane number 1 is going to be Austin Ekert driving the GP17, the Miss Renee, and he is also out on the race course right now. Austin Ekert is coming by start-finish line, and we got a 3rd boat out on the water. Well, there we go. That is Kevin Ekert in the GP10. So you got 3 boats out on the water as you're looking again, and still at John Shaw up the backstretch. And unlike the H1 Unlimiteds that don't need that much time to get things warmed up before they can be ready to go, these are big block automotive engines, and they've got to warm them up, make sure the oil pressure is up, and before they put their foot in them. So a warm-up lap is indeed something that is necessary. Now let's take a look at Shaw here, see if maybe he doesn't say, okay, everything's fine and ready to go, because he was really giving us some strong runs down the front straightaway yesterday. See if he does it again. And here comes John Shaw. He's got it lit up and running again. That's what he was doing yesterday. He was putting on quite a show by himself, and he coming down the front straightaway behind him is going to be Austin Ekert, but you're seeing that John Shaw still got his foot nailed in the 135 up the backstretch. So certainly a hot lap here for... Now John has pulled his foot. John goes slowly up the backstretch. Austin Ekert is running hard up the backstretch in the 17. Kevin's coming hard off the lower end of the race course as well. So you got a couple of boats moving quickly on the race course. There's the blue and white of the GP17, and now there he is. And now you're looking across the race course there at the GP10. There's Kevin Ekert there. A good aerial shot of Austin Ekrit, GP17 to Miss Renee. He's going to be on that inside lane. There's Kevin Ekrit, the boat they call the Freak, GP10. Should mention, I know we did a couple of times yesterday, that Austin Ekrit driving that GP17, that's the blue and white one, he was our victor the last time out at the Seattle Seafair. Had a tough time. I thought he was going to win in Tri-Cities, and he almost did. That boat right there. I thought he was going to win in the Tri-Cities, but unfortunately some mechanical issues grabbed him and precluded them from doing that. But they backed it up with a win at the Seattle Seafair, and Austin right now is putting his foot in it a little bit. Maybe doing a bit of a timing run coming down here to start finish line. He's going to be in lane one. You are not going to want to be late to the first turn. And here comes Austin Ekrit. They call him Awesome Austin. And as he was coming down the front straightaway, if you looked really close at the canard wing, that is the leading edge on the front of the boat, he definitely had it tipped down, trying to put as much air under that boat as he could. Wants to get it up and out of the water. Go as fast as he can. There you're getting a great look at the Miss Renee from Richards Racing. And he is slowly up the backstretch right now, and I think he'll head it back in toward the pit area. There, you're looking right straight at the nose of it there. Coming up behind him is going to be Kevin Ekrit. You can see our drone there on the screen. And there's the drone shot. Nicely done, guys in the truck. They showed us the drone, then there's the shot from that drone as it follows GP17 and Awesome Austin back up toward the pit area. There you see the cranes on the right and the Ingram Street Bridge. Austin will head that way and make a hard right-hand turn and pull right straight into the dock. Kevin Ekrit right behind him there. That's the other boat coming back toward the dock. Saw the crane moving there, and I think that was a crane on that left when Austin was coming in. That crane was moving. The one on the left, you see it moving now, but that is pulling one of our 1 liter boats up and out of the water. I believe that's Marissa Bartel's Y45 being pulled out of the water there. So a couple of Ekrits there coming back. That's the blue and white one of Austin. The GP10 is the other one. That's Kevin Ekrit. So lots of activity here on San Diego's Mission Bay. It is the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, powered by Samson Rope. Samson, the strongest name in rope. I was looking to see there if we had another boat in the water. I thought maybe we did, although that may have been John Shaw that had already returned back to the dock. I was just keeping an eye on things there. We had a busy day yesterday. We've started out with a busy one today. We've already had 2 heats of racing. We had a great unlimited heat. J. Michael Kelly walking off with a victory. Again, we need to remind all of our fans that our results on the water are unofficial until such time as we get information from the tech truck, and we'll find out if things are official. And I am told now that our Heat 1, which was our first heat for H1 Unlimited, it is indeed official as it was on the water. Everybody has cleared the tech truck. So first place in that one went to the U8 Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly. He picks up 400 points. Second place, Dave Villwock in the U27 of Miss Apollo, and third place to the U11, that is the Miss FLAV-R-PAC, and Jamie Nielsen. So first, second, and third, that is legal. It's in the books, and we can mark that one down, which means shortly I'm going to go down and have a conversation with our stat man, because he's going to have the magic number of how many points Andrew Tate's going to require until such time and I believe it's 837. He's reading my lips, and apparently I said that correctly. So the magic number is 837. Now, what that means for you baseball fans out there, I know you all got this figured out because you all know about magic numbers. So 837 points is the amount of points that Andrew Tate needs to get to win the National High Points Champion, or a combination of points that are not achieved by the other boats. So J. Michael Kelly went out. J. Michael Kelly is in second place right now in the U8. He went out in his first heat this morning and got 400 points. That was the maximum amount of points he could have gotten. Had he finished second and picked up only 300 points, then Andrew Tate's magic number would have dropped 100 points because Mike would have left 100 on the table. Bottom line, things are looking real good for Andrew Tate. With 3 more heats to go, he controls his own destiny, if you will. He's in a good position, but there's a couple of things they want to accomplish. Number one, they would like to get that National High Points Championship again, and they would like to get it, and then they would like to forget about that and stop thinking about it and then concentrate on winning the Bill Muncey Cup here on San Diego's Mission Bay. Looking up and down pit row, down at the pit area there, the only boat I see in the water is the GP-17, and as I say that, it appears as though it's coming out of the water. That was Austin Ekert. He just ran. So nobody is in the water at this point in time. We're going to step away for just a moment here. We will be back as soon as we get some more activity on the water. But it's the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, powered by Samson Rope. Samson, the strongest name in rope. This is Brad Lewis. Don't go too far away. As soon as we've got action on the water, we will be back. So stay with us. We'll step away for a few minutes.
buzz, engines hum, crowd loud like a thunder drum. Andrew Tate, pole position, fastest squad man on a mission. Corey Peabody, flip, wild ropes going airborne, kissing sky, adrenaline spike, that water fight, hydroplanes slicing daylight. Spray off the bow, chaos in the wake. Dreams on the line, every move they make. Jet sound in my veins, the roar insane. Speed demons dancing, can't be tamed. From the Apollo to the FLAV-R-PAC, rain. Bayfair hydroplanes, feel the flame. Jamie in the FLAV-R-PAC, colors popping, boat attack. Jake, Michael Kelly won the heat, left him choking on his fleet. Villwock steady, Apollo flex, every corner cash those checks. The bay's alive, no time to rest. The throttles love the waves of test. Spray flies high, a jet stream sky. Engine scream, no alibi. The clock's a tyrant, split the tide. The crown awaits, the fastest ride. Jet sound in my veins, the roar insane. Speed demons dancing, can't be tamed. From the Apollo to the FLAV-R-PAC, rain. Bayfair hydroplanes, feel the flame. Whoa!
Welcome back to San Diego, California and Mission Bay, the site of the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, powered by Samson Rope. I am here with Tanner Faust. I'm Brad Luce. We're ready to go H1 Unlimited racing again.
Absolutely. I mean, we've had a good break. The wind has picked up. The course is completely different shape, but we're ready to roll.
We are indeed ready to go. It is heat number 4. We got 3 boats that are going to answer the bell, and I think we're going to take a look at those 3 boats right now. It was supposed to be a 4-boat heat. That's been kind of the mantra since yesterday afternoon when we lost the U9 and Corey Peabody. So our field got trimmed by 1, so our 4-boat preliminary heats are now 3. And here you're taking a look at the Beacon Electric, the U8, J. Michael Kelly. Kelly's had a very good weekend so far. He's knocked off both the U91 Goodman Real Estate, and this morning he took care of Dave Villwock in the U27.
Yeah, some of the events earlier in the season, he had some issues and struggled and had to change engines. But this event so far has been unfolding for him. We hope that continues as he continues to perform all weekend.
And I think the key for J. Michael Kelly is he's been running on an inside lane, and he's shown those 2 guys they're going to have their hands full driving around him. Also in our H1 Unlimited heat number 4 is going to be the U11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC. That is Jamie Nilsen behind the wheel. Jamie calls home to Gig Harbor, Washington, down in the Tacoma area, and the boat is owned by Scott and Shannon Rainey out of Cle Elum, Washington. I understand they just had an engine change in that boat. They're very consistent, and if he gets an inside lane, which you think he's going to fight for, I would assume, he can always be a player.
I think everybody has seen that that's been a great performer. The inside lane is won more often than not, and clearly throwing out all the stops for this last weekend of the season.
And then, oh yeah, I almost forgot this guy. Fairly fast, by the way. That would be the U91, the Miss Goodman Real Estate. Andrew Tate handles that one. Was our top qualifier, 163.666 miles per hour. And he's looked very good and very strong, although, as we just said a moment ago, he was defeated by J. Michael Kelly yesterday. We haven't seen him run today yet because the first heat was his bye heat, if you will, but he's going to be out in this one. It is J. Michael Kelly, it is Jamie Nilsen, and it is Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate right now, his magic number is 837 points. So any combination of points that Andrew Tate gets the rest of the day, or points that are not gotten by J. Michael Kelly, any total of those that gets up to 837, they'll be the national high points champion. And we've got boats out on the water right now. It's 4 minutes and 35 seconds to the start. Tanner, let's go racing, bud.
Let's do it.
All 3 boats are up and running at the 4-minute and 25-second mark, so they came out quick on us. Things are happening fast here at the San Diego Bayfair, and I'm telling you, what you're not seeing is all the racing on the other side of the pond here, but man, it's been busy. And here comes our H1 Unlimiteds. There goes Jamie Nilsen in the FLAV-R-PAC, coming right behind him, and you're looking right down the barrel of the U8, the Beacon Electric, and right now he's got Andrew Tate on his hip. And remember, fans, those of you who may be new to this, it's a fight for lanes format, and so the boats, when they leave the dock, do not know what lane they will be running in. J. Michael Kelly's done a good job of finding an inside lane and been successful there, but Jamie Nilsen seems to be the master at it. He's way out in front of everybody else, Tanner.
He is. Totally different approaches to getting your preferred lane. I love that about the race before the race. Everybody has a different approach, whether it's sit at the dock until the last minute and then just jump out and cut the course halfway through to get the inside lane, or just speed around and confuse the other drivers and other spotters until you get to that 1:15 critical time when everything has to be stacked up.
I thought we might see Jamie Nilsen saw off the top of the race course and cut across it. He has done that a couple of times recently, but he did not this time. He instead went all the way up to the SeaWorld turn, and he's coming down the front straightaway now. I suspect he might cut the race course here. He may go all the way down. Either way, he's going to find himself behind Andrew Tate and J. Michael Kelly. You're going to go, Jamie? Nope, he's going to head all the way down. So a different start procedure certainly this time for J. Michael Kelly and Andrew Tate, and that's the whole thing. You know all about this, Tanner. You can't become predictable, and clearly Mr. Tate and Kelly are not being very predictable. This is a new procedure for the 2 of them.
It sure is, and unique to this event is it's salt water. So where in some previous events, if somebody wanted to crawl around, they could go slow enough that the boat was actually in the water, pushing water. And that water would spray over the front of the boat and go into the engine, and it was fine when it was fresh water. But in the salt water, they really have a minimum speed they need to be up on plane at all times to keep that salt water from getting drawn into the turbine.
Yeah, and these guys are going to have to be careful. If they can't cross the start-finish line here in front of Tanner and myself until 1:15. Well, they got 2 minutes, and they are at the top end of the race course. This is similar to what we saw last time with Jamie Nilsen. I think we believe he wants to be on an inside lane, but is he going to try and do a slingshot and come around these guys? He could still leapfrog and maybe get inside as our drone follows along with Andrew Tate in the U-91. The Goodman Real Estate, they are already on the front straightaway with 1:39 until the start. Keep an eye on Jamie Nilsen behind the field. We'll see what he does as you're looking at the 2 leaders coming down. Looking at, they still got 15 seconds to kill. Jamie's going to be definitely behind the field coming down here, the field being JMK and Andrew Tate.
Jamie's wide open throttle now, putting on, he may get enough speed delta that he can overlap.
And there was the mark. It clearly was a clean score up. Andrew Tate, now remember, we've got these special saltwater rules going on here. You cannot move in front of another boat unless you have 7 boat lengths or a full rooster tail, whichever is longer. And I would, boy, this is interesting because clearly right now, if Andrew wanted to, he could move left.
JMK may have a problem.
JMK is definitely holding back, and clearly Jamie Nilsen could move over. There's a compressor stalling that you're hearing, and that is J. Michael Kelly. We believe that is definitely popping coming up the backstretch. This is not good for JMK. And Andrew is going to find himself on an inside lane up at the top of the race course. It is going to be Jamie Nilsen sitting on the outside of him and way back behind the field, and now starting to plow some water is J. Michael Kelly, the U8, the Beacon Electric. As far as being competitive in this heat, he is out of it. And this is going to belong to Andrew Tate and Jamie Nilsen. Inside 4 seconds, we are 2, 1. Mark, boy, that's ragged. We got 1 boat crossing the line here. Jamie Nilsen has not yet come across. He does now. And I'm not sure that Jamie doesn't have some sort of a problem here, but clearly Andrew Tate does not have a problem. And J. Michael Kelly is now completely dead in the water on the backstretch. Radio man for Andrew Tate will let Andrew know exactly where JMK is. He'll also let him know that Jamie Nilsen is way behind him. He's already got half of the backstretch on Jamie Nilsen, so not much of a boat race going on here right now. But I'll tell you what, Tanner Faust, this is going to have a huge impact on the national high points.
It sure will. I mean, this was JMK's shot. He was aggressive about being on the inside lane. He is the only boat in recent history really to stick it to the to Andrew Tate head-to-head, and so he was hoping to do that again. But you know, a little bit of a test and tune now. Andrew Tate's still pushing it, still flying the boat, not quite as aggressively as if he was side by side with another boat, though, of course.
Yeah, and I was just going to say almost the same thing. It's a glorified test session now for Andrew Tate. Same is true for the FLAV-R-PAC and Jamie Nilsen. There's no reason to go out there for them and break something, try and run hard against Andrew Tate. They were definitely late to the start. I don't know what that was. Mike's trying to start the U8, and there's a lot of smoke out the back of that turbine motor. As the boats go up the backstretch, you're going to see Andrew Tate go by the Beacon Electric. Now you're looking down on the Beacon Electric, and the smoke has blown away from that boat with the breeze that we have, but he's been trying to get the candle lit. So we are on lap 2 of 3, and it is not much of a race this time. And it is Andrew Tate going to come down, pick up a white flag with 1 more to go. I mentioned this will have big implications in the national high points. The amount of points, the magic number was 837. If Andrew picks up 400 here, well, that takes that down to 437, but it's also 400 points that J. Michael Kelly does not get. His magic number is going to be 37, and we get the compressor stall now coming out of the U11 FLAV-R-PAC, and Jamie has really backed it down now. Not much going on there, but he's still running The same, unfortunately, cannot be said as the lid is now up on the U8. The Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly, has thrown in the towel on trying to restart.
Now, the engines these are running are helicopter turbines, 3,000 horsepower, but fairly simple compared to the engines, for example, that might be in the Grand Prix boats, the piston engines. We rarely see problems like this. Could this have something to do with the salt water or end of the season, or how could this be attributed to?
If I had to, I would say to answer that question as Andrew Tate picks up the checkered flag, the answer to that question from my perspective would be, I would think it was the salt water on that slow lap. When they came out and just crawled around, I kind of wondered about it. He got pretty low in the water, and there was a lot of water coming over the nose. If some of that gets in there, I mean, that's the end of it. I don't think it's end of the season. They brought down their strong engines. They didn't have... Now, I wouldn't think that was the problem, just being the end of the year, as Jamie Nilsen comes by and he too picks up a checkered flag. So, no, I don't think that's the issue. I'm just wondering if maybe it wasn't just they went too slow and he got some salt in the intake.
I mean, the two boats that were crawling slow were certainly the ones that had the problem. So once those turbines are good and hot, get any salt sticking to those blades, clearly can be a problem a lot faster than you might think.
Sorry about that. I stepped away for a sec. I was just making sure on the national high points, because the stat man was saying it's 437 points. It was 837 coming in. He says 437. I go, no, it's 37. And he goes, not until Andrew passes Tech. So it's 437 because of JMK not getting any points. Andrew doesn't get any points until he passes Tech. As soon as he does, it will drop down to 37 points. And at that point, it's a moot point. At that point, I think it's pretty much over at that point. It would take a couple of DNFs on the part of the 91.
You had me at point.
Yeah. Okay. In other words, you're right there with me. Yeah. Jamie, unfortunately, is not going to find his way. And look where he died. I was over talking to the stat man, making sure we had this figured out, and he's right over there with Mike. Wow. That's not good.
No. It was actually in the two boats that were kind of crawling around the course were actually Andrew and JMK. Yep. So a little bit strange that, so it wouldn't have been salt water that they ingested just in this heat, since Jamie never really slowed down.
No, he didn't. Now, we mentioned, I think, that they had done an engine change just before this particular heat. Maybe it wasn't the player they thought it was, or whatever that may be. But they did score their points. That's the good thing there. So Jamie Nilsen did get points. So Andrew Tate successfully goes out and on the water picks up 400 points, but as we were just discussing, that's not official until he visits Seth Partial in the H1 Unlimited Tech Truck. But business as usual down there in the Goodman Real Estate U91 camp. I see our Erica Allreed heading down the dock.
Now you can, if you're not able to see the images that we're looking at here, if you're on the beach here, you can go to the H1_Unlimited_hydroplane YouTube page and see all of these images live as Brad is eloquently speaking to them. And
wow,
and get it is
that's
amazing.
A big word.
I get 2 of those a day, and I've just used 1 up. So it is great to be able to see the replays. We got a couple pieces coming up shortly, some Tech Talk stuff, and some we got some great images of the double blowover from 1988. So if you're on the beach, make sure hopefully there's the bandwidth for you to watch some YouTube live also on the H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes page.
So you were taking a look there of Andrew Tate sitting on the side of the cockpit, and now you're looking at San Diego in the background and our unofficial Heat 4 results. Andrew Tate picking up 400 big ones. Jamie Nilsen, yes, he's dead in the water and going to get a tow back to the dock, but he did finish before going dead, so he picks up 300 points. J. Michael Kelly, on the other hand, unfortunately, does not get any points. And that's pretty much going to put the nail in the coffin on the national high points chase once Andrew gets through tech inspection.
Well, the difference between winning and second place, only 100 points, but man, it's a sting if you don't finish. It's really a shock. I mean, you can lose 400 points in the process. So the motivation for just motoring around and getting the checkered flag is pretty huge from a points perspective.
It absolutely is, and we've seen that throughout the season this year. There was a couple of times you could go back to and say, man, if they could just get the fire lit and finish and pick up 225 or 169 third or fourth place points, it's a big deal. And so, yeah, you want to finish, and that's a tough break when you get a goose egg, that, especially the way J. Michael Kelly's been running. The boat has been running so well.
I hope we didn't jinx him. That was us?
That was not us.
Okay.
We did not do that. However, you know this. You've been racing all kinds of things all your life. If you're going to have a problem, have it in Heat 4. Don't have it in the final.
Certainly.
He's going to be on the front row of the final heat.
Yeah, that's one thing. You know, all boats will be in the final, so
yep.
You do get a chance of taking the cup, that's for sure.
Absolutely. He's going to get his shot, so whatever it was they wanted to test to see how well the boat went slow in the salt water, if that's indeed what the problem was, they answered that question. Not real good.
Not real good.
Not real good, so that's fine. That's fine. So
it's interesting if you listen to these boats, and I know that they're not as easy to hear as the GP boats, but if you listen to them and when they lift off, you hear the compressor stalls, almost little pops and backfires. Rarely do you hear that as they're entering corners, and I was hearing that from J. Michael Kelly early on in the race. So you wonder if it's a fuel delivery problem or what it is. And like I said, the turbines, as powerful and capable as they are, they're quite simple compared to a piston engine. And the reliability is generally amazing. So pretty rare to see 2 out of 3 go out of the race.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and that's almost reminiscent of what it used to be back in the days with the World War II piston engines out of the aircraft that fought in the Second World War with the Rolls Merlins and the Rolls Griffins and the Allisons. That was commonplace, but now today with the turbine motors, no, the start and finish percentage is extremely high. We're hoping to get a word here with our winner of that heat, Andrew Tate. We see he is still standing on the dock, and I believe our Erica Allreed is close by. So as soon as we have the young man from Canton, Michigan, we will plug him in here so everybody along the beach. And we're going to turn it down to Erica Allreed right now. She's standing by with Andrew Tate, winner, H1 Unlimited Heat 4.
Andrew, smooth and steady from start to finish in that one, as both of your competition faced issues in that one. As you saw J. Michael Kelly drop dead in the water, and probably heard from your spotter that you had good distance on Jamie in that one. Was it a Sunday drive from there?
Yeah, honestly, it didn't feel too much like a boat race, unfortunately. Got the win, obviously. That's nice for us and the team and the points and all that, but there was the real losers were the fans, and I feel bad for Mike and Jamie there. I'm not sure what happened to him, but a bit anticlimactic here at the end of the year, unfortunately. A couple more to go. Hopefully they're a little more exciting.
Well, we look forward to seeing you back out there in the final. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And thank you, Erica. And Andrew Tate, consummate racer, but he always knows who the customer is. The customer's the fan, but you've been there, and I've heard drivers say this so many times. They really don't want to go out there and win a heat like that. You want that competitive experience. You want your juices flowing. You want to beat that other guy, but you want to beat that other person on the water.
Yeah, it needs to be worth it for everybody, you know, and it's not just, you know, okay, at the end of the day, you're gathering the points and it's a win for the team and everybody's happy, and your dinner's going to be a lot more of a celebration at the end of the day, no matter how you win. But for everybody here and for the longevity and the good of the sport and for the broadcast and everything, you want it to be a battle and you want it to be an exciting fight so that other people can experience, especially those that are new to the sport.
Correct.
Can experience what you love about boat racing, and you want that every weekend for the fans.
Yeah, and that was not the sport at its best right there. And there's nothing you can do about it. It happens.
Part of it.
Yep, it is all part of it. You don't always get the great finish in the Super Bowl. You don't always get the ninth inning walk-off home run. It doesn't always go that way, and that was not our best foot forward. But we're not done. We got another preliminary heat in which we're going to have 4 boats in our next preliminary heat, and we're going to have 4 boats in the final. So we're not done yet. Don't go away. Don't go away. And there's lots more still to come here at the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, presented by Samson Rope. Samson, the best in rope. So next up on our schedule is 1-liter hydroplane racing, and if you've been following our 1-liters here this weekend, it's been a 2-boat shootout between Jeff Bernard and J. Michael Kelly. Now, I'm wondering when we're going to get the 1-liters out on the water, because I'm expecting them here, and I just thought about something. That J. Michael Kelly guy has got to get his boat. He's got to get back to the pit area first, because he's going to be driving in the Y41, his 1-liter. So they've got to get his H1 Unlimited boat back to the dock, and then he'll walk across the dock and jump into his 1-liter.
Well, while we're waiting for JMK to, while we're waiting to get to his 1-liter, we've got some amazing footage of the 1988 double blow over, and I just saw it the other day. It's kind of fascinating that it's just part of this course, and it's just this channel of wind that blows right through the middle of the course that we've been watching. So let's take a look back to 1988. I was 3.
Yeah, I remember this day, so that starts to give you a point of reference. This is a very famous piece of footage here that we're about to show, and unfortunately, those of you on the shoreline, as Tanner was just saying, hopefully you got enough bandwidth on your phone you can pull it up and watch it. If you haven't seen it, it's pretty dramatic, and like Tanner was just saying, I mean, they're halfway up the backstretch, or 2/3 of the way up the backstretch, you got this air channel that comes right in off the ocean and blows across Mission Bay, and it just suddenly steps in front of these hydroplanes when they're approaching top speed, and if they're not ready for it or a gust catches them, up and over they can go. And on this particular day, not 1 but 2. So I think we've got it racked up now. Let's let her run.
Coming right at you on the back chute of lap number 1. The Circus trying to catch up after a late start. He starts to fly. He's up in the air. Oh, no. It's the Homestead Miss Madison. They both went over Dick.
Unbelievable. It looked like a choreographed ballet as both boats going over. Let's check the drivers out right now. Johnny Prevost right side up in the water. Ron Snyder is upside down in the water. We remind you that they are on their own breathing mechanisms in these capsules. But you can see right there, Snyder is not out of the boat yet. Prevost is sitting upright in his boat. He has not yet popped the cockpit. There he goes. He has popped it out. So one driver is okay. The other driver we have not seen. Let's take a look back now at what happened. Look at, there goes Circus, the first boat up. Then you can see Madison flying up almost exactly the same way. Unbelievable. As they come back down, the back end of Circus comes down. It looks like the boat actually split. Let's take a closer look at it. Here he gets airborne. At this point, I don't even think he realizes he's flying. Now, by this time, he's lost the horizon, goes over. Watch that back end as it comes down. It looks like the boat might have split. Here he comes, and he could have gone again, but no, the back end. Look at it right there. Right there, the boat splits in half. He's lucky that the boat is even floating at this point. Johnny Prevost is out of the Circus. He is all right. They are attempting to rescue Ron Snyder out of the Holset Miss Madison. Here's another angle, Jim.
One more time. First Circus, then the Holset Miss Madison. Now watch the Holset Miss Madison on the right. He doesn't get completely over as the rooster tail of Old Boy Alberto hits him and stops him and flops him upside down.
So how about that, young man? That's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, that's why I haven't driven one of these things yet.
Wow. Jim Hendrick and Dick Crippen with the call on that one. I remember that day well. It did split the Circus pretty much in half. Now we're talking about yesterday's racing, and you see Corey Peabody getting aboard his favorite sled.
Unfortunately, this is, well, you can see the oxygen mask he's about to put on. I've actually wanted to take a look at this system pretty close. So they have an oxygen tank under the seat. They've got a mask on they wear at all times. So as long as they're got that oxygen mask. Even when they're hanging upside down, they can breathe. Unfortunately, we start with 4 boats. We've got Corey's going to be working his way to the inside of Dave Villwock as they stretch their lead on the other 2 boats. Corey just takes a bit of a bump mid-corner, which it hasn't happened yet, and he lands right into another bump that sends him a bit wide and wide enough to catch Dave Villwock's rooster tail, and that was the end right here for Corey as he gets picked up and over, and enough damage that he's had to withdraw from the weekend.
Pretty dramatic footage there, and that's the view you and I had yesterday as over he went.
It just happened so quickly. That one was from some water condition. If you talk to Corey, it's really from bumps in the water. There you can see it just lifts the skid fin out once, and then twice, and that second lift is just enough for his radius to open up right into the rooster tail. Where the double flip from 1988 is that puff of wind that we're just looking at right now. Every single boat has to deal with that. It's like a speed bump or a ditch in the middle of the racetrack. It's just a feature of the racetrack, it seems like. But it's one that's completely unpredictable, and the spotters will try to give them an indication. But take a look at the GoPro, Corey. Upside down, legs are out first, and then worms his way out. I don't think that's the technical term, but works his way out legs first. That's amazing footage there. And then it's a reverse push-up. Out he goes, and then throw the gloves back in the hole.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment in Mr. Peabody. Once he gets things secure there, he makes sure he's got steering wheel where he wants it. Still doing some housekeeping down there in the cockpit as he gets out. And now you see the water level filling up completely in the cockpit there as the boat was upside down. Corey is now on the deck of the boat, and he will stand up. He will put his hands on top of his helmet right there very briefly. That is the symbol, the signal that he is okay. And that's a signal that he's not very happy.
Yeah, you know, they do have to do a bit of a certification, how long it takes. What is the time that you have to satisfy for getting out? And I've been in there. I've seen there's a little clear window at your feet, so when you're upside down, there's light. And you have to be able to work your way feet first against gravity, legs climbing up through the air, and push yourself out of the boat in what time?
As fast as you can.
Okay, so there's no
time limit there, but because rescue's coming regardless of how fast you're getting yourself out.
Okay.
But if they don't see you coming out the bottom, then the divers are going in and they're going the other way to open that canopy under the water.
It's an interesting point, and there's a show that I used to do called Top Gear, and we tried filling cars with water to see how long they would last. And the electronics go bad so quickly. I mean, we put silicone over everything. And these boats still have electronic dashes. They have electronic steering wheels and radio push buttons and everything like that that may or may not be completely water resistant. So the amount of parts they have to replace after something is probably pretty extreme, especially in salt water.
Absolutely. I was just going to say that adds an extra piece to the puzzle. I'm going to kick you out of here because we got some 1-liters running around.
I've got to get to the pits.
I'm going to go to the J. Michael Kelly Jeff Bernard show, which is on the water right now, and it's going to be coming pretty quick. Be careful going to the pit area. I'll talk to you later on in the day. Tanner Faust, ladies and gentlemen. He's a busy guy. I get to stand here and watch boat racing. All right, where are we? 1-liters. Give me a clock. Let's see where we go. That looks like Mr. Bernard. Where is he? Top of the race course? Yeah, about 40 seconds. I got a clock up here now. Where is J. Michael Kelly on the course? We'll get our bearings here, but we're 40 seconds to the start. It is going to be Jeff Bernard sitting in lane number 1. That's the one he wants. Looks like that's going to be Kelly coming up behind him, I'm guessing. I'm trying to pick him out here. I'd love to say out of the sun, but I'm not yet. But I think that's Kelly going to be in 2 with Jeff Bernard. The 2 of them have gone head-to-head 4 times so far this weekend. They are going to do it again here one more time. We are in. Oh, these guys are really early this time. They've had to pull back on the throttle. We're still coming up now on 5 seconds. Now we're looking at 3, 2, 1. Mark. Jeff is on the inside. He's got the boat speed on Mike Kelly. In fact, Kelly's going to be the last boat to get down to the corner. Katie Brown and Sean Bowser are going to get around him. Now Kelly's got things squared away, and no, his boat is not responding. definitely the Y41, the Shenanigans, is not responding. You see him there at the bottom of the screen on that corner shot. The boat was going very slowly in the water. Unfortunately, we're not going to get the race we were hoping for. Jeff Bernard is way out in front. He's got about 3 rooster tails left on the field, but we might have a pretty good race there for second place that you're looking at. That is Sean Bauscher on the outside. Sean's in the green and white boat, and then that orange boat on the inside is young Katie Brown. And Katie Brown is gaining a little bit of ground with that inside lane advantage at the top end of the race course. This is lap 1 of 3 for our 1 leaders. Our leader is Jeff Bernard. Jeff running like a rocket. He's going to come down across start finish line, but we're going to keep watching Sean Bauscher here as he's trying to hold off a hard charging Katie Brown. You see Katie there on the left of the screen. She's back about now, almost a full rooster tail. She's still trying to stay to that inside lane. She hasn't given up and moved outside yet. Sean's driving her clean, leaving her enough room there on the inside. She makes up some ground in the corner. This would be a big deal for the young lady. She is very accomplished, and she absolutely loves what she's doing. Doesn't want to get in that row. It got a little tight there at the exit pin. Certainly there was enough overlap. And you see, well, we can from here, we can see the distance. All of a sudden, Sean Bauscher is gone. That race for second place has basically come to an end, and Katie Brown is pulling to the infield. She is going to get a did not finish in this one. So I've got 3 boats still running. J. Michael Kelly is still running, and he's running a very distant third. You're looking at our leader. You're looking at Jeff Bernard from the drone, looking down at the Fast Eddie as he comes down here to put 2 in the books with 1 more to go. Sean Bauscher is running in second place, but it is all Jeff Bernard. He's done a whale of a job of putting that boat on an inside lane. He's won every heat he's won. Every heat he's run this weekend with the exception of 1 as he puts a lap down on his friend J. Michael Kelly, who has moved to the outside of the race course. There you're looking at Jeff on the far right of the screen going straight up the backstretch. He passed J. Michael Kelly. Now you got a shot looking down the backstretch at Jeff Bernard. Boat's just been running beautifully all weekend, as has J. Michael Kelly's, but the luck ran out, unfortunately, with his H1 Unlimited, the Beacon Electric, and this time in the Shenanigans, it too did not want to respond for him, so a couple of heats that have been pretty tough on JMK, but right now there is a checkered flag to my left on the top of the tower here, and it waves for Jeff Bernard. Jeff driving the Y18 will pick up another first place. There you look down at J. Michael Kelly. He's still got a long way to go. Our second place boat coming down the front straightaway. Here's Sean Bauscher. Good run for him. He had his hands full with Katie Brown there for about a lap and a quarter, but then he was able to pull away in the Y52. Sean Bauscher. So he gets a checkered flag, and J. Michael Kelly comes down. He is getting a white flag. He still has another lap to go. And you can tell looking at the screen there, that is not the normal speed for the Shenanigans. Boat sounds okay. It's just not generating any speed. And there is our winner of our 1 liter heat, Jeff Bernard. So a couple of heats of racing here for the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, powered by Samson Rope. And we've had all 3 of our, well, we still have J. Michael Kelly out on the race course. The white flag is still flying, so they have not given him a black flag to send him back home, and I think they are going to let him finish. He's about halfway up the backstretch, and he will start. He's approaching the entrance pin to the top end of the race course. You'll see it go by on his left. There it is. And you're seeing some of the hospitality tents and areas there at the top end of the race course. There's the pit area in the background. If we had a wide enough angle, you'd see SeaWorld here in a moment, as there is the Ingram Street Bridge. And maybe it says an awful lot to say that I'm calling the J. Michael Kelly run by what is exciting going by in the background, because there's not a lot of speed coming out of the shenanigans, but these points are important from a National High Points Championship. And J. Michael Kelly now sees a checkered flag off the top of the tower. It is right on my left. And while the boat sounds fine, it just doesn't want to go. But Mike's going to pick up 4th place here in this particular heat. He'll take it. A shenanigan. That was a tough couple of heats for Mike. And the checkered flag goes down and the black flag goes up. And Mike will head up the backstretch and head back toward the pit area. So that's it for our 1-liter heat. There you're looking at Katie Brown. She's going to have a seat on top of the cowling and say, it was fun for a while, but then the boat decided that I'd had enough fun, because she was hooked up with Sean for a while, and it was going to be kind of fun, but then all of a sudden Sean was able to move to the left and kind of close the door on her, and it looked like that was when the problem started for young Mrs. Brown. And young Miss Brown will have a seat on top of the canopy. So that was the story in 1-liter racing here. Following H1 Unlimited Heat 4, we still have H1 Unlimited Heat 5 to go before we get ready to go in a final. So I'm going to make a quick check on the schedule that I have, because I believe we've got opening ceremonies coming up, and indeed we do. They are slated to go at 11:55. So we'll see on my handy dandy watch here where we are. We're at 11:47. So the timing here, again, on the part of the San Diego Bayfair is very, very good. We see rescue boats beginning to move, as they may be included as part of our opening ceremonies. But ladies and gentlemen, that is what is up next. And I know opening ceremonies, from having done them many years and been a part of them here at the San Diego Bayfair, it's always an important tradition. And we have a couple of special features that are ready to go for this year's opening ceremonies at the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, presented by Samson Rope. So don't go away. I'm going to step away from the microphone, but don't go away, because our opening ceremonies are yet. We've got some special features, as I said. Opening ceremonies for the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, powered by Samson Rope, is next. Hello, race fans, and welcome back to the start-finish line at the 2025 San Diego Bayfair on Mission Bay, powered by Samson Rope. The H1 Unlimited family was deeply saddened to announce the passing of longtime official and photographer Chris Denslow, who passed away on August 31st following complications from a short illness. He was 56. For more than 20 years, Chris dedicated himself to hydroplane racing as part of the H1 Unlimited team. Though he often preferred to stay behind the camera, his work and presence were central to the sport. His photos captured not only the competition on the water, but also the spirit, history, and community that define H1 Unlimited racing. A native of the Tri-Cities, Washington, Chris grew up immersed in the sport's traditions. What began as a summer passion became his lifelong contribution, documenting the moments that made the sport what it is today. Denslow's cousin is Mike Denslow, chairman of the H1 Unlimited organization. Chris was one of those rare individuals who quietly made things happen, said Mike. As part of our team of officials, his dedication, humility, and talent left an indelible mark on the sport and on everyone who had a chance to work with him. H1 Unlimited has lost an irreplaceable member of its team, and our thoughts are with Chris's family and friends during this difficult time. We will miss him. Hello, race fans, and welcome back again to San Diego's Mission Bay. My name is Brad Luce. I'm atop the start-finish line tower overlooking what is becoming a very sunny San Diego's Mission Bay, but I got a special guest here with me this time. I've got Corey Peabody with me, driver of the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, and he put a scare in all of our hearts yesterday as we watched him unfortunately get the boat upside down. Corey, I have the first question out of the box. It's the same one every time. How are you?
I'm fine. You know, we got good safety equipment. We got good rescue, and got out of the boat quick and on top of the bottom of the boat, and fine. Just angry, but fine.
I noticed there was a little bit of anger there. You didn't just lightly toss the gloves into the cockpit there. You kind of threw them with a little bit of authority.
Yep. Yeah, I did.
Because I assume at that point you knew it was over.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate moment in time. I could say that.
So then the next question is, what happened? We were having a great boat race. You and Dave were hooked up. It was fun for us.
Yeah, it was going to be a good race between Dave and me, and then just came down into turn one here, and turned left, and the boat, there's some rollers there, and the boat kind of popped up on me, and the skid fin, it didn't come out of the water, but the boat hiked up really high on the left side. I got it down, and then it hiked up again hard on the left side, and by that time I'm just in Dave's spray kind of going for the ride. I've watched all the onboard video. I got the wheel cranked I got the wheel cranked, so yeah, there it is. But it's unfortunate. We had a good boat, and now we got to go back and fix it.
And I guess that's the next question. You're taking them right in order. How is the boat?
The boat's banged up. I mean, when you walk by it in the pits, it doesn't look bad, but it's not good. So I mean, it's gonna have to go home, get on the jig, and we'll start pulling things apart and see how far we have to go. But right now, the plan is just get it home, get it on the jig, and go from there. So
you were mighty close to clipping Dave's wing there.
Yeah, it just sucks. On the first heat, and this happens, and it just seems to be my luck this year, but hey, that's racing. Some years you have good years, some years you don't, and this has been a don't year for me.
So what's the morale of the team right now?
Everybody's smiling. Everybody's actually in a great mood, and we got two boats, so we still got things to do. We're kind of getting a list together what we got to do and how we want to do it when we get back to the shop and move things around so we can get this boat set down in the right bay of the shop that we want to do the work on, and just get prepared for a long winter.
And you did mention the fact you're a two-boat team and you still got one boat left running. Yeah. And first of all, maybe you don't know, but maybe you do. What happened to Mike in the last one?
I think he's just going too slow and salted it up. And, you can't. It's a risk you got to take in order to get the position that he needed, and he took it and it didn't work out in his favor, and that's too bad. But that's racing. So I mean, it is what it is at this point.
Well, that was the comment that Tanner Faust and I made. We thought maybe that was what had happened because he'd gone through that start sequence, going very slow all the way around the race course. But my comment to that was, it's a good thing to have that problem in Heat 4, not the final.
Yeah, it's very, very, very good it happened then. But well, the boat's back on the trailer. I mean, I think he ran the batteries low too, so that's why he didn't get it lit over there, trying to get it lit. But the safe thing is that he got the boat's back there. They'll desalt the engine. It'll be fine, and he'll go out in the final, and hopefully he can put on a good show for the fans.
You mentioned it was a difficult season. Sometimes you have some great seasons, sometimes not so much. This one falls into the not so much category. Was there some high points you think back to where things went well?
No, not this year. Not this year.
I knew that answer was coming, by the way.
But this year's just been a constant, just a.
It's been tough.
Yeah, it has. But you just gotta keep on trying and keep on digging, and it'll get better. So, I mean, it's a part of life. So, Daryl and Vanessa are excited to get the boats back and get them fixed, and we'll be back again next year.
And I know Daryl, I know Vanessa, I know them both well. I don't know.
When you see an expensive piece of equipment upside down in the salt water, and it's a part of it. And by the time I got to him, he was happy as a clam and just looking forward to what we can do and figuring out what we got to do to get this boat ready for next season so we can have both boats out on the water.
Did you have a piece you thought could run with Andrew? He looks pretty strong.
He's always strong. You know, they're always a very fast boat, but we're not as fast as they are, but we're good at racing against them. You know, if we're not as fast as them, but you know, we put ourselves in positions that we can, you know, get inside or you know, somebody makes a mistake somewhere and we can capitalize on it. So yeah, he's fast, but we're not slow. So you know, we always, there's always a shot. So you know, it's not always the fastest boat that wins. So
we're at the end of the season, and the accident yesterday notwithstanding, what normally does the team do when you get back home? Do y'all take a couple weeks off and just kind of decompress a little bit and catch your breath? Or do you guys just jump right back to work?
No, I mean, because it's just like any other job for us. You know, you just gotta go to work. You know, you got things you got to do. So it's just get back to the shop. I mean, they might take a day or two off, but we'll just get back to the shop and get things figured out and get after it. I mean, the test session in Tri-Cities is going to be here before you know it. You know,
yes,
so
it is.
You can't mess around, and you can't you know, think you got a ton of time, because you really don't. You know, so this year it'll just be get back there and put it on the jig and start figuring out what we got to do, and it will be all right.
Yeah, I'm thinking you got a list of everything you need to do when you get to the off season. That list just got a little longer.
It's a book. Yeah, but
and it's a story.
Yeah, you know. So we're writing our own book right now, but I'll be happy to get to the end of it.
But you've got how many full-time crew members? 5?
Yeah, I think
five or six.
We got 5. We got 5 full-time guys.
Okay.
So we'll be all right. We'll get it done. It's just work and time. So it'll be an itchy off season, but what else are you gonna do? You just got to get in and get after it. So. And
there's nothing you can do about what happened yesterday. It's out the window. I know you hate second. I figure you like third just about as much. But that's the way it goes.
Yeah. That's the way cookie crumbles.
The good news, though, to this whole thing is you're okay.
Yeah. People like
you look like Corey Peabody. Yeah. You got a smile on your face.
People say that, but you know, it's easier for me to heal than the boat. The boat takes 6 months to rebuild. I'd have been fine the next day, but you know, that's just too bad. But it's one of those things. It's a racing accident, and we'll fix it, and we'll come back with 2 boats.
That's good news. I want to shift gears on you for just a minute here. This you see my paper here in front of me. This not that, but that name right there, Jeff Bernard, and that GP79. Yeah. That thing is running like a rocket ship. Where did all that come from?
I mean,
it's
hard.
Fast.
It's very fast. You know, they worked hard. You know, they got a good crew over there, and they got a good engine, and things are working out. They got a good gear combination, and that's what it takes. You know, you put the whole puzzle together, and cool things happen.
Well, cool things are happening for them, and we've been talking about how they're focused on getting that win for Mike Grindell and that GP. But right now it's all about you being over here, and I really appreciate you taking the time and coming over. I know the season didn't go the way you wanted to. It certainly didn't end the way you wanted. But somehow I know Corey Peabody's going to be back.
I'll be back. We'll be back. We'll get the boat ready. It'll be another couple months, and the boat will be up and going, and we'll be back for next year.
And knowing those of us on the live stream side, you'll probably get a phone call from us. We'll want to come over and peek.
Yeah.
See how it's going.
Yeah, come on over. I mean, you know where it is, so.
I do, and chances are you'll put us to work, and that's fine too. But we'll come over and see the strong racing team and see you. And I'm just glad you're doing okay.
Bring a Tyvek suit, because you're going to need it.
There we go. I like that. He is Corey Peabody. He drives the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. Unfortunate end to his weekend and season down in Turn 1, Lap 2 yesterday. Put on a great show up to that moment, and I appreciate you coming over here and chatting with us. You're a big part of this sport. You're a big part of that team, and we need to keep you around, so glad to have you here, bud.
Well, luckily I'm still around. So,
yes, you are still around. Lucky for all of us.
Yeah. So we're just going to hang out and enjoy the sunshine here when it comes out today, and we'll get on the road tomorrow and get to work.
get back to work. He is Corey Peabody, and we're going to step away right now. When we come back, we're going to go racing with our Grand Prix America hydroplanes. Their next heat is coming up on the water, and we're going to put 6 boats on the water. And keep an eye on that John Shaw guy. He's going to be in lap 2 or in lane 2. I've been saying that this morning. His boat showed some speed. Maybe he can run with Mr. Bernard. Corey, thank you very much. We're going to step away. We'll be right back. I'll let Corey get back over to the other side of the creek. It's the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, presented by Samson Rope. Welcome back to the start-finish line tower on San Diego's Mission Bay. This is Brad Luce reporting. It's the 2025 San Diego Bayfair presented by Samson Rope. And next up on our ledger is Grand Prix America Heat number 3. And right now we are 4 minutes away from the start of Grand Prix America Heat number 3. Yesterday we ran our 6 Grand Prix boats in an A and B section. We had 3 in A and 3 in B. This one, however, we are going to run all 6 of our Grand Prix America hydroplanes, so this should be a good one. And we've got a bit of an inversion going on here, meaning the fastest boat that has been this weekend in the Grand Prix class, that being the GP79, driven by Jeff Bernard, owned by Mike Grindell. GP79, Jeff Bernard's going to be on the far outside. But let's take a look at the boats that are going to be and the lanes they will run in. In lane number 1, it will be the GP17. That's the blue and white boat, the Miss Renee. It is driven by Austin Ekert. Lane number 2 is going to be the GP135 Cool Cat Motorsports. Boat is owned by Ed Thompson and driven by John Shaw. They showed a lot of speed yesterday and looked very strong. Then in lane number 3, it's going to be Grant Racing. GP5, Chris Grant behind the wheel of the Jack Nut Apparel. Lane 4 is going to go to GP10, the Freak they call it, Kevin Ekert. He'll be driving that brightly colored orange boat. Kevin calls home to Edmonds, Washington. Then in lane number 5, it's the GP15, Happy Go Lucky Racing. That will be the Old Trapper Beef Jerky Stettner Electric. Greg Hopp from Snohomish, Washington handles the driving duties. And then the aforementioned Jeff Bernard in the GP79. He will be on the outside. Checking the clock, we are 2 minutes and 12 seconds, 2:10 now away from the start. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got all of our Grand Prix America hydroplanes on the water. This could be a good one, and we will find out in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. The GP17, Austin Ekert's going to be in 1. John Shaw is going to be in 2. It's going to be Chris Grant in 3. Kevin Ekert in lane 4. Lane 5 will be Greg Hopp and Jeff Bernard on the far outside. This could be a dandy. John Shaw comes hard down the front straightaway with 1:30 until the start. Just checking out how the water conditions are. Jeff Bernard comes slowly by the same place. You see Jeff all the way up against the outside course markers. That's because that's where he has to start. He's got to be in that outside lane. He will be there. There's what you heard in the background was Austin Ekert coming across the line. You're looking at Jeff Bernard up the backstretch. Jeff will be on the far outside. Nobody has solved that puzzle this weekend. Jeff Bernard has been unbeatable, beginning with that qualifying speed of 138 miles per hour. All the boats are starting to come together on the backstretch, all 6 of them up and running as we are inside 50 seconds to the start. The mystery as far as the lanes has all been taken out of this. The boats are assigned in their lanes inside out. It'll be the 17, the 135, the 5, 10, 15, and the 79 on the outside. 26 seconds until the start. You want to put your boat at the start-finish line when the clock strikes 0. Don't get across that line too early. You will be penalized. Don't be late. You'll be the last one to the party in turn 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There they are, all coming off the top end of the race course. We're inside 10 seconds. John Shaw's coming hard. We are 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it appears to be a clean start. Wow, John Shaw really got the jump on the field from lane 2, and he's going to get out of the corner first. He's being trailed in there by the rest of the field, and on the far outside, it's Jeff Bernard. Bernard's coming off the bottom end of the race course. He's trying to run out John Shaw. He's about a rooster tail back up the backstretch. very good racing here in our Grand Prix class, but it's John Shaw out by about a rooster tail on Jeff Bernard, but Bernard has already cleared the field, so now he can move to his left and get to an inside lane with Shaw. Shaw comes off at about lane 2. Bernard keeps the speed up and stays wide. And did Shaw lose power? He did. Oh, tough break for John Shaw. As he's going to go dead in the water, he pulls to the infield. And oh, that's a tough break. The boat was running so well. Now we got a great race going for second place. And it's Egret on the inside and Egret on the outside. The race right now is for second, third, and fourth. Jeff Bernard is way out in front on lap number 2 of 3. Then it's Austin Egret. He is running in second place. As they come off the lower corner, you're looking right down on the top of Austin Egret. That is Kevin Egret to his right. And on the outside, they are virtually dead even. And then you saw the yellow boat there on the far outside. There you see it on the left of your screen. That is Greg Hopp in the Old Trapper Beef Jerky. He is running in fourth place, trying to get himself into the mix with the 2 Egrets, and the 2 Egrets are going to come. Oh my goodness, look at this. Hopp is pulled up right alongside. We're going to come off the top end of the race course 3 wide. Bernard already starts his final lap, but look at these 3 wide coming down the front straightaway, and it's Hopper on the outside. He's got Kevin Egret covered on the inside. Austin dropping back in fourth right now, but the race is still for second place. You're getting a good look at it right there. It is Greg Hopp as he starts to open up a little bit of water on Kevin Egret, who is behind him and on the inside. Greg Hopp really showing a lot of speed on the outside, but I'll tell you what, as they came off of the lower corner, Jeff Bernard was already entering the top corner. We will take a look at Jeff Bernard, watch him from up above, because the checkered flag flies, and it flies for the Bad Influence GP 79 and Jeff Bernard. Wow, and a guy who drove a whale of a boat race here. A very fine driving job from lane number 5, GP 15, the Old Trapper Beef Jerky, Stettner Electric. And Greg Hopp will come home in second place. Wow, look at the race for third. You got Austin Egret on the inside, Kevin on the outside, and Kevin's got him by a boat length. Holy cow, I didn't see that one coming off the top end of the course. Chris Grant will come home in 5th position. My goodness. Well, that got a little exciting that I didn't know exactly. All of a sudden, I turned and looked up the race course, and Kevin Egret and Austin Egret had their feet just buried into the accelerator. The boats were flying, and Kevin Egret got to the finish line first. Some good racing, but a tough break for John Shaw in the GP 135, the Cool Cat Motorsports. It was going to be fun between he and Jeff Bernard. Jeff was really coming, but we knew that John had a lot of speed in that low-profile Cool Cat Motorsports, but it wasn't to be in that one. As John was coming down to the start-finish line when all of a sudden the rooster tail dropped, and that was the end of that particular heat. So 6 boats started, 5 finished, and unfortunately the one that didn't finish was Mr. Shaw. But once again, GP 79, Bad Influence. Jeff Bernard out of Covington, Washington. Man, he has had a handful of aces so far this weekend. Top qualifier, nobody has been able to beat him on the water. He's not done yet, but it looks awfully good for Jeff Bernard in Mike Grindell's GP 79 Bad Influence. He was trying to run down John Shaw in the Cool Cat Motorsports when the engine let go on the GP 135, and as we spoke yesterday, the Ed Thompson, who owns the GP 135 Cool Cat Motorsports, has purchased the GP 79 Bad Influence from owner Mike Grindell. So certainly Jeff Bernard wants to end his career driving for Mike Grindell in the GP 79. They want to end it on a high note, and so far that note has been really high. It has been a good weekend as you look at Jeff Bernard back at the pit area here in what is becoming more and more sunny San Diego with each passing minute. And there is the other end of the happiness spectrum. You got Jeff Bernard very pleased down in the pit area, and there you see on the screen a very disappointed, I'm sure, John Shaw, but he also knows this is part of racing. Got a couple of guys that are going to end on the end of a tow rope, because as you're looking now, the GP17, Austin Ekrit, the Miss Renee, although he finished the heat, Austin did not make it all the way back to the pit area. However, I see he made sure to have his sunglasses on while he's going to get that tow back to the pit area. So I think we're going to get a word with Jeff Bernard. We will find out here if our intrepid pit reporters down there, this time it would be Brent Hall. I think he is working his way down, either he or Erica, to see if we can get him on the hook and have a word with somebody I assume is pretty pleased, but he also understands that the weekend is not yet over. The one he wants to win is that final heat. So our producer in the truck will tell us as soon as Brent Hall has found his way to Jeff Bernard. But boy, that was a fun heat. I'd say fuel up the boats and let's go out and do that one again. That looked like a lot of fun. I'm going to take a look at the schedule, see what is coming up next. I'm checking it on my phone, so bear with me here. And I think now in the pit area we are standing by with the winner, Jeff Bernard. I think it is our Brent Hall is standing by. Let's turn it over to Brent Hall with Jeff Bernard. Take it away, Brent.
I'm here with Jeff Bernard in the GP79. Boy, you and the 135, you had one hell of a heat going. What was it like from your perspective?
Yeah, I think we would have been able to run down once the first lap. I was able, that's a long ways out there. I was kissing the outer course markers, trying to leave as much room as possible, but as soon as we could work our way over up the front stretch, and then unfortunately went dead, it would have been a fun race. It made us have to run the hardest we've ran other than qualifying this weekend. Would have been fun to see how it all played out, but we're lane one in the final, and the Ready 2 boat's ready to go.
So one more heat left to kind of dedicate this to Mike Grindell. What's your thoughts there?
Just don't jump the gun. Make a good, nice, clean start. Lane one, we should be able to go out there and cruise. Hopefully no problems. Everything seems to be good in the engine. We had Scott and them over there helping tune the 135, so hopefully they didn't hurt that motor and put on a 6-boat show in the final. But looking forward to it. One last one, bittersweet. Love driving the boat, so we'll be back sometime. Who knows when?
Yeah. No, I know it. But in the meantime, I see your daughter there. Christabel's waiting for you. They're all excited for another heat win. Great job, Jeff.
Thank you, Brent. Sorry, Brent.
Yeah, all good. All right, back to you.
Used to Brad.
Very good job having a conversation from a couple of guys who've spent a lot of time racing against each other, both in smaller boats and also in the Grand Prix class. So good to see Jeff Bernard. He's happy, like he says, a bit bittersweet because he's got one more heat to run, and it's the final heat he will run for Mike Grindell. They want to end it with the victory. So thank you very much, Brent Hall. Great job down there in the pit area. As always, you and Erica are on top of your game, getting the people we need to talk to and finding out what the inside story is. So we're going to take a look at the schedule here. I think next up we got some boat racing coming up on the other side. Next up on our schedule, right now it looks like 1:30. Coming up in about a half an hour, we will have H1 Unlimited, heat number 5. That appears to be what is up and next on the schedule, which means we've got about a half an hour where we are going to step away here for right now while they run the Grand National Final over on the other side of Mission Bay. We will step away, but we will be back in plenty of time to cover all the action for H1 Unlimited Heat number 5. That will be our final preliminary of the day, and then it will lead into the H1 Unlimited final. It's the 2025 San Diego Bayfair powered by Samson Rope. I am Brad Luce. We will be back with H1 Unlimited Racing when we have boats on the water. But for right now, we'll sign off. We'll be back soon. Hello, race fans, and welcome back to the start-finish line tower on Mission Bay in Southern California, San Diego to be specific. Brad Luce along with Tanner Faust. We're getting ready for H1 Unlimited Heat 5. There was a time this weekend I wasn't sure we were ever going to get to Heat 5, but we found our way.
We certainly have. Every boat in the field is in Heat 5, so it's kind of like a little bit of a setup final before the final. 400 points still at jeopardy for the win, 300 for second, and not as many points as the final, but it still is between at least 2 or 3 boats in the field for the championship.
Yeah, however, the magic number for Andrew Tate is 37 points. So if he finishes and clears tech, he's in. So
you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there's a chance, a pretty darn good chance. But I want to tell you about something else that's going to go on in this heat. It actually went on in a previous heat with regards to the U-27, the Miss Apollo. Dave Villwock's the driver of that one. I met with some people this morning. I met with 2 young men by the name of Mark and Scott Fagel. And for any of you who have followed unlimited hydroplane racing for way too many years and really studied the history of our sport, you know the name Fagel because Lou Fagel won the 1951 Gold Cup on Lake Washington. That was the first Gold Cup in Seattle. That was the first unlimited hydroplane race in Lake Washington. And then in 1955, Lou Fagel was driving a boat up the backstretch in a qualification attempt on Lake Washington, blew the boat over and did a complete 360-degree loop, landed it. He was not in the boat anymore, and he never raced again. But Lou Fagel, for that famous flip and the win in 51, he's always been a big name in sports. Well, I met his 2 grandchildren today, and that was Mark and Scott, because their father, Ray Fagel, who was the son of Lou, was very instrumental in pulling together this San Diego Bayfair. He was a part of the original Mission Bay Associates, which was an organization of people that, as this became a new organization here and a new body of water, anything that was happening on Mission Bay, he was part of it. And he was the race chairman for the first 3 races here in the middle 1960s. He was the race chairman during the first Gold Cup that was here on Mission Bay. Anyway, a very important and prominent personality here with H1 Unlimited Racing, Mission Bay, and San Diego. He passed away. Ray Fagel, passed away in early June. And in talking with his sons, there was a meeting yesterday with Fran Muncey, and some strings were pulled. End of the day, bottom line, Ray Fagel's ashes are in the cockpit with Dave Villwock aboard the U-27. So Ray is with us here. He is on Mission Bay, and he comes perfect timing as Dave Villwock comes across the start-finish line. We didn't plan that, but that worked pretty good. So Ray Fagel, and to the Fagel family and to Fran Muncey for pulling this together, thank you for everything you did to continue the tradition of boat racing on San Diego's Mission Bay. And now, young man, it's time to go racing. Let's take a look at what's going on, because we got 4 boats out here in H1 Unlimited, Heat 5.
Yeah, we sure do. We're about 3 minutes and 30 seconds down on the clock. Remember that 1:15 mark. They've got to get stacked up before the 1:15. Before crossing the line to choose their lanes, so that really is only leaving us with 2 minutes now before that happens.
Yeah, everything happens pretty quick. Coming across start finish lines, J. Michael Kelly. He makes a hard left-hand turn. Let's see what Andrew does. He's coming right down to the same spot. I did have a conversation with Corey Peabody. He came over here after you left. I talked to Corey up here, and I said, what happened to Mike? He said, I think it was just going too slow and too much salt. All that, kind of what you and I thought. So apparently
we're getting lucky at this, is what that means.
Yeah, we'd rather be lucky than good, that's for sure.
Now, I don't have experience racing these boats, but I did strangely grow up racing Hobie Cats, so I'm used to reading the wind, and I am telling you that we are getting puffs of wind across the middle of the course that are much stronger than we've had in the last 2 days. So I imagine the drivers are getting a feel for that, especially as they're going upwind on that back straightaway. But that will definitely be a factor once they get up to speed.
2 minutes and 25 seconds, 2:25 to the start. JMK is approaching the top end of the race course. You see him on the right-hand side of the screen. Now, we just mentioned that he had perhaps a salt ingestion issue in his last heat. It appears this time, Tanner, he's keeping the nose up a little bit higher. Translation, he can't slow down much more than that or risk getting himself having salt on the intake. Now, coming up behind the field, you just saw Jamie Nilsen scoot by Andrew Tate, and he's going to put himself in lane 3 with Andrew on the far outside. It is Dave Villwock going to sit in lane 2, but the lanes are not yet established. 1:50 on the clock, and as Tanner said, they got to stay behind the start-finish line here right in front of us. They can't cross it until 1:15.
Now, as they round this corner, the last buoy you see there, the yellow buoy, from there they can pretty much be full throttle as long as they have 12 seconds to go. That seems to be how the timing is worked out. And right now they're at 15 seconds, and that's 12 seconds there. So they can be full throttle. They'll be just a tiny bit early, but you see JMK doing a nice job establishing himself on that inside lane.
Yeah, and right now what Mike is doing is protecting that lane. 2-1 mark. 1:15, and apparently is a clean score up. And yeah, that might be the best looking start we've seen all weekend, but that wasn't the start. That was just our score up, but it looked pretty good. Andrew Tate's going to take him down to the bottom end of the race course and go way wide. Mike is in lane 1. Dave Villwock in 2. Jamie's got himself in lane number 3, and he's back, and he doesn't want to be back there where he's going to get wet, but in looking down from the drone, I think he's okay. He's got a dry lane there as he comes up the backstretch. He gets a little close to Dave there, but he's okay. So now it's a matter of putting your boat on the line. When the clock strikes 0, we're coming up on 35 seconds. As Tanner said, the sweet spot seems to be about 12 seconds off the exit pin. It's one thing to hit the line when the clock strikes 0. It's another to do it with about 185 miles an hour of boat speed.
Now, I've got to say, I don't know if it's just from J. Michael Kelly in that red boat being a little bit off the inside lane. There was not a lot of room for 4 boats. So we come around looking for that 12 second, and we're at 11 seconds already, so everybody should have a clean start here, and it's wide open throttle to the start.
Jamie Nilsen leading them down here. Here comes Dave. We are 3, 2, 1. Mark appears to be clean. Andrew Tate's going to bring him across the start-finish line. He is going to break the clock, but he's doing it from lane number 4, but he's got a lot of boat speed. But he's also got a lot of boat speed off to his left. Down to the bottom end of the race course, J. Michael Kelly's the first boat we see, but there's Dave Villwock. Villwock at a U-27. He's got about 2 boat lengths on Kelly as they get to the exit pin. Somewhere out there is Andrew Tate. He is on the outside of the backstretch. He actually is ahead of J. Michael Kelly, and he is right outside his teammate, Dave Villwock. Now Kelly starts to get some top end speed here, and the inside lane will pay him some dividends. From where we're standing, Tanner, we haven't seen Andrew Tate yet.
No, we sure haven't. He's been on the outside there. Dave Villwock flying the boat as high as he has all weekend and just getting the sponsons on the water before the corner. He is making a run for it, crossing after lap number 1, at least 3 boat lengths ahead in first place.
Wow. Good run for Dave Villwock. He's got the lead. Kelly is hanging tight on the inside. It's almost a dead heat across the start-finish line between J. Michael Kelly on the inside and Andrew Tate on the outside.
Now, Villwock not giving a lot of room to that from his lane 2. He really didn't give a lot of room to J. Michael Kelly, and he had to back out.
Kelly had to pull the foot, so now it is the 2 BWR Racing boats up the backstretch. It is Dave Villwock with the lead. He is inside of Andrew Tate. Tate wants to run him down, and he's given it a valiant effort, but right now it is the 2 boats owned by Bruce Ratchford out of the Tri-Cities. This is lap number 2 of 3. There is Andrew Tate on the outside. They're going to come off this corner virtually dead even as they will come down to pick up the white flag, which will signify the start of the 3rd and final lap. Dead even. It is Andrew Tate walking the 91, coming across start finish line, going to have about 2 boat lengths on teammate Dave Villwock as they head down to the bottom end of the race course on the 3rd and final time around.
J. Michael Kelly is pulled completely out of it. I can hear a stall coming from his engine. He may have gotten pinched and gotten a little bit wet in that last corner when Dave Villwock ended up kind of pinching him off a bit.
Dave had a great corner at the bottom end of the race course, and Andrew stayed way wide. So Andrew is now out and back, but now here he comes. They are virtually tied together. You could throw a blanket over them, and now Villwock finds a few extra beans up the backstretch. This is the 3rd and final time around the race course here. Villwock is on the inside. Andrew Tate is on the outside. Apollo in lane 1. It is Tate in 2. Dave's going to get to the exit pin first. And now it is flat out acceleration to the finish line. Villwock Tate, who's going to get it? And I think it's going to be Dave Villwock. He's going to hold him off by a boat length.
Not even.
Oh.
There was almost overlap at the start finish, and if there was another 100 yards, Andrew Tate would have climbed that one and taken first. But Dave Villwock looks to have crossed the finish line first.
I believe he did. Andrew Tate was right there with him. Bruce Ratchford, if you're watching this, holy cow, did they put on a show. Now here comes J. Michael Kelly, who was in the midst of it until I think he got, at least he felt like he got pinched or squeezed a little bit down there in turn one, pulled his foot, and he will come home and pick up third place points. Jamie Nilsen will come down in the Miss FLAV-R-PAC, the U11, and he will come home in fourth.
Well, with so much wind moving across the course, you know, if you're back at all on the start in that first corner, it's not just the rooster tail going straight up. It gets blown to the side.
Yep.
So if you're trying to keep the turbine completely dry, it may not be possible if you're within a boat or within 7 boat lengths of the guy in front of you.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And so I mentioned that Andrew went wide down there in turn one, and that's got to be part of it because, first of all, the rooster tail is going to fall that way anyway, and then you mix in this breeze, and yeah, you don't want to get too close to him, and it just makes it tough to run right on somebody's hip. But tremendous racing here in our H1 Unlimited.
You know, they call it running into the hallway. You know, if you're a little bit behind the boat in front of you, especially if there's one on either side, you're basically driving down a hallway at 190 miles an hour and then turning in at that 190 miles an hour into the hallway. That your only option is to stay completely committed and try to be side by side as Andrew Tate did that entire time.
Yep. So those are our unofficial results. Andrew Tate coming in second place to his teammate Dave Villwock on the water. 400 points to Dave Villwock, 300 points to Andrew Tate. Barring any review on the water, should the numbers end like this and become official, Andrew Tate, by virtue of getting more than 37 points, would be our national high points champion. But let's not get the cart too far out in front of the horse. So we'll wait to hear from the officials. They were looking at a few things on the water. I don't know. They may be looking at that lower corner down there, and they will take a look from the drone. They will make the call, and they are reviewing what is.
Yeah, we're taking a look at, if you have your phone there on the beach, and you can get on YouTube here for H1_Unlimited, you can see what we're looking at. But the replay, here we've got J. Michael Kelly on the inside. He is trailing Dave Villwock, and Dave puts some pressure on him and squeezes that lane one to be pretty tight. The question is it too tight? And did he cut in front of, there you can see he's got about 10-15 feet off that inside lane. It is very tight, but that is the moment where JMK does back out of the throttle and just gives up, decides I'm going to save the motor and not risk getting blown over like his teammate did yesterday.
And here, I think, is the completion of lap number 2. And you see it is Andrew Tate now out by maybe 2.5. And you see how wide he went down there at the bottom end of the race course. Exactly what you were talking about. That gave Dave the advantage coming off the lower corner. And Dave didn't get it back, or didn't give it back. And there he shows some good top end speed in the 27. And then they came off the top end of the race course on the final third lap, and then it was just a flat-out sprint to the finish line. Dave Villwock on the right and Andrew Tate on the left, both guys flying the boats. And I think if the buoy was, the start-finish line was another buoy down river here, it may have been a different finish order on the water, but it was a very good one. And I have to say, I just have to mention this, I actually thought of it about lap 2. You know, we just went through this whole thing that we've got Ray Fagel's ashes aboard the 27, and talk about a good luck charm. They go out and Dave gets the win on the water. Maybe there was a little divine intervention there from Ray Fagel and maybe even from Grandpa Lou up there, helping him out a little bit on the water. But certainly I want to go back to the beginning, and I just want to say one more time, thanks to the Fagel family. Thanks to Fran Muncey for everything they did to pull this together and to bring to our attention all of the work that the Fagel family, specifically Ray, did for San Diego and the San Diego Bayfair and the Mission Bay Associates back in the day. Thank you to that family for everything they did. Thanks for bringing it to our attention. And who knows, maybe before the day is done, they have to, Dave Villwock will have to come down and thank you for putting a good luck charm aboard. It apparently worked. So you know what that was, Tanner?
What was
that? Was the 3-lap final heat.
That was. So it's the same boats running in the final for 5 laps.
That's it. And then we got a big trophy at the end of that one. At the end of this one, they get to have a conversation with Erica. At the end of the other one, the 5-lap, they get to talk to Erica, and they get the big chunk of hardware, the big, beautiful Bill Muncey trophy.
Well, it is interesting to see a little bit of a preview of the final at that point. The boats, obviously, they change a lot of things based on what lane they'd like to be in. If you're on that tighter inside lane, you may have a lower overall speed, so you may change the propeller, you may change the gearing on the transmission. And there you could see that Andrew Tate was running maybe wider than he needed to, but he had a higher top speed on the straightaway, indicating maybe he's chosen that higher gearing setup and he's willing to ride the outside lane, get the higher top speed, and maybe that's the system that works for him.
And that's what it's all about during the preliminary heats. It's finding out what combination works the best in what water conditions and then trying to guess what the water conditions are going to be in the final. I think we know it's going to be soupy like it is now, but you never know. It could lay down and be back to the mill pond that we had this morning when we ran our first heat at 9 o'clock. So we understand that the racing on the water is under review, and we are awaiting the officials to tell us the result of that review. They are just down to our left. So I understand that while our officials are sorting this out, we're going to go back here and take a look at, oh boy, here we go. This is going to be San Diego back in the day. In 1992, there was a boat on the left there. There you go. I'd recognize that boat anywhere. That'd be the Coors Dry. And you see the tail feathers wiggling around there. That's Dave Villwock in 1992. And a little piece of trivia here for you, Mr. Tanner. That boat right there went on its head down here on Friday. That is, or on Saturday. There's a very young-looking Dave Villwock.
That is a formidable mustache.
And he was driving that Coors Dry boat. It was a carbon fiber hull. It had some cutting-edge technology on it, and it was the winner in 1992. But that was Dave Villwock's first win. But there's one other piece to that. Dave Villwock is one of a handful of people that can be the answer to the question, name an H1 Unlimited driver who won the first H1 race they ever entered. That was Dave's first.
Wow.
And he got the win.
It was the mustache.
It was the mustache.
You were a superhero in the 80s, 90s with a mustache like that. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Dave was and is amazing. And I just checked with the officials. We don't have an answer just yet, so making sure we keep things rolling here. I think we're going to go to Brent Hall here, who had a conversation with Shannon Rainey. I think they're talking about H1 Unlimited motors and power plants. Let's go to that right now.
So I'm here with Shannon Rainey with the U11 team. A lot going on with the FLAV-R-PAC boat. Why don't you talk to us about what's happening?
We found some issues in the first heat today and got those issues fixed in the boat, and then as we got that, we're bringing salt in through, and we've been fighting it all day yesterday. So got that fixed, and then they found another issue. So now, right before the next heat, we are doing an engine swap, which is a lot of work. So they're hustling right now so that we'll be ready to go for the next heat.
Awesome. Well, I heard you used a GoPro to figure it out. I think that's pretty cool. And then I'm noticing the young guns. So one of the young guns probably mentioned that, I bet.
Yes, it actually was one of our young guns. We've got 5 guys under 30 on our team, which is the most out of all the teams up and down the beach. And it's so energizing, as all of us who've been around the sport for 35 plus years to have some young guys excited about our sport and the youth involved in our sport.
And not just about driving, about working on it. So, you know, they're getting their hands dirty. You can see they're working on the engine right now, scrambling, but boy, it's really impressive to see that.
It is, and they all have special talents, which is really cool too. Colin is mechanical, and he works in the propellers, and he does the behind-the-scenes stuff for our team, which you can't replicate. Brandon's our cockpit guy, and that's his specialty. It's great. Jaden's new to our team, and he will hustle and do anything for this team, and it's kind of fun and exciting. He's learning things. Jack has been with us. He's 21. He's been with us since he was 11 years old. And we've known him since he was just a super young kid, but for 11 years he's worked on this team. For a while he worked with his dad, and now he's working with Scott and the rest of the crew, and just he's learned, and this weekend he's doing radio. So, you know, he's such a talented kid. He's in school right now to become a pilot, and great talent that, you know, these kids are really the future of our sport. So it's exciting for us to be able to be with them.
No, Shannon, well said. And I remember he was a junior stock hydroplane driver in the same colors as your boat. I think that's all real cool. I know things are super busy. I just want to take a minute and get a chance to spend some time on this team. We're really proud of the work that you do.
Thank you. It's fun. We have a great job.
All right. Thank you all. Back to you.
That was a great interview with our Brent Hall and Shannon Rainey, and I know those kids. She's talking about the youth movement there, and they're a bunch of great kids. And she says, you know, that one kid's been there since he was 11. It was a family affair, and they've become part of the Rainey family, not just the U11 racing family. So great piece there, and that is another part of the future of our sport, which is coming up. So I did, while that was going on, I did go down and have a conversation with the officials. It is official. A 1-minute penalty on the U27, Dave Villwock, for encroachment down in the lower corner on J. Michael Kelly. So what you saw, what you thought might have occurred down there, the three guys down there with the authority badges on, they agreed with you. So that's what the call was. That's going to, here we're now, I thought we were going to show some highlights here. We might still get back to that. But Dave Villwock, who drove a very good race there, unfortunately it wasn't real good down there at the lower end of the race course. He got called for an encroachment penalty on J. Michael Kelly. That's why he pulled the foot and fell back to a third place.
Well, definitely didn't agree. It wasn't my idea. I'm just going to throw that out there. I just called what I saw, but it's, yeah, that's unfortunate. It was a good, I mean, he's all weekend been extremely fast. Both of those guys have, but especially with the salt water, it's something you got to try to be cognizant of is not forcing something that's going to damage an engine right down somebody's throat, because they're going to have to back out of it just to save the boat for the next round.
And there was the incident right there on the screen. You saw pretty much at the apex of the corner there, and I think we're going to go back and look at it again. You'll see the lane gets pretty tight, and if you could get real close to it, you could see the distance out from the apex buoy right there, and it got a little tight on Mike, and he just right there decided, I think I'm going to step out of this thing, make sure I keep everything glued together and live to fight another day. But that day is coming, and it's the final heat. Call or not, that is a very fast race boat, the Miss Apollo.
Absolutely.
And he is in the thick of this thing to win the Bill Muncey Cup.
Well, it has been fast. I mean, all weekend qualifying second, and now taking just a head-to-head square off with Andrew Tate, taking it to him and winning that heat. I mean, if he does that, of course, in the next time that he's in the water, he takes home the hardware.
Yep. Now, what we are awaiting is for the U91 and the Goodman Real Estate to clear the tech truck, because when they do, assuming they do, that will be the final nail in the coffin. They will be named the H1 Unlimited 2025 National High Points Champion. Now, what they do is they then get the opportunity to carry the number U1 the following year. I don't know what Bruce Ratchford's feelings would be on that. I can tell you what Andrew Tate's feelings are on that. He doesn't want it.
Really?
All right. Well, I understand we're going to have speaking of Andrew Tate, we're going to have a little family piece here on the Tate family. young Andrew Tate. I mean, emphasis on the word real. Let's roll that one, guys. This looks good.
Really hard down into the next corner. Let's see how he handles it. The winds from under the bridge. Looks like a match-up battle for these two boats.
Let's talk a little bit about, as a kid, when you got to see your dad race, how proud were you?
I think every little kid wants to be just like their dad when they grow up. So he was definitely my hero. I could say I was probably his #1 fan, at least from my perspective. You know, we loved the Winston and the Camel boats. Yeah. We hated the Budweiser. The Pico was always okay, just because if he won, it meant the Budweiser didn't win type thing. But boat racing is what my family knows. Nowadays, the conversations are pretty straightforward. Mostly when I leave, he tells me good luck, have fun. When I come home, he asks, you know, what happened here or there and what he thinks I could have done better. And I think the conversations, as far as the racing itself goes, have shrunk down a little bit. I think maybe mostly just because of gaining experience, and there might not be as many teaching moments, but he's the first one to text me when I do good. He's the first one to ask me what happened when I do bad. You know, he's probably, outside of Grandma, my biggest fan, critic, and he's your dad. It's always been a little bit of tough love, but I'm 36 years old now, and I kind of realize why he interacted with me the way he did, and I am the way I am. It's all out of love.
How does this make you feel?
So this thing is absolutely beautiful. Yeah. And it's a functioning RC.
It is a functioning RC.
It'll go and it'll turn left.
It goes and turns left. It's from the Hydroplane and Race Boat Museum. Gary Laws put it together.
Yeah, honestly, you could say it's something you never would have thought growing up. You go to the pond and you watch the guys race the RC boats.
Yeah.
You know, we got to see a couple of Winston Eagles or the Smokin' Joes or the Chip Hanauer, Budweiser, Pico boats, but I guess to have one of these is kind of like a, I don't know, hey, I kind of made it moment.
You did make it.
So,
heck yeah. Hey, I made it.
Cool. Yeah, I guess I did something right.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, I am sure that Andrew Tate is a very happy young man that they didn't bring up some of the clips I thought we might see in that one. But a great interview there with Andrew Tate and our Brent Hall, and we thank him for going down and doing that. He's been doing some great pieces this year, and that's just another one in a long line of good pieces. That one with Andrew Tate, I've had some conversations with him about his father and his mom, who was another boat racer. It's great when you get into, how did your mom and dad meet? And he goes, oh, they were at a boat race, and they were both driving. It just figures, you know, the racing family lineage is strong and well in the Tate family.
Well, it's a great family atmosphere at these races. I noticed that from my first event at the beginning of the year. Similar to off-road racing, actually, you get a lot of kind of that same vibe. But I know that Andrew's interested in doing things off the water as well, getting involved in racing with four wheels potentially as well. So that's, you know, when you love motorsport, you love motorsport.
That's it. And I made the comment earlier, something about, you know, racing some shopping carts. And it's got wheels on it, or it's a boat and floats, or it flies in an airplane. Yeah, they'll race it. That's what they want to do. So I think, are we going to go to this, are you going to talk about the skid fin? I make a comment that there's these big barn doors that hang off to the left side of the trailing edge of the sponson on the left side of the boat. And when the boats go down to the corner and they turn left, as soon as they start to turn, that fin bites, and that's that big wall of water that you get in the corner. And my understanding is you got a bit of an education about skid fin technology.
I did. I got learned up, as they say. And they are impressive. Yeah, the skid fins on these boats it's a bit of black magic how you set it up. It's one of those, the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. But fascinating to learn about these. So let's check it out.
Let's roll that piece.
Something you don't see while the boat is in the water, but has a huge effect on the boat's performance, and we certainly see the result of this, is the skid fin, made from 4340 steel, incredibly hard steel. This piece of metal has to sustain this boat around the corners. While the boat is completely out of the water, there's really only 3 points touching the water. The skid fin, about half of the prop, and a little piece of a rudder that we'll take a look at in a minute. Now, this piece of steel has to be able to be rated to hold 60,000 pounds. So with a 7,000-pound boat, that's somewhere around 7 or 8 Gs that this needs to sustain around a corner at 180, 190 miles an hour. They sustain 3.5 Gs, but you will see spikes on the data of over 7 Gs. Now, if you look behind this beast of a piece of metal, we have control arms and heim joints that look like something out of a Baja truck. They are massive, massive pieces of steel. Some teams use titanium, some teams use steel, but the way this is connected to the hull goes right to the source or core of the boat's strength. And the result of this is, as the boat's going around the corner with this angle, the force is pushing into the side of the skid fin. It's at an angle. It ends up shooting the water up, and that results in a 30 to 40 foot rooster tail that you see as the boats enter the corner. Now, the angle that you set the skid fin, or the pitch, is basically like the alignment on a race car. It's the camber. It decides which hull is going to dig in the boat in the turn. As you have all that force, the more straight up the skid fin, the more the load will go to the outside sponson, and the more angle the skid fin has, the more it will dig in the inside sponson. So an incredibly important piece of black magic that each team is very proprietary over exactly what angle they use, but one of the 3 points of contact and the main hook that keeps the boat in the corner. Okay, now I mentioned the other 2 points of contact in an ideal scenario. The rest of the boat is usually floating out of the water, sometimes not touching at all, but we have the skid fin in the water. We have about half of this propeller in the water. Now, these things are $12,000 to $15,000 each. It's literally razor sharp. I just gave myself what feels like a paper cut. $12,000 to $15,000 each. The teams will bring 10 to 15 of these in the truck. They don't usually break, but last weekend, Jeff Bernard did have one of the blades break, and this 1 7/8 shaft bent several degrees from the force of the windmill and completely destroyed the back of the boat. 9,000 plus RPM this propeller is spinning, and of course this little seeming rudder is what is connecting the driver's steering wheel to everything out here. You can see this interesting pipe around the bottom here. That grabs enough water, of course at 190 miles an hour, that it is forcing water into the transmission for cooling, but enough control here with this piece of steel, half of this rudder, and that skid fin to do all the amazing stuff that you see these incredible unlimited hydroplanes do out on the race course.
Well, you're just getting a full-blown education these days. You didn't know you were going to school, did you?
Well, yes, I did. I didn't know anything about this, and it's they've let me sit in the cockpits. They've it's fascinating. It's racing. Everything, when you get into motorsport, at the end of the day, there are certain boxes that you have to work in with the rules. Some things are similar from one boat. Some things free that you can innovate on. That's what I love about motorsport is competition drives innovation, and I love and that the whole thing that we heard with the FLAV-R-PAC team having a lot of young people bringing fresh ideas to the plate. That's what it's all about. That's why I'm a big proponent of motorsport, whether it's on land or sea or the air, frankly. And so I love learning about these boats. They're beasts.
They are beasts. In fact, I have a clip somewhere where they asked J. Michael Kelly, "What is this thing?" pointing at the boat, and he goes, "The 7,000-pound beast." That's kind of what it is. I have big news. The first piece of news is Andrew Tate and the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, is officially the winner of our H1 Unlimited Heat 5. I think we already knew that because we already had the racing on the water. He is also, having cleared tech inspection, is our 2025 H1 Unlimited National High Points Champion. So
well, congratulations.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Andrew Tate, the Goodman Real Estate team, to Bruce Ratchford. It's his first year as an owner, and he throws that boat in the water down in Guntersville, Alabama, gets everything started, and here we are 2.5 months later, almost 3 months later, and now he's got a National High Points Championship in his pocket. It's been quite a year for that man.
It sure has. He started the year off qualifying #1 and then not converting it into results. That stings. It always stings when you don't get the result the boat deserves. So He's kept his head down ever since and plugged away, collecting points along the way, and it's amazing that he got the job done.
I really like the graphic that we have up on the screen there because you see the magic number. I think that means you got it done. The magic number is champion, 5,675 points. He's got a shot here at going over 6,000 if he is to walk out of here with the Bill Muncey Cup. But congratulations to that entire race team. They are based in Tukwila, Washington. The Ratchford family is based out of the Tri-Cities, out of Apollo Mechanical, but the boat shop is in Tukwila, Washington. Both boats are there, the U-91 and the 27. And what Mike Hansen has done with that boat, being the crew chief of it, it is just an absolute rocket, and I keep saying it has been since they put it in the water in 2018. And I think Erica has our brand new national high points champion. Erica, take it away with Andrew Tate.
Andrew, you can come on over. All right. Andrew, you can now call yourself a 3-time H1 Unlimited champion. It's been one heck of a season for both you and the team as you guys stood out above the rest. Where does this championship rank amongst the others?
I think they're all special in their own way. I'd hate to try and rank them for sure, but second one with this group, first one for BWR Racing and Bruce Ratchford. So I think that's the kind of part that sticks out for me is to make sure Bruce gets what he deserves and put his boat on top of the podium here. So congratulations to BWR Racing, Goodman Real Estate, and the entire team. Thanks for believing in me, guys.
And wrapping this one up here in the heats, but we still have one more final to go. Is everything from here on out just a cherry on top?
I do like cherries, but it's a final. No matter what, everyone wants to win the final. Maybe there's a little bit of a pressure relief, but I don't know. I've been preaching to the choir all year, one heat at a time, one lap at a time. Just another boat race. But yeah, we're going to go for it and hopefully put on the show that the fans here at Bayfair deserve.
Business as usual. Best of luck to you and the team, and congratulations on this 3rd championship.
You got it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erica Allreed. Congratulations to Andrew Tate and the U91, the Goodman Real Estate team. And maybe we can get our Erica Allreed and Brent Hall down there. It might be fun if they could find Bruce Ratchford and have a quick conversation with the big man. I'm sure he is excited. I'm sure he is happy. But congratulations to those guys. They worked hard. They were consistent. And clearly, Tanner, they were the class of the field all year.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, like I said, they had one little hiccup at the beginning of the year. They came out and showed the boat speed right away. I mean, we got rivalry between teams here. The boat was clearly fast right off the bat. I can't remember exactly what happened in that first event, but he was not able to convert that into results. And it clearly seemed that the focus all had to come together for the second event, and it did. And the momentum has just carried since then. So that's how championships are built, and that's how it opens doors for drivers. Championships open doors. I mean, if Andrew wants to do things in other worlds, I mean, he's got a championship ranking on his back and on his resume, essentially, that it can help you kick down doors in whatever you want to do, whether it's off-road racing or formula racing or other boat racing.
And he would say to that, I am sure, yeah, absolutely. He just wants to race. That's what you guys like to do. I'm going to cut you loose, young man. The next thing we got going on here is 1-liter hydroplanes. That translates to Jeff Bernard and J. Michael Kelly. And if we bring them out in this soupy water, we'll find out here in about 20 seconds. We're coming up on the 5-minute mark. But great job up here. We got one more to go. We got one more to go at this event. We got one more to go in the season. So I will see you back up here shortly.
All right, thanks, Brad.
We're going to run our 1-liters, and then we're going to come back with a final heat for Grand Prix America hydroplanes. And then it's H1 Unlimiteds for the Bill Muncey Cup. 5 minutes to the start of our 1-liter hydroplanes. And our boats are coming away from the dock now. The 5 boats that we have here in our 1-liter class. We have Y9. This is an orange boat driven by Katie Brown. The Y52, it's green and white. It is driven by Sean Boucher. Then we have the black and green Y41 driven by J. Michael Kelly. The blue and white Y18 driven by Jeff Bernard. And I got a nickel that says he's going to be the first one to cross start finish because he's been doing it all weekend long. And here he comes, and son of a gun, look who's with him, J. Michael Kelly. These guys have been racing off the dock all weekend. Because in 1-liters, you want to be on the inside, especially when you are as evenly matched as these two guys. So that's Bernard in 1, Kelly on the outside. Here comes Sean Boucher. He will come across, trailing those other 2. Now we're looking for the 2 ladies to come out, looking for Katie Brown to come out and Marissa Bartels. Marissa rounds out our field in the Y45. It is a fluorescent highlighter orange hydroplane. Very pretty on the water. You can't miss it. That is driven by Marissa Bartels. Looking up toward the top end of the race course, looks like we've got one of those 2 orange boats coming. I can't see which one. Meanwhile, up the backstretch going toward the top end of the race course, we have, son of a gun, there they are again. That's Jeff Bernard and J. Michael Kelly. They have just been there all weekend long. They will come down, see a clock that says 3 seconds, 2, 1. Mark. 3 minutes. 3 minutes to the start of our 1-liter hydroplanes. It's pretty soupy out here right now for our 1-liters, but they seem to be handling it okay, although they haven't opened it up yet. This might be a little bit interesting here to keep an eye on Sean Boucher. He is coming up behind J. Michael Kelly and Jeff Bernard. And if they were to, he's driving right now between those 2 boats. And as you see from above there, there's a lane in there. And now Sean goes to the outside. You can't see him on the screen, but he has slipped to the outside, although now it looks like he's jumped back in. If he wanted to give it a squirt, maybe he could pull himself up in there. And there, it's just what he would like to do and what decision he wants to make at the 2-minute mark. We've got our 2 ladies both away from the dock, and they're coming down the front straightaway, but very, very slowly. So it does not look like either Katie Brown or Marissa Bartels are going to answer the bell here. Now, as we saw earlier as in this weekend, Jeff Bernard running with J. Michael Kelly, he cut the course from the back stretch to the front stretch, and Mike did not go with him. So he left Mike, and Mike went all the way up to the top of the race course. Sean Boucher, on the other hand, in the green and white boat, he decided he would go with Jeff Bernard. But now Sean is slipping out wide in the lower corner. He's going to leave the door wide open for J. Michael Kelly to jump in between boats there, and you see it on the screen, those of you watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube network. As we come up on 1:10, it's going to be Jeff Bernard on the outside in lane number 2. It's going to be Jeff Bernard on the inside. Jeff Bernard's going to be in 1. J. Michael Kelly is going to be in 2. Sean Boucher, if he can get up and catch up with the guys, is more than likely going to be on the outside. So it looks like this one is shaping up to a 2-boat duel between a couple of guys who know each other extremely well. Coming up on 40 seconds. Coming up on 40 seconds to the start of our 1-liters. Top end of the race course. At the SeaWorld turn, now it's all about timing marks. How long does it take you to get from that exit buoy that they're going to pass here in just a moment? It's the next buoy up for them. There you see it there on the screen. How long does it take for them to get from there to the start line? They've got 17 seconds to get there now. They will know when to put the foot down. They're both equally powered. They probably have the same timing marks, which means they're probably going to get here at the exact same time. They're coming up on 5 seconds. Make it 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, and it looks good from here. Kelly with the jump at the start. He's got about a boat length on Jeff Bernard, but Jeff sitting on that inside lane. He's going to have the advantage there. Let's see how they come out of the corner. J. Michael Kelly is there first, but it's virtually a dead heat. And up the backstretch, J. Michael Kelly by 2 boat lengths now over Jeff Bernard, and now it's just winded up. Let's see who has the most top-end speed here, and you see just how evenly matched these 2 boats are. Kelly has actually opened up a little bit on Jeff, but I think the operative words there are a little bit. He's got maybe 3 boat lengths on Bernard. Now let's see how tight how tight Mike wants to hold Jeff to the buoy. Pretty tight. Left him a lane, driving him clean, but he's not going to give Jeff extra space in there. So here comes J. Michael Kelly driving a Shenanigans. He's driving the Y41. J. Michael Kelly, and he has got Jeff Bernard right with him on the left side. It's about a boat length and a half. Make that a 2 boat length lead for J. Michael Kelly as they get to the entrance pin at the bottom end of the race course on lap number 2. We go 3 times around. I'm telling you, this is a replay of the replay of the replay. They have been doing this all weekend long. So up the backstretch, just like it was a lap ago, just like it was a couple of heats ago. Kelly out by a boat length, but this time Jeff Bernard's got a little bit more juice up the backstretch, and he pulls up pretty close to J. Michael Kelly. And from here, at the angle I'm looking at, it looks like Kelly, but only by about a boat length. And yeah, now they make the turn at the top end, and that's all it is. So Bernard has definitely made up ground. Oh, look at these guys. They are right with each other off the exit pin. And they're coming down. They will pick up a white flag, meaning 1 more to go. And you want to talk about a couple of evenly matched hydroplanes. It doesn't get any more even than this. Kelly and Bernard. Kelly waves the sponsons as he crosses the start-finish line to start lap number 3. Bernard right with him. And from where I am standing, it is Jeff Bernard, but I know Kelly's there, and there he is now. I can see him from my angle. On the screen, it looks like it's J. Michael Kelly by a boat length, maybe a boat length and a half, and now Kelly moves out just a little bit. Kelly's out about 3 boat lengths now as he got a little bit extra. This looks more like lap number 1 than on the second lap when Bernard was able to close up on him. But it's all going to come down to that run off the top end of the race course and a charge to the finish line down in front of us. Kelly, watch the line through the corner. See how much room he gives Jeff. He's going to hold him in tight, give him a lane. He does. Doesn't give him any more. Here they come. It is J. Michael Kelly off the exit pin with a 3 boat length lead over Jeff Bernard. And if he could just keep it on the water and keep it running. Here comes Jeff. Jeff's coming really hard. Is he going to get him? I don't think so. He made a charge, but J. Michael Kelly in the 41 was able to hold off a hard charging Jeff Bernard, and he will come home with the victory in our 1 liter class. Wow, that was a good one. I looked away and then I looked back, and all of a sudden Jeff was coming. A couple of guys out there that are never going to stop racing. They are going to race all the time, every time, in any class of boat, whatever it may be, wherever it may be. J. Michael Kelly and Jeff Bernard. Good stuff there. You're looking at Sean Bowser in the Y52, the ready to. He will come back, and now we click to the overhead shot there of J. Michael Kelly in the Y41, the Shenanigans. He's waving the lid a little bit there as he heads up the backstretch. Got to be a happy young man with that victory. There you go. You got the drone flying right along with Mike. You see the Strong Racing logo on the back of that canopy there on the engine cowling. Crosses over the wake from Jeff Bernard. You see what he does, what he sees, and he's looking off to the right. See those big cranes, and he will find his pit area and find a very happy crew waiting for him there at the dock. So good run for J. Michael Kelly. And as it says on the side of the boat, it is the Shenanigans, but as it says on the cowling, let the shenanigans begin. They have a lot of fun in that camp, but they work awfully hard, and that's why that boat runs so well. Same can be said for Jeff Bernard and his team. So good racing here in our 1 liters. So we are going to take this opportunity to step away right now. We've got a little bit of a break here. Our racing is going to continue for our fans along the shoreline, but that will be over on the other side of Mission Bay, away from us here on the start-finish line of the big course. So we're going to step away on our broadcast, but we will be back around the top of the hour at 3 o'clock. When we come back, we will have our Grand Prix America final heat. The final heat for Grand Prix America. We're going to have 6 boats in it. We've got the lineup. We've got the lanes. We will review it around 3 o'clock when we come back. So we're going to step away. It is the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, powered by Samson Rope. I am Brad Luce. I will be back with Grand Prix Racing at 3 o'clock.
Bayfair buzz, engines hum, crowd loud like a thunder drum. Andrew Tate, pole position, fastest car man on a mission. Corey Peabody flip, wild ropes going airborne, kissing sky, adrenaline spike, that water fight, hydroplane slicing daylight. Spray off the bow, chaos in the wake. Dreams on the line, every move they make. Jet sound in my veins, the roar insane. Speed demons dancing, can't be tamed. From the Apollo to the FLAV-R-PAC, Ray Fagel hydroplanes, feel the flame. Jamie in the FLAV-R-PAC, colors popping, boat attack. Jake Michael Kelly won the heat, left him choking on his fleet. Villwock steady, Apollo flex, every corner cash those checks. The bay's alive, no time to rest. The throttles love the waves of test. Spray flies high, the jet stream sky, engine scream, no alibi. The clock's a tyrant, split the tide. The crown awaits, the fastest ride. Jet sound in my veins, the roar insane. Speed demons dancing, can't be tamed. From the Apollo to the FLAV-R-PAC, rain. Bayfair hydroplanes, feel the flame. Whoa!
Hydra slice waves, turbines screaming in the haze. Seafair skies where the drones gone crazy. Corey calling shots, director in the zone. Axel and Austin, drones buzzing chrome. Justin tweak the sound, mix it till it pounds. Baker got the field top lock, visual surround. Casey on the graphics, flashing neon schemes. Kristen pouring coffee, fueling all our dreams. Hydro hustle, race to the muscle. Engines rumble, waters tumble. Fast lane, sky planes, no rebuttal. Hydro hustle, feel the thunder double. Low got the lens, snapping motion in the frame. Kramer hit your replay, slow-mo the game. Wake trails, night veils, boats cutting through. Blade spin vicious, it's a speed rendezvous. Gasoline veins, adrenaline flowing. Crowd going wild, the whole scene glowing. Seattle skyline, backdrop to the feet. Fast and furious, where water and sky meet. Hydro hustle, race to the muscle. Engines rumble, waters tumble. Fast lane, sky plays, no rebuttal. Hydro hustle, feel the thunder double. Gasoline veins, adrenaline flowing. Crowd going wild, the whole scene glowing. Seattle skyline, backdrop to the feet. Fast and furious, where water and sky meet. Hydro hustle, race to the muscle. Engines rumble, waters tumble. Fast lane, sky plays, no rebuttal. Hydro hustle, feel the thunder double.
Kramer. Hello again, race fans, atop the start-finish line tower on Mission Bay in San Diego, California. My name is Brad Luce. You are watching the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel. And as you see on the screen there, we are 2 minutes and 10 seconds, 2:10 away from the start of our Grand Prix America final. We are going to go 3 laps around this 1 2/3 race course. Let's take a quick look at the boats that are going to run, and there are 6 of them. And the order I give you the boats will be the lanes they will be racing in. By virtue of a very strong weekend so far, Jeff Bernard driving the GP79, the Bad Influence, the reliable Diamond Tool. Jeff Bernard will be in lane number 1. Lane number 2 is going to go to Greg Hopp in the GP15, Old Trapper Beef Jerky Stentner Electric. Lane 3 is going to go to the Freak. GP10, Kevin Ekert behind the wheel. It is going to be Chris Grant behind the wheel of the GP5, Jack Nutt Apparel. He will be in lane 4. John Shaw will pilot the GP135, Cool Cat Motorsports. He will be in lane number 5, and on the outside, awesome Austin Ekert driving the GP17, the Miss Renee. And our boats, for the most part, are down at the bottom end of the race course right now, and they are starting to score themselves up as we hit 1 minute. 1 minute. And everybody's down here at the bottom end and Austin Ekert is the last boat to get down here. He will slot himself on the outside. Ekert's had a tough weekend. He's going to be on the outside of this starting grid. He was our winner at the Seattle Seafair on Lake Washington a month ago. Coming up on 35 seconds until the start. We've got all our boats at the top end of the race course. Austin Ekert is trying to make up ground. He will be on the far outside. There you're looking down the backstretch, and on the outside there you see GP135 and the GP10. That's John Shaw in the blue boat. On the outside, just to his left, was Kevin Ekert. Now they're going to come off the top end of the race course and down to the start-finish line. We're coming up on 12 seconds until the start. They are lined up really well. Now it's a charge to the line. Can you get a good start? Can you time it right? We are 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, boy, from here it looked good, and it looked like John Shaw got down here first. He is on the outside, however. Jeff Bernard is going to make the corner first in the GP79, the Bad Influence, but he's got a lot of company with him on the outside. John Shaw, Cool Cat Motorsports, nailed the start, but this is what we have seen all weekend from Jeff Bernard in the GP79. This is his final race for Mike Grindell, the final race for this particular race team. They have won 4 of 5 National High Points Championships together. Jeff wants to finish this on a high note. He wants this one really bad, and right now he is out front, but that right side rear view mirror has got John Shaw and the Cool Cat Motorsports with him. Jeff Bernard again just running like a rocket. 1 up and 2 down, but I'll tell you what, Shaw is not going away. Shaw is staying right with him, and now Jeff gets a really good corner down here, and he opens up a little bit of water on Shaw. Our third place boat is the GP15 and Greg Hopp. Up the backstretch, Jeff Bernard again. Now he's got almost a full rooster tail on John Shaw. This is the best we have seen the Cool Cat Motorsports run all weekend. It showed flashes of brilliance, but he hasn't been able to hold it together. But right now, he is running like a rocket. He just can't seem to close ground on Jeff Bernard in the GP79, the reliable Diamond Tool owned by Mike Grindell. White flag flies, Jeff Bernard. He flies as well. 1 more to go, Jeff. As he hits the bottom end of the race course, here comes John Shaw. He's in the corner as well. These two have run away from the field, although Greg Hopp is staying within shouting distance here of second place. but he's not going to run down Mr. Shaw. So we will follow our leader around the race course as you look down the backstretch, looking at that orange and black checkerboard effect on the GP79, the Bad Influence. Top end of the race course. Jeff is in the corner. The flagmen down to my left are holding up flags. They've got a white flag up. And now the checkered flag goes up for Jeff Bernard. Jeff Bernard picks it up. He's your winner. Grand Prix, San Diego, California for 2025. The Bad Influence from Mike Grindell. John Shaw flies across the start-finish line with a very, very solid second-place finish. Here comes our third-place boat across the start-finish line. That is going to be Greg Hopp in the Old Trapper Beef Jerky. And at the top end of the race course now, we've got a close race coming down for fourth position. This is going to be very, very close. It is Austin Ekrit on the inside. It is Kevin Ekrit on the outside. These guys are side by side. It's Ekrit, and it's going to be Kevin. Kevin by a boat length. Austin gave it a whale of a run. He started on the outside. He obviously worked his way to an inside lane, and he and Kevin Ekrit came to the line together. But it was Kevin who got to the line just ahead of Austin Ekrit. So 5 started, 5 finished. The boat we were missing in there was Chris Grant in the Jacknut Apparel. They did not answer the bell for the Grand Prix America final heat. But it was a good one, and we're going to have a very, very happy Jeff Bernard when he gets to the dock. He was untouchable all weekend long. He was top qualifier. Going to have on every heat he ran. He did so in dominant fashion. You heard the interview with him after his previous heat win. He said we should be in good shape in the final. We've got the right lane being on the inside. He said I've got to do my part. I've got to make a legal start, and I've got all the faith in the world that the motor in this thing is in good shape and we're going to roll, and boy did they. So congratulations to GP79, Mike Grinnell. The boat has been sold. It has been sold to Ed Thompson of Street, Maryland, the owner of the GP135 Cool Cat Motorsports. So I assume the colors are going to change on that orange and black GP79 Bad Influence. It will probably carry the Cool Cat Motorsports blue, white, and black. But that's to be determined. But right now, it's not about what's going to be in the future. It is about what happened just now, and that is Jeff Bernard is the champion at the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, presented by Samson Rope in the Grand Prix America class, and it was a dominant, dominant performance. So we'll keep our eyes down to the pit area and see if we can get a look at our pit reporters down there. And I know they will be working their way over, probably Brent Hall, to see if he can get a hold of Jeff Bernard. So with that being said and that being done, the last piece to the puzzle, there you go. You're looking at Jeff Bernard on the screen there as he has made his way back to the dock. And he seems to be pretty happy there as he tried to grab the line, trying to get the helmet off at the same time. Take your time, Jeff. It is all good. He raced extremely hard all weekend, and now you're going to see some hugs going around because it's kind of it's a bit of an end of an era here with this Bad Influence racing team. They've been so dominant and so good, and I do believe. Yeah, that's Mike Grindell there you're seeing on. That is the boat owner. Well, he sold the boat. And so there is a triumvirate right there of 3 people that have been very, very dominant in Grand Prix racing. We talked earlier this weekend about how important and how influential Mike Grindell has been to the Grand Prix class. He's not only been a boat owner and a proponent of Grand Prix racing, but he's also been someone who's out there at the forefront of Grand Prix America, always promoting the sport, always trying to make it better, always looking for sponsors, helping other teams out. Grand Prix racing is much stronger today than it was a couple of years ago, and due in large part to the efforts of Mike Grindell, and we certainly thank him for everything he has done. Throw all that out the window. Mike Grindell, clearly, too, one of the nicest guys in boat racing. He's just a terrific individual, and I don't know that we won't see him. He's the kind of guy that you would just expect to pop up along the way somewhere. We don't know what's going to happen. But at some point in time, don't be surprised if you see Mike Grindell and Jeff Bernard back in the Grand Prix class. We don't know, but right now we just know that that boat's been sold, and right now we know that that's okay, because what has just happened is that boat has been victorious. I see we've got some people down on the dock. Mike Grindell is down on the dock. Our Brent Hall is down there. Maybe we can get a word with Mike Grindell. So I think we're going to try and get an interview with Mike Grindell. Just he's got a big smile on his face down there, and clearly a happy guy. He's got the Reliable Diamond Tool shirt on there, representing his sponsor this weekend. Jonathan Thompson, the head of Reliable Diamond Tool, he is in town this weekend as well. I had a nice conversation with him on Thursday. Again, some of the nicest people in all of boat racing. Now it looks like, I know you're not seeing this on the screen, but I can tell you what's going on. Up here, Jeff Bernard is coming down as well. I think we're going to have an opportunity here to perhaps have Jeff Bernard and Mike Grindell. Looks like Mike's going to hang around. And as soon as we have it, the guys will come in my ear and say they are ready. But we should have our Grand Prix America winner here at the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, and I think we're ready to go. Let us send it down now to Brent Hall with the winning driver and owner of the Grand Prix America class at 2025 Bayfair. Brent, take it away.
Well, we're here with GP79 team. There's a whole range of emotions, from joy in winning a national championship to tears of a team that's on hold for a little bit. But Jeff, take us through, man. You finished off strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's all these guys. Scott Kropfeld, Michael Weiner, Kinsley, Brandon, Tony, Karen. Thanks Mike and Julie Grindell for the opportunity. We knew if we got lane one in the final that it was our race to lose. And also thank Jonathan Thompson, Reliable Diamond. Help that over the years and sponsoring us this weekend.
Ed Thompson's got a nice piece. It ran really good this year. We had a lot of motor trouble last year and really nothing too terrible this year, and was able to put together a good season. But it's this whole team. We can't do it without the people involved. But it sucks to be at Unlimiteds for at least the next couple years, and then see what we want to do.
Now, there's a lot of people around you that love you, and there's one in particular right next to you. Mike Grindell, come on over.
Thank you. I'm beyond words. I mean, I'm really going to miss it.
It's okay.
I'm really going to miss my baby. But a lot of people to thank. Jonathan, Jeff, couldn't ask for a better driver. Really drives with my wallet in mind, does a great job. My wife, sponsors that I've had, like Jonathan, helping me through the years. I wouldn't be able to do any of this with all them guys, and it's been a fun ride. Yeah. We'll see. I'm out of it for a little while, but you never know what can happen. So thanks everybody, and I appreciate you all watching. And 79 might not be around next year, but the boat will be, and I'll be with them, and we're gonna try to win some more races next year.
Yeah. You laid down quite a legacy. We hope you're back, and hope you're back doing something. But just be proud of the moment, national champ.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks everybody. Thanks for watching.
So thank you, Brent Hall. Great interview there with driver Jeff Bernard. And as you heard, a very, very emotional Mike Grindell. As I said, he's been so involved with this sport. I can only imagine what it's like after all these years to do something you love that much and then just suddenly walk away. And all of a sudden, when the boats got back to the dock after the final heat, the reality's going to set in that it's over. And but that's okay. He's got a life full of memories within the Grand Prix class, and we will not forget Mike Grindell. And as you heard Jeff say there, give us a couple of years, we might be right back with another boat. And if they do, that is a formidable team that is going to have to be dealt with by anybody who wants to run against them. So Mike Grindell, thank you. Mike from Webster, Massachusetts. Jeff Bernard, the driver from Covington. And for the 2025 San Diego Bayfair event, Jonathan Thompson and Reliable Diamond Tool, the sponsor of the GP79 Bad Influence. So the Grand Prix America hydroplanes have done their job. Next up, it's the H1 Unlimited final for the Bill Muncey Cup on San Diego's Mission Bay. It's the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, powered by Samson Rope. And that is up next. While we are getting set up for our H1 Unlimited final, let's not close the book just yet on our Grand Prix America hydroplanes. We have a feature that our Brent Hall put together here a little bit earlier on gearboxes and some of the technology involved, not only in Unlimited racing, but also in Grand Prix racing. Let's take a listen to that now. It's Brent Hall talking gearboxes.
Hey, so for my GP stand-up, I thought I'd bring a friend. Kevin Ekrit's here with me, and we're going to talk about three really important things in Grand Prix: props, gearboxes, and expense. So how you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me out, my friend.
Oh, love it, love it. So we were having a really good conversation about props and gearboxes and just across the field, how each one of those can make a boat fast or slow.
Exactly. You know, we run a gearbox in the GP10, the Freak, and they do. It's all the gears. You have to choose your gears according to your props. So you got to match them up and make sure that you get the right combination. You hit the wrong combination, you ain't doing what you want to do.
No, that's right. And so I know one team is using an Unlimited wheel that's cut down, and you all are using gearboxes. Gives you a little bit more flexibility, doesn't it?
I call it more tools in the toolbox. Yes, it gives you more flexibility. You know, some boats, if you don't run the gearbox, you can show up with 6, 8 props, and those are your choices. We show up with 6, 8 props and 6 different gear changes. It multiplies our choices to the combinations we want to run.
I love it. So fans, as you're watching the GPs, just know there's so much more behind the scenes than just mashing the gas and getting out there. It's gearbox, it's props, and boy, I'm hearing from Ed Trehe how much the motors cost now, upwards of $100,000. Amazing. So these guys are paying a lot of money to go fast. Let's make sure we watch and support.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming out, everyone. We love you.
Well, there's a couple of guys who know their way around a Grand Prix GPA America hydroplane, as we just saw Kevin Ekrit fly in the GP10, the Freak, across the finish line just in front of Austin Ekrit in the GP17. So as I said just before we went to that piece, that we are getting ready now for H1 Unlimited, the Bill Muncey Cup, the final heat for the fastest race boats in the world. We're not quite ready to run on that heat yet. We've still got, I think, one class of flat bottoms that are running over on the other side of the pond, but that's going to give us a few minutes to kind of run down how things have gone this weekend, what to expect, and what we will be looking at as we get ready for the final. Our National High Points Championship for H1 Unlimited hydroplanes has been decided. That had to be decided here in San Diego on Mission Bay, being the last race of the season. We came down here with 5 boats, still with a mathematical opportunity to win that particular championship. But at the end of the day, when the shouting was done, and even before the end of the day, we were able to crown a 2025 National High Points champion, and that is Andrew Tate and the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. We certainly congratulate that team. We got to congratulate Bruce Ratchford and BWR Racing. What a year they had. We didn't crown a champion. We didn't crown a champion in Gunnersville, Alabama, but when we started crowning champions in Madison, Indiana, and when we did so far, 3 in a row, they've all gone to BWR Racing, and he also cashes in with the National High Points Championship. Will he make it a clean sweep and pick up the 4th race here on San Diego and the Bayfair for 2025? We are about to find out. That is the next heat that is on deck. Earlier today, we had a conversation with Tanner Faust, and we were talking about the wind and how it can come across Mission Bay, and it still is coming across with a bit of authority. And it comes across the body of water here from the backstretch toward the front stretch just because of a big opening in the islands and the points of land that are across from us, and a bridge that comes across there, and it provides an open channel for the air. And many times in the past, we have seen boats encounter difficulty. We've had blowovers on the backstretch here in Mission Bay that can be attributed to that channel of air. And I think we're going to show again perhaps the famous double blowover from 1988. And I think we're going to cue that up now and show that again. And here you're seeing it on the screen. There's one boat up. There's another boat up. And over both of them, it was the Circus hydroplane, and it was the Miss Madison hydroplane. And it's just what can happen up that backstretch when things get out of hand and are not going the way you had planned them, so forth, and you hit that gust of wind that comes underneath that bridge. Well, the 2 boats that day, and there's an interesting point to be made here, the 2 boats that were involved in that were the Miss Madison and the Circus, as I said. And the 2 drivers that were involved were John Prevost. John was driving the Circus that day. Ron Snyder was driving the Miss Madison. Not long after we showed that clip earlier today and talked about the wind coming across the water, I received a phone call here on the start-finish line tower and was advised that Ron Snyder has passed away. Ron Snyder passed away today during the middle of the day, and he had apparently suffered a stroke last Saturday. I was not aware of that, but he had apparently suffered a stroke last Saturday, and today, very peacefully, I am told, with his family by his side, he passed away at the age of 86. I find it only interesting and fitting that we were talking about Ron here on Mission Bay and that famous double blowover that will forever have his name attached to it. Ron Snyder, one of the great people, one of the great personalities in all of boat racing. On a personal note, when I started traveling to Detroit to cover the boat race and the Gold Cup on the Detroit River, I had the opportunity to meet Ron Snyder and get to know him and spend some time with him. And as I like to say about so many people within our sport, he was a true gentleman, a very kind gentleman. He was a successful boat racer, but he was so much more than that. He was a wonderful, wonderful individual, and he always had time to share with people. He loved to talk stories. He loved to sit down and talk boat racing. I was told this morning or this afternoon that when I learned of his passing, that over the last week he had spent a fair amount of time watching boat racing because he loved it so much. Ron Snyder drove for some of the great names in our sport. He drove for Bernie Little. He drove the Miss Budweiser. I saw Ron Snyder get his first H1 Unlimited victory on the Columbia River in the Tri-Cities driving the Miss Budweiser. He will be missed, but he had a wonderful life. He was a big name in the sport of H1 Unlimited racing. He is Ron Snyder. He was 86 years old. So we're going to get ready now for our H1 Unlimited final heat. We've got a couple pieces to kind of explain to you how it is we got here, and not just exactly, or not just with this particular race here in San Diego, but also how we got here throughout the season. It's been a lot of fun. It seems like it was only last weekend that this entire season got started in Guntersville, but it wasn't that way. It actually started almost 3 months ago, and I think now we're going to send it down to our Erica Allreed down in the pit area for a look back at the 2025 H1 Unlimited racing season.
Well, things have already been wrapped up with the championship. We heard Andrew Tate earlier that all drivers want to win this race. It is the last opportunity this season to either make a statement, gain any more points, and or go off into the offseason on a high note. While it might be tricky to get past Andrew Tate in the speed he has shown here today, we've seen promising runs from his teammate Dave Villwock, and Mike has been super quick too. And I think Jamie Nilsen and FLAV-R-PAC team might be on their 4th engine change, so throwing everything at it for this final attempt of the season, guys.
Thank you very much, Erica. And yeah, I like the piece there on the U11, the FLAV-R-PAC. They're on their 4th engine change for the weekend. That's called, we're at the final race of the season. Let's get deep into the truck. Let's find out what's on the bottom of the toolbox, and let's bring it out and throw it at them. We got all winter to put it back together and come up with something else. So keep trying, keep swinging. That's all you can do. I got Tanner Faust back up here with me, so welcome back up to the top of the tower here. You've been out running around. You've been over at the pit area. Every time I see you, you're either leaving in some car to head over to the pit area or you're coming back in one. You've been well-traveled today, young man.
Well, you know, this race only happens once a year, right? So you got to go get the most of it. I'd swim over there, but that would take 3 or 4 days.
Against that current and the wind and the breeze? Yeah, it might just do that. You'd get back real quick.
Gosh, 4 engines. I cannot believe that. Well, first of all, that they even had that many in the truck. That's amazing. Second of all, that's just a great commitment, and obviously want a big showing here going in the end of the year, and have plenty of time to clean things off and get things going before the first race next season. So it's awesome to see that commitment.
And we are watching another monitor here, and we were able to see the U-27, a Miss Apollo, being lifted off of the bunks on their trailer and headed toward the beautiful blue waters of Mission Bay here in San Diego. Here's the draw, or here's the heat, if you will, our final heat, the 4 boats that are going to come out and compete for the Bill Muncey Cup at the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, presented by Samson Rope. And we're going to start with the U8, the Beacon Electric, and J. Michael Kelly. And let's talk a little bit about each one of these guys. J. Michael Kelly, he's had a couple really high moments here on Mission Bay. He beat both Andrew Tate and Dave Villwock, the top 2 qualifiers. He beat them both in preliminary heats. Then he had another heat where he apparently ingested a bunch of salt into the motor and got a did not finish. And then he was impeded upon by Dave Villwock in the 4th heat. But they've shown an awful lot of speed, and if he gets a clean lane on an inside lane and has some clean water, he could be tough to beat. J. Michael Kelly's been a little bit of a wild card, especially the second half of this whole season. He's shown incredible speed. He's taken down the Titans of the series, but sometimes it just hasn't fallen his way. But he's just one of those guys that if he gets a clean heat, he doesn't make any mistakes on his own. If he gets the inside lane and he's got clean water in front of him, he's got the speed and he's going to run. And so he is a super strong contender to take in the win this afternoon. And any one of our drivers that are in the final heat, or any other driver up and down the beach, whatever class they might be running in, they will tell you he is a very heady driver. And anytime you go out on a race course and J. Michael Kelly's out there, you better know where he is, because he's playing the game and he's playing it to win.
Yeah, and certainly a lot of experience. I mean, he's all these guys, of course, have a huge amount of experience, but it's such a family affair for J. Michael Kelly. His kid's racing, and he's been racing forever, and it's so it's always awesome, and he's a fan favorite. Everybody's always behind him when he does get the results he deserves out of the weekend. But like I said, always a threat.
always a threat. We just saw him there on the screen on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel. I got a little piece of trivia here you might enjoy about J. Michael Kelly. He came to the H1 Unlimiteds in 2004, and most of our drivers, when they come up through the ranks, they come up through the ranks and they start in the outboards and then they go to the inboards and Grand Prix, and then we all of a sudden find him in H1 Unlimited. He went straight from outboards to Unlimiteds, and he never left outboards. He's still running outboards every other weekend. If he's not driving this one, he's driving an outboard somewhere. He's an amazing competitor.
Yeah, well, that's, I mean, when you love it, you love it. And, I mean, I like his style that he comes out of the outboards and just jumps into these beasts.
Yep.
It's also, there are certain types of racers that if the door's open and somebody says you want to drive it, they always say yes. And it certainly seems like the case with JMK. I mean, he's driving multiple classes this weekend. Doesn't have to, but doing it because he loves it.
Next up on our list there is Jamie Nilsen in the U11, the FLAV-R-PAC, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC, the boat out of Cle Elum, Washington, in the center of Washington State. Jamie calls home to the Seattle area, a little bit further south, and he's had a weekend that's just been very consistent. He hasn't been out front. He hasn't been finishing dead last. The boat's been running. It's just not running fast enough, but like we said before we started this discussion, they're reaching real deep into the truck right now, and apparently they found a motor laying down there. Let's throw this bad boy in and see what happens.
And anybody from the airplane world or helicopter world will tell you that there are no two turbines that are exactly alike. Right. And so sometimes there's a hot one, sometimes there's a not hot one, but sometimes you just got to roll the dice, and that looks like what they're doing, pulling down deep into the truck and getting another L55 3,000 horsepower Chinook helicopter turbine out of there. And, you know, it could be sweet. He hasn't shown the boat speed that some of the other boats have. He's always a racer. He's super tactical on getting that inside lane. So hopefully this one converts for him in the final.
That would be a happy moment for sure. And he grew up running against the likes of the Corey Peabodys and the J. Michael Kellys, and they will all tell you, if that guy gets the right equipment and he is on equal footing with these guys, look out, because he's a whale of a driver.
Yeah, they have always said that he's something that's going to maximize whatever equipment is around him. So well, we'll see. We'll see what they pulled out of their hat. Or truck in this case, as they head into the final, and he looks like he's climbing into the boat right now.
He's headed down there. Let's now go to BWR Racing. Those are our last two boats that are in our final heat. We'll start with the U27. We will start with the Miss Apollo and Dave Villwock. Brand new racing team this year. There's Dave, Super Dave, the Miss Apollo U27. Dave's won 9 times here on Mission Bay. He's won 68 H1 Unlimited events, more than anybody else. If anybody knows how to win here under these conditions and on this body of water, it would be Dave Villwock. And this boat has just looked better and better and better every time we see it on the water.
It has gotten better all season. It started off a little bit shaky, and I mean, probably a testament to Dave's experience and helping the team get it set up right for each location we go to. But it is just the smoothest riding looking boat out on the water, and has proven to be one of the fastest today. And that's you know, he's shown that he can do it. He did get a minute penalty in Heat 5, but he finished on the water first, and so he can make it happen. And we're all starting from zero at this point. The points don't matter. Whoever wins this next race takes home the gold.
Yeah, and I'm interested to watch how Dave Villwock and Andrew Tate, our next boat we're going to see. I'm kind of anxious to see how they play this, because I have not seen Andrew Tate drive around Dave Villwock. And every time Dave's been inside of him, he's finished on the water ahead of him. So I'm kind of curious to see what Andrew does, if he's comfortable taking an outside line versus Dave. I think they all have JMK in their head that they may need to be inside of him. I don't know. Dave and Andrew couldn't get around Mike before. They each lost to him, but that was a 3-lap prelim. We got a 5-lap final here, so it's a little bit different. They've got more time to gobble them up. But Dave and Andrew, they're going to come out here charging for sure.
Absolutely. As we take a look at Andrew Tate now, interesting thing that he said in his interview there as they announced that he had won the championship for the season, how he and his dad would root for basically anybody but Miss Budweiser. Didn't Dave Villwock drive the Miss Budweiser, or there were probably several drivers?
Well, there were several drivers, but Dave won a whole lot of races in the Miss Budweiser.
Yeah, and it's First of all, I love that footage of Dave, basically a mustache walking around with a person attached to it. And it was just amazing. But Andrew Tate is coming right off the glow of a championship win. I mean, what a season. It didn't start out great for him. He knew he always had a fast boat, but man, did he do his job this year. And he closed the door on all the points he could gather and slammed the door on the championship.
He did, and it was actually a pretty dominant performance, not only by the U91 and the Goodman Real Estate, but by Andrew Tate and Dave Villwock. Congratulations to Bruce Ratchford. And I know, and he kind of alluded to it, that now that the National High Points Championship is done, they can tuck that one away. It's in the truck. It's taken care of. We got that for next year. So now it's just go out. Let's find out what it takes to win this final heat and walk out of here with the Bill Muncey Cup. And that's the goal right now. You just saw a couple of boats right there. That was the U27 and the U91. I think all four of our boats are in the water now. If not, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 air scoops tipped up in the air. So, and we are inside 5 to the 5. Inside 5 to the 5, coming up on, in fact, we're inside 4 to the 5 now. That's H1 talk for numbers, so we don't have to, so the numbers don't get too big.
So you don't have to add 5 and 4 together?
Well, we can use one hand and do things.
Got it, okay.
That's why we do it this way. Now, it's just been boat racing lingo since day one. So, San Diego, Mission Bay, let's get ready. Let's buckle up. Let's go boat racing. We are going to crown a champion here on Mission Bay for 2025. It's the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, powered by Samson Rope. It's the H1 Unlimited Final, and we are 3 minutes and 20 seconds away from having our boats on the water. Water conditions right now, they're not perfect, but they're not as bad as they were about an hour ago.
No, that's some of that howling wind, kind of those puffs that you can see really darkening the water along the center of the course have kind of gone away. It's sort of similar to yesterday, possibly even a little bit lighter than yesterday at this time.
So you tell me, the drivers are climbing aboard the boats here, and I've heard many times they talk about, you know, they're away from family now, they're away from friends, they're away from fans. They can go in there, sit down by themselves. They usually have 1, maybe 2 crew members, maybe a spouse that leans in there with them. It's whoever they want, and I'm always told it's very, very quiet in there. What's that driver doing? Going through the process in his mind, driving it in his head?
I don't know. I think everybody processes the nerves differently. I always found it successful to convince yourself, true or not, convince yourself that the nerves were good, that they made you focus better, that they made your reactions better, made you do the right thing, and just have confidence that your experience and the tools that are already in your driving tool bag are going to carry you through whatever happens. From the outside, everything looks pretty easy in these things. I will say they're pretty quiet on the water. They flow. They look beautiful on the water. But man, is it a chaotic experience inside these boats. You can see the steering wheel getting yanked out of their hands. They're pulling 3-4 Gs around the corners. These speeds that we're talking about, high 160s, 170s, those are the average speeds. Unlike offshore boats where they're talking about a top speed, these are the average speeds around a course. So they're having to get closer to 190 or above 190 in order to achieve that. And, you know, yeah, that can make you a bit nervous. So a lot of it is just about convincing yourself that those nerves are going to make you do the right thing when the pressure's on.
6 minutes and 20 seconds, 6:20 until we will have the boats at the start-finish line, hopefully at full song. 1 minute and 13 seconds, we'll have boats on the water, and then we're going to start the race before the race. And I think it's going to get a little dicey out here. I think it's going to be an interesting milling period. I don't think we've seen a milling period like we're about to see. I have always said, the drivers have always told me, if you got that slick move to get that inside lane, don't show it until late Sunday afternoon. It's late Sunday afternoon right now. It's time to pull that trump card out of your sleeve and put it on the table. Let's see what happens.
Well, the things that we've seen so far this weekend, Dave Villwock in that Apollo boat coming off the gate early, which is something he didn't do for the whole beginning of the season, and keeping his boat speed up the whole time and being completely fine with lane 2 or lane 3, it seems like. Of course, the boats can cut the course halfway through. So far, JMK in the red boat has been perfect at getting the inside line pretty much every time he's been on the water. So whatever he's doing is working, but At some point, he's having to slow down so much that he's ingesting salt water into the turbine, and that cost him in the last heat. So we'll see if he changes that up.
Yeah, we'll see how he plays it. I was told that the Apollo that we're looking at there on the screen, that they've had the boat kind of set back at the finger piers there so as they could actually be moving forward and walking with the boat, keeping a hand on it, because they have to have a crew member with a hand on the back of that boat at the 5-minute mark. There you see that crew member walking with the boat away from the dock, and Dave is away. And if we were talking about boats coming out one at a time, I count 1, 2, 3, 4 that all came away from the dock at the same time. It is Tanner Faust time for the final heat. The final heat of the 20. For the final heat. The final heat of the 2025 San Diego Bayfair. It is the Bill Muncey Cup. It is sponsored by Samson Rope. And we're going to have boats at the start-finish line in 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Is that J. Michael Kelly that got himself squirted there to an inside lane? I think it is, but we're looking kind of up toward the sun. It's kind of tough to see from here, but and who's this coming down hard on the outside? That's going to be Jamie Nilsen. In the U11, the FLAV-R-PAC, once again, he's coming down hard, and he's going to cut the race course. So already now we're seeing a different line. It was J. Michael Kelly who jumped to the inside and came down here. He was the first boat off the top end of the course. He's got Andrew Tate with him. They're going very slowly here as they cross start-finish line. That is J. Michael Kelly on the right. Then to the left of him, that is the 91 and Andrew Tate. And then it is the U27, Dave Villwock, who's running underneath. No, Dave's going to go left. Dave says, I'm out. He makes a hard left-hand turn. He's going to jump over to the backstretch. And now you've got J. Michael Kelly and Andrew Tate just cruising down the front straightaway. Now Mike gives it a little bit of squirt, and he's going to move away from Andrew Tate. So the games are being played now. I thought maybe I thought maybe Dave was going to fall off a plane and maybe he was losing power. You see him up in the top right corner of the screen. He is okay. He is up and running. I think he was doing that on purpose. Where is Jamie Nilsen? Jamie Nilsen is at the top end of the race course, and he is basically down in the water. He is not moving. Now, a couple of years ago, Tanner, that would have been a penalty because you couldn't drop below 80 miles an hour. But man, oh man, if he is going to sit up there and come down in lane 1 from there to the score-up buoy at 115, I hope he brought his fishing rod. He's got some time to kill up there.
He sure does. He's got about 1 minute and 15 seconds to hold up from a buoy that typically only takes 12 seconds to get to the start-finish line. I mean, the strategy is tough, but it just makes me nervous the boat's going this slow. As we've seen so far, the spray coming off the bow of those hulls has gotten ingested into the turbines and caused problems.
Yeah, and Mike just dropped down real low as well, and all of a sudden there was water coming up and over the sponson. Now Dave's got a lot of spray. However, Jamie Nilsen is going so slow up there at the top end. I don't think he's not pushing any water. I don't think he's getting any spray up and in. They've got to be careful. And now Jamie Nilsen has already come off the top end of the race course. He is right at the exit pin. And our 3 boats that are coming up behind him with J. Michael Kelly on the inside of those 3. Andrew is on the far outside right now, but they can move over on Dave, who's in between boats. Now they're going to encounter Jamie Nilsen. Villwock needs a hole in there, and he's going to find one. And that's the way they're going to come down to the score-up. Nilsen in 1, Kelly in 2, Villwock in 3, Tate on the outside. Our clock says 1:27.6, so 10 seconds, Tanner.
Yeah, I can hear stalling in turbines. I can't tell who that is. It looks possibly like it might be Dave Villwock, actually, but they all throttle up. We're at 1:15 now, and that's the score-up.
The score-up looked legal. Kelly was the last one to jump on a throttle. He's back a little bit, but he's going to catch up with the teams very quickly, and all 4 of them are going to go down there with wide lane spacing. You see it on the screen. It is Nilsen in 1, Kelly in 2, Villwock in 3. If Andrew Tate's going to walk out of here with the Bill Muncey Cup, it looks like right now he's going to have to do it from the far outside, Tanner.
Well, he's got the boat speed for it, and it looked like in the last heat he had the gearing for it as well, and that just may be the plan. Let those guys fight along the inside, take that space on the outside, keep it safe and fast, and use some of that straightaway speed.
Andrew Tate has dropped off the pace. He's on the outside. He's moving. He's rolling faster than anybody is right now. And watch him on the outside. He's going to shoot around the outside of the boats to his left. And he's going to try and bring, of course they all are, they're going to try and bring as much speed as possible to the start-finish line. Inside 13 seconds. You like a 12-second mark? Ooh. I think you got it. We're inside. It is time to roll. It is the Bill Muncey Cup for 2025. We are 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. It appears to be legal from here, and it's Andrew Tate who broke the clock, but he did so on the far outside, so he's got a long way to go. It is Nilsen way back, but on the inside, Kelly is in lane 2. He's going to come out of there. It's Kelly first, but he's got Villwock, or is that Tate? That is Dave Villwock that is right there with him on the outside. Oh, look at that run down the backstretch. 3 wide. Wow, Kelly in 1, and now Kelly starts to show boat speed. He is gobbling up the 2 boats from BWR Racing. We are 3 wide. 2 boats from BWR Racing. We are 3 wide up the top end of the race course. Kelly in 1, Villwock in 2, Tater on the outside. Kelly gets up there first and hangs it on the hook. Michael Kelly.
Villwock takes a ride into the rooster tail of Andrew Tate.
We still have a green flag on the race course. I'm not sure what has happened. Right now, coming across our finish line, it is J. Michael Kelly. It is Andrew Tate. They are tied together as they put 1 in the books. And our boats are all up and running. Jay Villwock is back up and running, but our race is down to a 2-boat race right now. It is out front, and it is J. Michael Kelly. Now here comes Tate. Tate now sticks out by a boat length. Now making a boat length and a half off of Kelly. This is where Tate's going to try and pick this one up. He's got some boat speed. Now the last time up the backstretch, J. Michael Kelly had some boat speed and was able to gobble up Andrew Tate. Can he do it again? He's closing. He's about 2.5 boat lengths back as they prepare to go to the top end of the race course on the second of 3 times around this race course. Kelly is making up ground on the inside. A great run through the top end for JMK. It is Andrew Tate on the outside. We got a whale of a 2-boat duel going on, Tanner.
Oh, it's absolutely head-to-head. J. Michael Kelly showing the speed. Andrew Tate not giving an inch on the outside. Both drivers flying the boats for the majority of the straightaways. This is absolutely everything they can get out of these boats.
And this is everything you can ask for in H1 Unlimited Racing. We are on lap number 3. Kelly down there first again. Kelly's down there first. He is showing me some top-end speed on Andrew Tate, but Tate is right with him as they get to the exit pin. Now, can Kelly show some acceleration to go with that top-end speed? This time he's right with Andrew, and here he goes. Kelly showing top-end speed that looks really good up the backstretch. Meanwhile, Villwock is running in 3rd. It is Jamie Nilsen running in 4th place, the 3rd of 5 times around the race course. Still J. Michael Kelly at the top end. Now this time Andrew's going to show his nose to the exit pin. Tate may have grabbed the lead coming off the corner. Kelly's going to have a good straightaway or he may be in trouble. It is Andrew Tate with lap number 3 in the books. He's got 2 boat lengths on him, Tanner.
J. Michael Kelly just a little bit tighter on the bottom end of the course, maybe a little bit slower exit speed out of the corner. We'll see if he adjusts in the at this corner here, but Andrew Tate fighting some rollers. You saw him cross some rollers right there that may cost him a little bit. JMK looks like he's able to take advantage and squirt on up the inside.
All right, so this time off the corner here, up the backstretch, and we are on lap number 4 of 5. It is still Andrew Tate, but now he's out by about 2.5, 3 boat lengths. They are not going to encounter traffic as Dave Villwock and Jamie Nilsen are coming down almost side by side in their race here for 3rd. But the big race for the Bill Muncey Cup is out front, and this time J. Michael Kelly is better at the top end of the race course. Kelly has made up ground. He had a great corner up there. Bring him down. We are going to get a white flag with 1 more to go. It is Andrew Tate. It's J. Michael Kelly. He's with him. He's back by a boat length and a half, Tanner.
Oh, the wind is picking up as they go into the wind on this next turn here. Both drivers pushing it absolute to the limit. This is the closest race I've ever seen, actually.
This is one of the better ones you're ever going to see, and this time Andrew's down there first. This is the final lap, and they are going to encounter the wakes of the boats out in front of them. I don't think the boats themselves are going to get in the way, but they may run into some of the wakes. Oh, Andrew Tate showing some acceleration off the corner. He may have just put himself in the good condition. Kelly really flew the sponson. Kelly's flying up the backstretch, and Kelly is closing ground. He's going past Andrew Tate as they get to the top end of the race course. It is J. Michael Kelly. Andrew Tate is with him. How are we going to come off of the corner? It is J. Michael Kelly in the Beacon Electric U8. He is going to come down. The checkered flag flies. It is J. Michael Kelly. U8 Beacon Electric. Second place, Andrew Tate in the Goodman Real Estate. Coming across right now is Dave Villwock. He's got another lap to go. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Okay, I'm going to sit down. That was Tanner, I don't know if we planned it this way, but it wasn't in my book to make sure we saved the best for last. That's as good as it gets.
That was an amazing race with a pass in the very last corner of a long race like that. Just incredible. I'm just glad you just didn't jump off the tower, Brad.
I get a little excited. That was really cool. That was worth the trip down. That was worth the whole thing. That was worth the whole season. My goodness.
Boy, J. Michael Kelly finally puts it together after an entire season of fighting. Just an awesome result.
Our third place finisher, Jamie Nilsen, comes across. I believe he's in third place, and I think Dave still has yet to finish. And Dave is up the backstretch right now. He is running outside J. Michael Kelly. He will come around. There you see on the screen, you see the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. There goes Dave Villwock. He turns inside of Andrew Tate. J. Michael Kelly has slowed considerably up the backstretch toward the top end, and I think he's going to take his time getting back to the pit area. Here comes Dave Villwock. I honestly did not see what happened to Dave up
well,
in the
you
top
can
end.
hear compressor stalls just nonstop. You just got in the spray at that point and ingested just a lot of salt water, and that was the door closed. He almost took a ride all the way up a rooster tail for the second time this season. He managed to avoid that, but the damage was done to his run at that point.
Oh my goodness, J. Michael Kelly. We talked about the fact he's a competitor. We talked about him racing all the time, and again, we have to caution that this is all unofficial. And we have to caution that I might need to sit down and get a bottle of water here at some point. But oh my goodness.
I'd have to keep a defibrillator up here.
I'm telling you, fans, if that final heat didn't do it for you, boat racing is not your thing. You don't need to watch it if that's the case. There's our unofficial order of finish. J. Michael Kelly on top with the U8, the Beacon Electric. Well, that is the way they finished on the water. We are looking at the officials. We need to find out if it was clean on the water first. Then the boats have to go through the tech truck. Second place on the water to Andrew Tate and the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. Jamie Nilsen comes home in third with 225 points. And then it's Dave Villwock with 169 points in the U27 in fourth place. So it was Kelly, Tate, Nilsen, and Villwock in that order. We'll make sure we can get a word that it's clean on the water.
Here we have JMK just coasting his way up, getting that scoop off. I mean, obviously they can't idle all the way up to the dock here, so they have to shut him off about 50 feet from the dock. And then, oh man, his family's just waiting for him there. Oh man, what a happy guy though. It's a big relief. I mean, all season he's been nipping at it, and it just hasn't, a couple things just haven't fallen his way in order to get a win out of the season. And it's just a great thing to see him cross that line first after all that effort.
I'm going to have to think that when he catches his breath and they talk to him, what I noticed there was he had an awful lot of power, but what I saw that was different this time, he had the boat ride to use it. He had a great boat ride. The boat was up and out of the water like it always is, but it wasn't flying up in his face. He didn't have to pull his foot out of it. It just kept staying there for him and hanging where he wanted it, and he was able to use the power that he had. And we talk about that all the time. You know, you can have the most powerful boat, the biggest motor, whatever you got to have. You can have the best one on the planet, but if you don't have boat ride and can't use it, it doesn't do you any good.
Yeah, historically, you see the right sponson on that Beacon Electric boat fly pretty high. They fixed that after about 3 rounds this year, and he's just been wickedly fast ever since then. I haven't been able to take the win, but just viciously fast. What I noticed is one almost too tight in the 3rd lap. Yeah, just tears of joy there. Almost too tight in the 3rd lap. He lost some speed. Tate seemed to have the advantage. I don't know what happened to Andrew there coming into the last corner, but he lost about 4 boat lengths, and JMK was right there to capitalize.
He was right there to pick up the pieces. Oh, look at this one. It's going to be this big hug on the dock, because that's Corey Peabody. And there you go. Teammates, they went to grade school together. They were in kindergarten together. Obviously, J. Michael Kelly, very emotional. He's an emotional guy. He wears his emotion on his sleeves. And so happy for that young man. We have to caution everybody again. This is all unofficial. The officials will have to clear the boats on the water. Once they do, then the black box, which is already up, out, and gone, will go up into the tech truck where Seth Partial will look at it. That's why you're not getting an interview there on the dock.
And for those of you that haven't been watching all season, I mean, they're looking at 2 things. They're looking at the fuel flow, and they're looking at the RPM of the turbine and making sure there wasn't a violation of either of those things.
That's exactly what it is.
To clear the results.
Man, oh man. I might just say that again, you know. If that didn't turn you on as a boat race, boat racing's not your thing. Wow. I know there's a lot of boat racing fans at home. I know a lot of them I've been talking to that are close friends of mine that are watching at home. And I'm sure watching it on Tube and watching it on H1 YouTube and watching it on your TV was pretty cool. But I'm telling you what, right here atop this tower, the view that Tanner Faust and I had, that was something special. That's a final heat I won't soon forget. That was a good one.
Well, I mean, you guys have been covering this sport for a very, very, very long time. I will say it's just an awesome thing to see how the innovations in drone technology have changed this particular sport. It's just 2 things that go great together. Amazing drone footage from the pilots out there that are flying those. And it's just it's a great look at these boats. Now the drones can actually keep up with a 190-mile-an-hour boat. So that I love the coverage.
So I think what we're going to see here is maybe Dave Villwock and what happened to him. Now, Dave Villwock, what you're going to see here when the pick comes up, he's in between boats, and to his right and on the outside is his teammate Andrew Tate. And oh boy, clearly Dave slid out and got into the rooster tail of Andrew Tate. We're going to run it back here. There's clearly room, at least it looks that way to me, Tanner. There's a lane in there between those 2 boats, and Dave just rode it out. He's pretty lucky he didn't get that thing up in the air.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, earlier in the year, he has taken a ride in one of those rooster tails. Actually, the first rooster tail lifted him up in the air and sent him into a second one. So that would have been the second time through an experience like that. But he did a nice job backing out when he needed to and keeping it, what do you call it, wet side down? I mean.
Or as my wife likes to say, sunny side up.
You are scaring me.
But I've got more good news for you.
Yeah.
The racing was clean on the water.
All right.
Everything is good on the water. So there's the first big box they have to check. Now it's up to Seth Partial in the tech truck, or as our Brent Hall was explaining on Friday, J. Michael Kelly has put the debit card into the machine. He's entered the numbers. He's spit the card back out. He's just waiting for the cash. Yeah. He's done his part. So, Brent, I think you've come up with something that's going to stick. And actually not because it wasn't the result maybe that everybody was thinking about, or if you had to bet, I think you were betting heavy on Andrew Tate. And so not that we're biased at all toward J. Michael Kelly, but I think with that kind of a race, it's only going to be really fun if that's the way it ends. You'd hate to see something get taken away because of a technical violation, and if it's a technical violation, there's nothing you can do about it. But I hope it ends the way it did on the water. The guys ran clean, they ran fast, they ran hard, and that was just a good one.
Let's take a look at that pass in the last lap here. Andrew Tate ended up working out a little bit of a lead. I think it was his biggest lead of the entire race going into the last corner, and then backed out. You can see JMK there on the inside just maintains the speed on the entry of the corner. Now, would Andrew Tate have gotten a wake possibly, or some sort of a negative effect of Villwock being out there in front of them on the outside getting lapped?
I wouldn't think so. He may have gotten caught in the wake there. That may have set the boat off the rollers there a little bit. He may have gotten out of shape, and the fact that he was so far up away from us, we didn't see it, and he maybe had to pull his foot a little bit. Until we could get an ISO on him coming up the backstretch, I don't know that we're going to know. But clearly, you saw it exactly right. All of a sudden, JMK just closed immeasurably fast, and he came from about 3 boat lengths back to suddenly having the lead. And I watched off the top end of the course. I saw Mike come around the corner, and I kept waiting for Andrew, and he didn't come. And there was definitely a 7 or 8 boat length change from the 3/4 mark of the back chute to when they got off the top end of the race course. So either way, that was fun. You're looking down at the Beacon Electric, the U8 on the right-hand side of the screen. That's the H1 rescue sled in the center of the 3 boats there, and then Dave Villwock's U27 of Miss Apollo.
So, I mean, I didn't want to bring this up earlier. It seemed like a bad subject, but JMK was my bet in the betting pool.
That's right.
This weekend.
That's right.
Just throwing it out there. I know we got Nick over there adding points up just to see who takes home. I'm sure there's an illustrious prize. I don't know exactly what it is yet, but I'm sure it's expensive and incredible.
Well, I don't know that it's very expensive because I'm told the amount of money that's being invested in this is $20, and I know I lost a $20 bet in Madison, Indiana, and I think that's the $20. Well, what he's doing with it, I have no idea.
A win's a win.
A win is a win. So, yeah, I know that's the big thing everybody's waiting on is not so much tech inspection, but just who won our pool, right? Good look there of the pit area from up above. So he's the... So we have it official. Now, Tanner Faust, the U8, the Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly, he passed tech inspection. He is officially the winner of the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, presented by Samson Rope. J. Michael Kelly, he did it, and he's standing by with our Erica Allreed. And all I can say is, Erica, take it away. I know you're going to have a very happy and emotional J. Michael Kelly. Take it away, Erica.
Mike, what a way to close out this season. Watching and hearing your team celebrate as you cross the finish line after that deck-to-deck battle was truly something special. We obviously see the emotion from you and your team. So how satisfying is it to close out your season in this way?
No, I mean, I can't say enough about my team. You know, from the start of the season to the end of the season, a lot of dedicated guys, and you know, I'm just one of the lucky guys. I say it all the time. I'm one of the lucky few that get to do this, and I get to drive for them and represent them. And you know, we came a long ways this weekend, and I'm just so proud of these guys. And our team needed this. You know, and I needed this too. And you know, Daryl and Vanessa Strong, we thank them so much for everything that they do for us and the entire sport. Bill Cahill, Beacon Plumbing, Beacon Electric. We got the U8 first place last race of the season, and what an amazing race. I mean, that was like neck the entire race, and I wouldn't want it any other way. That was pretty cool. You know, it just I don't know, just really thankful for this opportunity, and I hope I have a lot more years get to do this. And you know, I'm not ready to stop. You know, I love this sport, and I love being behind the wheel.
Well, it was truly all of us something special to watch on this last one. But take me through that battle. What was it like from your vantage point?
It was nuts. We strategized and, kind of came up with the game plan. The game plan changed while we were out there, and Jamie, the 11, got up there pretty early, and but we knew we needed to be on the inside somewhere. We definitely need to be on the inside of the 91 and Andrew. And we got up there. We got up there really early, and luckily everything worked out. We did that earlier in an earlier heat and took on some salt water, and it took us out of a heat race. So we gambled, and it paid off.
It paid off in a big way, to say the least. A job well done, Mike. A testament to all the hard work you and your team put in this season. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Love coming to San Diego. Thank you for everybody that put this race on, the officials, the media people, and especially my race team, Corey Peabody. Unfortunate incident for him this weekend, but he worked his tail off on his boat, pulling the parts off. He jumped over on the 1 liters and climbed under there and helped us fix the boats. A lot of people, I know I'm going to leave out names, but love these guys, and just thankful for them all. And congratulations to Jim Seckler for his first victory as a crew chief, and of course the guy that talks to me in my ears, Tim Collins.
A lot of hard work put in by all. Congratulations, Mike. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Erica Allreed. Good interview with JMK, and he's still a little bit emotional, not as he was when we saw him get off the boat, but it's a big deal for these guys. They've only got 5 races in the season. We didn't get a winner in the first one, so it's good to get one. He won 25% of our races that we ran this year.
That is one way to look at it. I mean, it is a lot, and you're right, especially if you're not doing 32 races a year, and it puts a lot of weight on each one. And the anticipation, it's like 1 part celebration and 5 parts relief, and you've gotten your team there, and a lot of people are away from their families, don't travel with their families, and they spend endless hours in the shop. So to have it pay off is just something awesome. And as I've traveled this paddock and met these teams, it's just incredible to see how many incredibly passionate people are involved. Some have a long history with boat racing, some are new to it, but everybody absolutely loves it, and it's a big traveling family for sure.
It is indeed. And one postscript here to J. Michael Kelly. He came into this event this weekend with 17 victories on the H1 Unlimited circuit. He now has 18, obviously. I did those numbers in my head. So J. Michael Kelly has now won 18 races on the H1 Unlimited circuit. That ties him, fans, with a guy by the name of Steve David that I know everybody's going, wow, really? He ties Steve David? He does, and they are now tied for 8th place on the all-time H1 Unlimited win list. So congratulations to J. Michael Kelly. He's been moving slowly up the all-time ladder, but now he is tied with Steve David, and that is for 8th place. That's pretty cool.
It is. I mean, he's been doing it. He looks like a young guy. I mean, he's 86 years old. So, but I know I don't know how old JMK is, but looks like an awful young guy. But man, it's a massive amount of experience in a short amount of time. And racing 2 boats at a time every weekend helps.
It does. It sure keeps the reaction sharp, I assume. And it's funny, you talk to these guys during the off season. They're racing hydrosim. They're racing online. And now you got JMK's kids that are coming up through the ranks. And I know Mike, he wants to be still driving an H1 Unlimited if and when one of his sons gets popped to do it. And Carson's coming. One of these days that may just happen.
Yeah, very cool. Well, I mean, Villwock is an inspiration at 71, being inducted into the Motorsports Hall of Fame this year, and still competitive as hell. It's just awesome to see him out here qualifying second and making a run for it every single time. So it's got to be an inspiration for the guys that are half his age,
right,
and can see how long a potential career is in front of them.
Well, it was a great racing weekend. It was a great racing day today. And what we're doing now is looking at some of the highlights from the weekend, but the whole thing culminated with our Bill Muncey Cup. We were down to only 4 boats. We rolled them all out there, but boy, did they put on a show. I'm sorry what happened to Dave up there, because I can only imagine what that first run by at the end of lap 1 was going to look like. But even then, with the two of them out front, it was pretty darn special.
So those were the boats off the dock here. We got lined up for a great start. You could see that JMK was wanting the inside lane, wasn't able to get it. Jamie Nilsen really forced the issue, but man, what an amazing deck-to-deck, as Erica said, race the entire time.
So what we want to do is remind our fans, as you're looking at the highlights here, as J. Michael Kelly takes over a little bit of lead on the inside. There's that inside lane advantage. We want to just let our fans know that we are going to step away from this part of the broadcast, but we will be back with the award ceremony that will take place on the other side of the water. That will be coming up very quickly. They will get everybody over there. H1 Unlimited will have cameras there, and you can watch these highlights until such time as they go to the award ceremony. But this gives me an opportunity, Tanner Faust, to say this has been a lot of fun this summer. I have enjoyed working with you, my friend. I hope you had a good time.
I had an awesome time. Thank you very much. And I learned so much. I mean, from day one, walking through the pits, the engineers are walking me in, showing me graphs and squiggly lines and exactly how all the data works. I'm learning how all the I mean, you've seen the little Tech 101s. I absolutely eat that stuff up and have fallen in love with this sport. So thank you so much for all the education up here, the education down in the pits, and every conversation seems like I have with a fan is an education of some sort. That's for sure. It's awesome.
Well, it's been a blast working with you. I hope you come back and see us again. I hope we get to do this again somewhere down the road, because this was fun and your knowledge was very insightful. I know when we first started you were drinking from the fire hose, but as the year went on, people have asked me, I said, no, he's getting sharper and sharper. And I mean, he understands technology, and you applied it to this. It was really insightful, and it was really good for our sport. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brad. It's been an honor.
All right, there you go. He is Tanner Faust. I'm Brad Luce. We are going to step away now. We will be back with the awards ceremony. I don't think you're going to see Tanner. I know you're not going to see me, so neither of us are going over there. So right now, Brad Luce, Tanner Faust, we are going to sign off from the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, powered by Samson Rope. This is the end of the 2025 season, but we're going to look for you in 2026, because we're going to be there. We hope you will be too. Thanks for being with us all year. Don't go away. The awards ceremony is next.
H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes.
The world's fastest race boats.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, really flying the boat. It doesn't get any better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag.
I guarantee you every team out here racing, their number one goal is to win the Gold Cup.
Early around that corner, this is going to be super tight at the line.
I can't say I know what it is, but it just, we always seem to get ourselves in the right spot at the right time there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, when I go out there and race against him, I definitely want to beat him just as bad as he wants to beat me.
Officials are up above us on the right, and they are going to be looking at the film.
There's only been a couple of people that have won another championship in the last 20 years. You know, I like our chances.
He is on the inside trying to run down Dave Villwock.
I've got a target on my back, just like he's got a target on his. We want to win.
Now I'm just keeping an eye on Andrew Tate as he goes through that same slide down there.
Our
Our goal as a team is to start winning races on a regular basis.
Jamie was really tight to the apex buoy. You see the dividends being paid from that.
I expected to actually be faster.
They came out this morning. They ran very well. Boat was running laps in the middle 150s.
What makes Gunnersville a success is getting me qualified.
134.675. And it looks like it took a little bit of a hop down there.
Yeah, I think 2025 it would be nice to win a heat race.
We could have Gunner in the lead at this point.
We really could.
He lets it out there a little more than I want him to sometimes.
Just before you walked up, it was official. 91 is the winner. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much to Bruce Ratchford. I know you're watching at home.
Mike Hansen is salt of the earth, very highly skilled, but salt of the earth and how he handles people. And that to me is big because I want people that get along with people.
My heart's starting to beat because we're going to make someone's day. That was so much fun to spend time with Jace, Nevaeh, Tanya, and Isaac. Just an amazing family.
This is J. Michael Kelly's number U8 Beacon Electric H1 Unlimited hydroplane. Now, this is quite an experience being in the cockpit itself.
I think we're going to be a little faster out of the box than we were last year.
Corey Peabody sending a bit of a message here that I've got a lot of boat speed.
Kind of like a fighter, and he was running a bit overweight.
It's really light on the front end. He's getting it up out of the water.
Jeff executing that start and milling period to absolute perfection. How much of that win do you attribute to that start?
Well, all of it.
You closed the loop, right?
Yep.
Full circle on something that started many moons ago, and drove the actual boat, not just the Tate or heard the sounds. Actually drove the boat on the same water that you had seen when you were 4 years old with your dad. Is this an industry that you hang around or keep an eye on? Have you kept watch on hydroplane racing over the years, or is it kind of a close the loop and check the box?
No, I've kept an eye on it. You know, I'm a huge fan of all motorsports, and if I can find it on television or find it streaming, I'm always tuning in. So
our goal is to win every race.
This is a good run down the backstretch. We are on lap number 2 of 4. We come to the finish. It is Kelly. It is Tate. It is
Bernie once said, if you didn't want to win, why would you race?
trying to run down Dave Villwock, but Dave Villwock is going to come home and
success in 2025 looks like a race win.
Here comes Jamie Nilsen. He's going to come down and pick up a...
I think we'll do well. I think we're going to be the boat to beat for sure.
Bruce Ratchford, your boat looks really, really good, and it is Andrew Tate. Race fans, welcome back once again to the start-finish line on San Diego's Mission Bay. It's the 2025 San Diego Bayfair, powered by Samson Rope. I am Brad Luce for the last time coming to you from the start-finish line because I said that next up was going to be our award ceremony, and it's still coming. They are in the process of getting everything set up on the other side of Mission Bay, but we are still up here on top of the pit tower, and I say we because I've got a very special guest up here. I have threatened all year long that we're going to get the stat man, Nick Kish, on the camera. Nick, here you are. This is your moment in the sun, your 2 minutes of fame, bud.
Well,
go.
I am in the sun. I got the sunglasses on because that glare's coming through. I don't know how they did it. Coming down the backstretch, seeing into the turn.
I don't know. But Nick wanted to come on for a couple of reasons. Number one, because I threatened him within an inch of his life. And We also have everything official now on the national high points. We knew that Andrew Tate had secured the championship, but now all of the boats in our final heat have cleared tech inspection, so we can now tally up all the numbers, and that sounds like a job for Statman, so that's what you did. And I think we got a graphic that's going to jump up here on the screen, and it's going to tell us exactly who our national high points championship goes to and who finishes in second, third, and fourth. But first of all, we got to look at the official final heat results. And before we even move off of number one here, I want to ask your impression of that final heat, because that was incredible.
What a great final heat. I was just looking around at everything that was happening. I was getting the same vibes that we did in Guntersville 2018 between Jimmy Shane, Andrew Tate. 5 straight laps. It was great.
It really was great, and J. Michael Kelly pulled it out. You see it there. He got 400 points, but more importantly, he's going to walk out of here with the Bill Muncey Trophy. Second place goes to Andrew Tate. He'll pick up 300 more points for his second place finish. He'll get 300 more points for the National High Points Championship that he already had nailed down. Jamie Nilsen comes home in third, and our fourth place finisher, Dave Villwock in the Miss Apollo. And that is the official final order of finish for the 2025 Bill Muncey Cup. But we really want to get to our national high points. We know that Andrew Tate is going to be on top, and indeed he is going to be, but let's start with the team high points. Nick, why don't you talk us through this? This is your graphic. This is what you've been working on all year. Walk us through first, second, third through fifth.
Well, first place, we got our boy from the Detroit area, Andrew Tate, and his U91 Miss Goodman Real Estate. 5,675 points to cap the season off. Right behind him, J. Michael Kelly, U8 Beacon Electric. 48-11 in the, I think we can term that one as the new Red Rocket because it looked like it out on the course today.
It did indeed.
And third place, after a flip in the first lap of our first heat of the season, U27 Miss Apollo, Dave Villwock. What a great season they had. 4,428 points.
And then we have in fourth place the U11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC, Jamie Nilsen. He comes in fourth place, 4,302 points, rounding out our top five. Corey Peabody, he comes home in fifth place, not where he wanted to be. He also didn't want to be upside down at the bottom end of the race course in the second lap of our first heat on Saturday. But I had Corey up here earlier in the day. They'll be back, and you know him. I know him. He's a competitor. He said, we'll go home. Maybe we'll rest for a day, but then we will get back to work. And he said, we'll be back next year, and you know he will. So congratulations to the U91 Goodman Real Estate and BWR Racing. What can you say? What a great season for Bruce Ratchford.
Yeah, almost a sweep.
Yeah, almost a sweep. Not a sweep because he didn't win that last heat, but he's walking out of here with the National High Points Championship.
Got National Championship and APBA Gold Cup.
So I would say a fairly successful first year. I know he really wanted to win here. He said that to me on Friday when he was over here. But a very successful season, and H1 Unlimited can be very, very happy and pleased that Bruce Ratchford and Apollo Mechanical is part of the H1 Unlimited landscape. But I think what we really want to see now is our driver national high points, because they're going to be, I expect, a little different, and probably not. They're not going to be different in order, but the numbers are going to be a little different. And you're going to explain to us exactly why.
Yep, the numbers are different only for one driver, and that's Corey Peabody. He sat out Heat 2 in Seattle. J. Michael Kelly ran that heat because of our rules. Mike didn't collect the points from that heat, but he did collect points for the U9. Corey got nothing for that heat. So that's the only difference. Corey's in fifth still, but 34-84 for his points there.
So usually our drivers match up points-wise with the boats they drove all season, but because of that one heat in Seattle where Corey did not drive his boat, J. Michael did, and so thus the difference in the points. It doesn't change the overall standing. Andrew Tate still number one, J. Michael Kelly number two, Villwock comes home in third, Jamie Nilsen fourth place, Corey Peabody is in fifth. Our good buddy Gunner comes home in sixth, Jeff Bernard in seventh place, and let's not forget Brandon Kennedy for the fun we had with him in Madison, Indiana, dunking him in the dunk tank. But that young man, he's not done yet. That kid's going to be somebody.
Yeah, and all I hope is to see all 8 of these drivers at every race next season. I have No confirmation on if it's going to happen, but I would love to see that every race.
You would love to see it, as would every other H1 Unlimited fan, and I know that's what we're hoping for. I can only tell the fans out there from the discussions that I am having with the H1 Board of Directors, that's certainly the hope by the Board of Directors. So we've only got one more thing to take care of. One more thing. We didn't get on the air this weekend with the Pick the Prop. The Pick the Prop thing was Nick Kish's idea. He wanted us to have a contest all year long. And am I right? You've got a graphic prepared yet? I don't even know how this...
We're not going to run this one. We're going to run the high points for Pick the Prop. Instead.
The high points for Pick the Prop. Oh, there we go.
And
well,
you know the guy in first place, though.
I do know the guy in first place. So whatever this trophy is that you have been promising all year long, apparently I'm walking out of here with it.
Not here.
Will it fit? Oh, good. Then I don't have to worry about it fitting on an airplane.
Maybe at the awards banquet we'll talk to some people.
Mr. Hall comes home in second place. Look at Tanner Faust, the rookie, shows up. He comes home in third place. The fans, H1 Unlimited fans, they were able to vote online for who they wanted and who their picks were. They come home in fourth place. The man sitting on my right, the stat man, comes home in fifth place. And I'm sorry, Erica. Erica, does Erica get a special prize or something?
Oh, I think she's got a little piece of headwear coming her way.
This has been something we've had an awful lot of fun with throughout the season. And I was worried because, as you can see, there's 6 people up there. We only had 5 boats coming to San Diego. So I was afraid I wasn't going to have a boat, and that was going to sink my chances of winning this thing. But apparently I pulled it out, so how about that? Victory.
Congratulations.
Oh, gee, thanks so very much. I am a little bit afraid of what I'm going to see. 2 more things I want to say, and then we will close it out and get ready for the award ceremony. Number 1 is we had a couple of conversations this weekend about our friend Chris Denslow. He was with us this weekend. We had the hat with us. It was right up above us all weekend. I know he got mentioned at the opening ceremonies this morning, and we did a little piece for him on the air. Chris really wanted to be here this weekend. Unfortunately, we lost him at the end of August, and he had been talking about coming to San Diego because he loves it down here so much. And so I think it was your idea, Nick, that said, well, maybe we could bring a piece of him to San Diego. So we brought the hat that was so reminiscent of Chris Denslow, and he was with us all weekend. And by goodness, Chris, if you had something to do with that final heat, we need to have you around here at all these things, because that was a good one.
Yeah, Chris would have loved that, and he would have captured every moment.
He would have. We would have had some great photos of that one. We're going to anyway, but they won't be the Chris Denslow ones. So we miss him. He will not be forgotten by H1 Unlimited. The last thing I want to say before we go is I want to thank you and everybody within H1 for all the support we had putting on our H1 live stream. It was a lot of fun, but I want to really talk to the race teams and H1 Unlimited. It was a great season. It was a short season. We hope next year we're back with new races, more boats. That's always the plan. That's what H1 wants to do. And I know you want the same thing.
I do. And, you know, I came here in 2021 as your favorite part of the races. I was a fan. And I believe you said you were never going to do another race without me.
I did.
We made that happen. But, I mean, the fans were with us. We got rained on. We had wind delays. We got sunburns. We got everything this season. And we all of our drivers came back safely.
Everybody came back safely. That's the big thing. And we ended on such a high note. It was so very good. And all that does is set the stage for 2026. I can guarantee you H1 Unlimited will be back. We will be bigger, faster, stronger, better. I can guarantee you Nick Kish will be there. I can guarantee you I will be there. We hope you will be too. Look for us on the H1 Unlimited YouTube network. Look at us on our Facebook page, social media pages. We're out there. Talk to us. Tell us what you like. Tell us what you want to see us do. We are listening. We read those posts, sometimes as painful as they can be. We read them all, and they do get all the way to the top, to the board. Help us make this sport better, but mostly we'll look for you in 2026. For Nick Kish, I'm Brad Luce from the 2025 San Diego Bayfair. I thought I said the wrong year.
You got it.
Yeah, I got it right. The 2025 San Diego Bayfair, powered by Samson Rope. We'll look for you next year. Good night, everybody.
excellent job today. Although we put them on different ends of the continent today or this weekend, everything seemed to work out pretty well. Also, we want to reach out and thank our sponsors, Colleen Anderson with the San Diego Tourism Marketing District. I have always been a big supporter of Bayfair, and that's because they love getting people into San Diego and showing off San Diego. We also want to take Kelly Jo Norris from Goodman Realty, Daryl Strong from Strong Racing, and Kevin Ellsworth from All Access Rentals. They are a huge partner for this event. All Access, if you remember, Kevin raced Unlimiteds in the past and Grand Prix, but they come out, they provide all of the equipment, the generators. It's a huge, huge help to make this event the success it is. So we want to thank them very much. I would like to introduce our Board of Governors. We have our CEO and President, Jeff Thomas, our media guru, Greg Mansfield, our safety officer, Mike Kabliska, our legal advisor, Christine Fries, our media guru, Jim Kidrick, Kim Matthews, who does everything you see printed, anything that's on a sign or something. All the stuff you see behind you is all Mr. Matthews and all his handiwork. Dennis Dean, who, as you guys all know, run your pits and said everything went really well. And Alyssa Lutra, she is our we're bringing some young blood into the event. And as a marketing director, she knows all that Facebook and all that stuff that I have nothing to know about. Anyway, so she's bringing in a whole new approach to how we market and how we media the San Diego event. So, and then Kevin Ludwig, who is our guru over at Fiesta Island. So I want to thank the board. There is a lot of time. We meet once a week, starting back in June, and before that, like every other week. It involves a lot of time. And the thing about it is, the more you go over it, the more you fine-tune it. When we get out here for the weekend, everything goes relatively smooth, and I use that relatively loosely. But overall, we had a great weekend, and I want to thank the board. Thank you very much. All right. Also, more importantly, although the board is very important, our office staff. My sister Robin, she is basically the heartbeat of the office. When you look at the race teams, all the RVers, all the teams, all of the vendors, all of those components, she puts together and tracks the entire. We put her into work 6 months in advance starting on this. It's a whole year project putting this thing together. So I have my sister Robin, our Becky Strasser, who also is in our office, and you want to be nice to her because she's the one who writes the checks, and my daughter Erin, who is another big help. That once again, going with that younger generation, when I'm on the computer and I say, hey, it's not doing what I want to do, Erin! So anyway, I want to thank her. Once again, the San Diego Tourism Marketing District, Brewer Crane, who did an awesome job this weekend, as they always do, GMG Rentals, and the Park and Recreation Department of San Diego, who has worked with us over the years. It's always so nice to have them out here and help us put this event together. Their team, you know, we're out here starting Monday. They work the entire week with us, making sure that everything's ready to go and the park's in pristine condition. And that's the same group on Wednesday when I turn the park back over. I hope we're on my side. So thank you, everybody. A great weekend. And Ross Wallach, you're up.
Go Ross, yeah.
Well, how's everybody doing? I mean, really, how the hell is everybody? That's what I'm talking about. Bayfair 2025, what a great event. Big thank you to the Board of Governors down there. Give them a big round of applause. Without all of them, this doesn't happen. From myself to the Board of Governors, thank you, thank you, thank you for bringing us in. We're having a great time being back with Bayfair. All the flat bottoms, the Grand Nationals, and my jet ski organization on the other side of Crown Point. Thank you, thank you. Big thanks to Kent Matthews for seeing the future and bringing us in. Thank you, Kent. Big round of applause for them. We want to thank our sponsors, BitPros Fire Services of Escondido and Nick Rose Insurance for making it happen down here. And then all my staff. My chief referee, Pat Whitcomb, assistant referee, Chad Cummings, my flagman, Brian Wilson, our inspector, Dave Rankin, our chief scorer, Jody Tepper, her scorers, Bella Seville, Sydney Tepper, Chelsea Matthias. We want to thank WMI Rescue and Bill Maley, Rick Barr. Thank you guys for all your work behind the scenes. Our pit managers, Chuck Luttrell, Kent Matthews, Bob Nelson, Uncle Bob, thank you for everything. And my Scott Watts, who has become like a right arm to me at this event and does so much. Thank you, Scott, for all your help. Give him a big round of applause. All right, before we hand out the hardware, we got a little something for Uncle Bob Nelson. Bob, come over here right now. All right, everybody, Bob's dressed for the occasion. Here we go. For those that don't know Uncle Bob, Bob's been doing so much behind the scenes. Yeah, no.
Hey, where's Heidi?
Oh. Anyway, for those that don't know Uncle Bob, Uncle Bob's the best. Uncle Bob does so much behind the scenes for all of us, and he's done a lot this weekend to help my guys get to and from the pits, get them in the water. Him and Scott, Chuck, Kent, and the entire staff. But Bob, we understand that you didn't have much power where you were living, so everyone got together in the pits from all the race teams, and they bought you a generator, so you got power at your house. Big thanks to John Grijalva and the entire SCSC, everybody from SCSC, all the race teams that pitched in for Bob. Thank you, Bob, for all you do. Well, there goes the PG audience. Apologies to young kids. Sorry about that. Anyway, all right, let's get with the hardware, everybody. This is what they came for. They worked hard all weekend, and we want to thank them for coming out. In the Classic Endurance class, in third place overall from Modesto, California, driving the 757, it's Mr. Travis Hill. Come on up, guys. Second place out of Lake Havasu City, driving for Mr. Steve Coletta in the Wicked Palina boat. It's Mr. Troy Jackson out of Bullhead City, Arizona. And your winner out of Lake Havasu City, the owner driver in the 138, that is Mr. Nick Belayan. Come on up, Nick. All right, our next class up is the Grand Nationals. In third place overall, come on back up here, Mr. Travis Hill out of Modesto, California. In second place, driving for Team MCOR in the 702 out of Phoenix, Arizona, Mr. Billy Mason, everybody. And your winner out of Torrance, California, driving the Judge in boat 99, the GN 99. Well, that's Steve Mitchell, everybody. Well, Steve Mitchell, given that this is your first overall, you know what that means, folks. He's going for a swim as soon as he gets done with his press shots. Get over here, get your shots. And I hope you don't have anything in your pockets, pal. All right, congratulations, Grand Nationals. Crew members for the Judge, where are you? As they go down, you can meet him at the south side of the podium for his baptismal. Thank you, thank you. All right, next class up, Sportsman Entry Runabout. In third place overall, coming from Diamond Bar, California. In the 629, it's Mr. Warren Zuber, everybody. In second place, out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, in the 229, Mr. Steve Coletta. And your winner, out of Boise, Idaho, driving the Turtle, here she is. Give her a warm welcome, the 55, Carly Hearn. All right, big round of applause, SE Runabout. Coming up next, the Cracker Box class. In third place overall, driving for Joe LeCamp out of Acton, California, the driver, Dave Laws, the rider, Eric Sammons, the boat 110. Come on up. In second place, the owner-driver of the boat number 2, Mark Zimmerman, and his rider, Caden Zimmerman, out of Riverside, California. And your winners in the boat called the Orangutan, number 88, it's the brothers Stump, Scott Stump and Blake Stump. Congratulations, Stump Brothers Racing. One more thing, we want to give a big happy birthday to Scott Stump, who wins on his birthday. Congratulations, Cracker Boxes. All right, coming up next, Sportsman Advance 105 Runabout. In third place, driving for Ty Newton out of Goodyear, Arizona. It's Talon Newton in the boat 61. Come on up, Talon. In second place, it's the owner-driver of the Rum Runner out of Hemet, California, Mr. Mike Perzinski, everybody. And your winner, driving for Jim Mobley in the Dirty Bird, coming from Concord, North Carolina, it's Fast Lane Paul Fitzgerald. Give them a big round of applause. SA 105, everybody. Our final class in the SCSC series is the Pro Stocks. And this class is, I'm so pleased that it's back. Capsule flat bottoms, unbelievable. We've got actually 8 of them that'll be starting the season for 2026. We had 5 of them this weekend, 4 finished. There we go. In 3rd place overall, coming from Ferndale, Washington, Mr. Dale Baker, everybody. In 2nd place, coming from West Haven, Utah, driving the Lone Ranger, number 500, Mr. Chris Pauly, everybody. And your winner out of Mesa, Arizona, driving the Liquid Circus, number 717, it's Mr. Timmy Hoffman. All right, give him a big round of applause. Pro Stock, everybody. Pro Stock. Once again, thanks everybody for coming out. I appreciate it seeing this place grow. We had a lot more fans this year than we did last year. Motorhome spots seem to be filling up. It was a lot of fun being here. It's great to be back with Bayfair. I can't wait for 2026. Let's keep this thing growing and make it bigger and better. We'll see y'all next year. I'll turn it over to Mr. Jeff Conant.
Thank you, Ross. So first off, I'm going to go ahead and thank the San Diego Board of Directors, Greg Mansfield, Ross Wallach. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to come up and announce. I love announcing. I love talking boats. It just reminds me how much of a fan I was before I became a competitor. So I'm here to present the 1-liter mod overall results. In 4th place is a Y45. That would be Marissa Bartels. I already screwed up. So 5th place is the Y9, Katie Brown. I believe she's already taken off. 4th place is the Y45 of Marissa Bartels. In 3rd place, the Y52. That's going to be Sean Bowser coming all the way from Illinois.
Yeah, just real quick. If y'all didn't know, a great man passed away today. Ron Schneider passed away. He's raced here several times. He was a great friend and a mentor of mine. I didn't mean to bring a downer on it, but I felt his name should be mentioned. Ron Schneider was a great man. So let's keep him in our hearts tonight.
All right, in 2nd place overall, he's no stranger in the Y41 driving shenanigans. It's J. Michael Kelly.
What a great weekend it was. Jeff Bernard, myself, we had some really good battles. It was deck to deck the entire time. Some good, fun racing, and Jeff drove a hell of a race. And, I got to thank Tim and Shane Collins, everybody that helped out. Our crew chief right here, Calvin. He's I met Calvin when he was like this big, and just been a big fan of mine. I'm a huge fan of his, and we really appreciate him. And today he brought his Olympic medal that he won for track, and he gave that to me, and I think that brought me a lot of luck today. So I thank this guy, just his support. So thank you, everybody. But like last year, I'm gonna let Calvin say something again.
I want to thank
I want to thank Tim and Shannon Collins for letting me do this every year, and just in 04, I didn't think I'd be doing this beside my childhood hero, and I'm glad I stuck by him all those years, and I will continue to stick by him. I want a piece off his boat so I can take it to the grave with me.
All right, and our overall winner for the weekend, he's no stranger, driving the Y18. Boat name is Fast Eddie. It's Jeff Bernard. I gotta say, these little boats, you know, some spectators were coming up to me saying they may be little, but they make a lot of noise. So thanks for inviting the two-stroke sound. We love it.
I just want to thank Jim Seckler for giving me the opportunity, and also congratulate him on his first Unlimited Crew Chief win. Pretty special weekend for him. With Jim and Tim busy with the strong boats, we couldn't have done it without Justin, Stephanie, Weymouth, Jake, and Jordan. They turned the boat around. They did all the work. I just drove it. So thank you guys. Our sponsors, Strong Racing, for everything they do, and we love coming to San Diego. So this one feels good. The races with Mike this weekend were just a blast. I hope everybody else enjoyed it. Thank you.
All right, that's your 1-liter podium right there. Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're going to talk about Grand Prix America hydroplanes next. They made a lot of noise. Give them a round of applause for the show that they put on this weekend. I've got some heat winners. We're going to read those off, and then we're going to do top 3 in the final. The first heat was won by Jeff Bernard. Second heat was won by John Shaw. Third heat, Jeff Bernard. Fourth heat, John Shaw. And fifth heat by Jeff Bernard again. And in that final, third place, we have Greg Hopp. It's worth it, Greg. We got a trophy for you. Come on up. Good job, Greg.
Thank you, sir. By the way, we won one of those heats. So just saying, just saying. So it's short and sweet. Usually I'm up here hooting and hollering and stuff, but got a congratulations to the 135 and the 79. You guys are unbelievably fast, man. This is I mean, we were running good and you guys handed it to us. So congratulations, you guys. I thank my sponsors and my crew. Yeah!
All right, second place, Grand Prix America, the Miss Cool Cat with John Shaw.
I'd like to thank everybody that puts this event on.
I know it's a year-long venture, and you guys work super hard. We love coming to San Diego. I wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for our team. We didn't have the greatest weekend throughout the whole weekend, but you guys worked so hard, and we had an awesome final run. So, huge shout out to Mike Grindell and Jeff Bernard. You guys are the class of the field, and glad to see you guys go out on top.
Thank you. And in first place, GP 79 Bad Influence and Jeff Bernard.
Well, this is a bittersweet weekend for us. The last time we'll be here as a team, special group of guys behind me. We built something I think that was pretty awesome, and to go out winning qualifying in all 4 of our heats that we were in, awesome weekend. Jonathan Thompson, reliable Diamond Tools for your support the last 2-3 years, and then this weekend coming back, helping us out on our last weekend. Ed Thompson bought the boat right after Seafair and let us run it and continue on to clinch the championship, which we got to do that yesterday and have fun today. So it's all these guys. I think we got one of the baddest teams in the pit area, but I'm sure people all think that about their team. Thank you, Strong Racing, for your support over the years for our team, and Mike and Julie Grindell. This is the final one, so I'm sure Mike wants to talk.
I'll try. So, first of all, I forgot about him, believe me. I'd like to thank my wife, Julie, for letting me do this crazy thing for 16 or 17 years, and never thought I'd get rid of that boat. But, I really feel like I'm leaving it in good hands with Ed Thompson. I'll still be part of this whole deal, but thanks to all these guys. These guys are the best. I have the most unbelievable crew. They work their butt off every weekend for a cheeseburger. You know, those things are hard to come by, and I appreciate Daryl Strong supporting the Grand Prix class, our team, supporting GPA. I'd like to thank Brian Richards and the whole GPA crew. You guys rock. Dean, you started this whole deal, and it's on a roll. So thank you very much, San Diego, for having us here, and I got a feeling we're going to be here for a long time. Thank you very much.
We got one more trophy for the national championship. Might as well stay up here with this team. Jeff Bernard, Bad Influence, GP 79.
Just one more quick thing. There's a couple team members that have been with us for a long time that are not here today. And I promise you he was looking down on us today as Tim Cofield. This is all for you, buddy.
One more round of applause. GP 79, Bad Influence. Bayfair had a new sponsor this year, so we're going to have Bob Davies come up and award.
Thank you, Mike. Anyway, so yeah, this year we brought on or we, with help of Daryl, Samson Rope. So we have a little recognition for them. But before we do that, real quick, I left last year Dean Rojas, who was running Grand Prix America. He stepped down from that position, and it probably took us a whole 20 seconds after the award ceremony last year to recruit Dean to the San Diego Board of Governors. I inadvertently left him, Greg?
Heat 1, it took 2 days to finish, but it finally got done, and it was won by U8, Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly. He can sure hang out. He's got some more hardware. Heat number 2, J. Michael Kelly, U8 Beacon Electric. I don't know, I was talking with Corey and Daryl, and somehow you got 5 miles an hour faster this weekend, huh? Heat number 3, winner was U91 Goodman Real Estate, Andrew Tate. No suspense, heat number 4, also U91, Andrew Tate. And heat number 5, U91, Andrew Tate. One thing that happened after heat number 5 is this guy behind me, he clinched the APBA H1 National Championship as well. So all right, we had a final heat too, but before that national championship, I just wanted to say congratulations to BWR Racing, Bruce Ratchford, right over there, Ryan Ratchford. They joined the season. This is their first season, and look what they did. So thank you for joining the sport. Thank you for sponsoring a couple races. Thank you for sponsoring a couple boats, and everything you do to help this sport that we love. So thank you, BWR. All right, third place in this final heat. I don't have to look at my sheet. I remember it was Jamie Nilsen.
Team changed engines not only between every heat and every run. I think there was multiple that occurred between heats. So it was an absolute Herculean effort by the crew to just keep the boat on the water, keep it running. And man, what a pleasure to race with this team. Thank you to Scott and Shannon Rainey for the opportunity to drive for them, and huge thanks to FLAV-R-PAC for all their support. Couldn't do it without them, and without all the volunteers here at Bayfair, this awesome event would never happen. So thank you, everyone, and can't wait to come back and do it again.
Thanks, Jamie. Okay, I don't know about you, but when was the last time you saw a final heat where two boats were side by side for about 4 7/8 of a lap? Wow. Andrew and JMK put on a race, so we've got a trophy. Second place, Goodman Real Estate, Andrew Tate. And you won't find an unhappier guy with second place.
Second place sucks, for sure, but that's all right. It's the end of the season. It was a hell of a year. Congratulations to my entire team, BWR Racing, Bruce Ratchford. I couldn't be more proud to be a part of what we have going on here. John Goodman, Goodman Real Estate, Mike Hansen, the entire crew. I'm not going to sit up here and name everyone, but not the result we wanted at the end of the day. We wrapped up the high points earlier in the day. I kind of just alluded to that earlier, but that was a hell of a boat race, and it will be, I'm not going to forget about it, for sure. Very, very memorable. Doesn't matter what the result was. What matters is we went into every turn a couple feet apart. We stayed where we needed to stay. We came out where we needed to be. And hey, boat racing, you know? You win some, you lose some. You take a hop here, you take a hop there. As long as you can trust the guy next to you, that's what counts. So thank you very much. Congratulations to Strong Racing. You guys earned this and you deserve this.
Thank you, Andrew. Great sportsmanship. First place, Strong Racing, J. Michael Kelly, Beacon Electric. Did you guys just saying JMK? Well, I went dead in one of the heats, and I was pretty far from the shoreline, and I could hear them chanting JMK. So, you know, that's pretty cool. Thank you guys. It made a bad heat better. So thank you for doing that and supporting us and being a fan. First of all, I got to thank Daryl and Vanessa Strong. They've supported me. They've given me an opportunity. They've been there when I've needed them the most. Just lucky to get to drive for them, and just thankful for their friendship. Corey Peabody, our team manager, tough weekend, but that guy worked his tail off. He's been working on that boat. He even stepped up and was under the 1 liter I was driving today and patched the bottom so I could go out and win that last heat. So I could go out and win that last heat. So
Wow. They're in separate things.
This is in that, but this is in that.
Got it. Turn it on.
Sorry.
you know, I've been racing with him for a while with the smaller boats, and you know, he stepped up and came on board and started joining the big boats, and man, he's moved up and he did an amazing job today, and you know, I'm glad that to have him for a crew chief. Tim Collins, I don't thank him enough. That's a guy that's in my ears, and man, what an amazing job out there, putting me in position to go out there and have an opportunity to go win a race. Of course, my wife, my family, for allowing me to do this. I got to give a shout out to my son Carson, who didn't make it. He's back home racing, chasing records. He set a couple records this weekend, and just following in my footsteps. And I'm slowly losing my rides, and you know, I'm actually excited about it. So maybe one day I'll get an opportunity to race against him, and that'll be it. But I love this sport. I love my race team. I love coming to San Diego. I love everything about it. And you know, thank you to all our sponsors, Bill Cahill, Beacon Plumbing, everybody who put on this amazing event. I'd have to say today that final was something that, like Andrew said, it'll last forever. I think I looked out to my right more than I looked in front of me. So, you know, pretty cool. And yeah, I just thank you, everybody. Jim, you want to say something?
For those who don't know me, I hate this. First, I'd like to thank or congratulate Andrew and Jamie for your weekend, and Andrew for your High Point Championship. You earned it. You had a great year. Congratulations. I'd also like to, I really need to thank Corey. Corey, a couple, what was it, 3-4 years ago, Corey, we were at this race, and Corey brought Daryl over and pointed him out to me and said, I think we need this guy on our team. And he gave me the opportunity and the chance, and both Daryl and Vanessa believed in me and gave me another opportunity to help support this team. And I have to say thank you very much to both of them, and as well as obviously Corey. But before I forget, I need to thank my wife, because she's not here, but I'll forget it, so there you go. But last thing I'd say is I was a little apprehensive about this position, and the team that's behind me, I can't thank them enough for all their help and their support. Every single one supported me and made this transition a lot easier, and so I want to thank them very much for all their help. They're great. And I knew I was going to forget somebody, so I got to do it. The Wayman family, like Jeff said, they ran my little boat all weekend. If Justin and Stephanie family did not come and help me, I don't know what I would have done. This is the second year they've done it, and I think they're going to be our permanent teammates. So thank you again.
Well, I would really like to thank Bruce from BWR. They helped us with this sport tremendously. If they wouldn't have come in this year, we might not be here. We're partners in this, and I admire him greatly, he and his son Ryan, and we talk all the time on the phone. We plan out the business of this, and also to their sponsor, the Goodmans. I've got to know a lot of the employees, and what a classy organization and sponsor. And Andrew, I'd adopt that kid. What a great guy. What a great racer. And I told him before, I said, look, if it would have gone and you would have won, I'd still be here saying that's one of the best races I've ever seen. And it makes us fall in love with the sport all over again. So, and I also want to shout out to Bob and Greg and Jim and the board and what they've done here in San Diego. I get to work with them a lot. And this, I mean, coming from the ashes and what this race is becoming is just incredible. So let's go get some more races.
Yeah! All right, get your shots here of the Bill Muncey Cup winners and the Beacon team with J. Michael Kelly.
H1 unlimited hydroplanes.
The world's fastest race boats.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, really flying the boat. It doesn't get any better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag.